The story begins with the city burning, boards cracking around and smoke coming from everywhere, and the horizon has turned red. The flames engulf the following houses with renewed vigor, not caring whether there is anyone inside. There are dead bodies lying on the streets, some with their hair on fire and some with their hands. The boards cracked again and the fire flew into the building with renewed vigor, consuming everything around. Someone kicked the door with all their might, trying to open it. He stood on the threshold, looking around the room. It felt like he was invulnerable. He walked inside, but his face was not visible in the pitch darkness of the building. He looked to the side, seeing some movement in his peripheral vision. There were two children sitting in the corner. They were trembling with fear and sitting in an embrace. The boy, most likely his older brother, put a knife in front of him, protecting his sister. The unknown person came closer and hovered over the children without saying a word. He looked the younger girl straight in the eyes, his gaze cruel. The girl's tears flowed. She was afraid of what they could do to her. The man took a gun out of his pocket and pointed the barrel at the baby. The boy was also crying, but now his gaze became determined, and he dared to look at the face of the unknown man. Then a shot rang out, blood splashed onto the floor, and everything disappeared in the darkness. Someone hit the table, causing the young man to jump and open his eyes. He was still sleepy, but realized that he had a new visitor and said hello. The woman told him to hurry up and find her a room, otherwise the boss would find out that he slept during working hours. He immediately stood up and said that he would do everything right away. The guy recognized Miss Tao. The hero's name is Fan Jingchen. He works the night shift at the reception desk of a hotel. Fan has been working there ever since he moved to G-City. The young man looked at the list of available rooms and handed the woman the key. After that, he smiled and said that she looked very good today. Tao thanked her and asked if he could help lift things into the room. Fan blushed slightly, but agreed anyway. It's his job anyway. It was 20 minutes past 12. Working night shifts is tiring. The guy walked over to the machine and started pouring hot water into the instant ramen. His job included cleaning the rooms, and in addition to this, sometimes he also had to bring in some of the guests' belongings. Then the bell on the door rang and a beautiful girl came in, followed by her boyfriend. Fang Jingchen greeted them. He has to see different people, and this is not the first time this couple has visited the hotel. They are their very frequent guests. And to be honest, the hero was jealous of that man because he had a very beautiful girlfriend. After which, a guy came in with two girls and also asked for a number. Fan thought that this was too much. Then two teenagers came, one of whom, although blushing, still asked for a number. A gay couple came in behind them and one of the guys asked for a room. The hero did not appreciate this, but there was nothing to do. He couldn't just refuse, so he gave me the key to the room. While working, time passed very quickly. At this rate, it was 4 o'clock in the morning. By 7 o'clock, almost no one had come, so Fan finally exhaled. This is how he lives day after day. Perhaps such a life may seem too calm, but this is what he strived for. Suddenly, the doors opened again. Music poured from the street and someone entered. The boy smiled contentedly as he realized who was coming inside now. There were finally people here that he really cared about. The girl looked at Jichin and said that apparently he was very tired after this shift. Hot food was put on the table. Fang Qingchen's boss returns to the hotel in the morning. After breakfast, he can go back to his room and get some sleep. The girl said to eat a little slower, otherwise the guy might choke. He showed his thumb in agreement with a smile and continued eating. The hotel where Fan works was once opened by her boss and her husband. However, due to an accident, the boss became a widow and now manages everything alone. The woman is not only caring and very kind, but also has an excellent figure. In King Cheng's thoughts, she is a goddess herself. He worships her beauty. One day, they made him promise to take care of his boss, and he continues to do so to this day. Suddenly, she asked if the guy had a girl he liked. Fang Qingchen almost spat out his entire lunch, choked and coughed. He covered his face with his hand and asked why she was suddenly asking such questions. The boss leaned her elbow on the table and thought about it, and then replied that she was just curious. If there is no hotel, how will he live? This is what interested her. After this, the woman asked if he had a girlfriend, and how he would even live in that case. However, Fan only said that even without the hotel, he would continue to work for her. She just laughed. He is too young and will find something to do with his life. Then Qingchen asked, was the boss really hinting at his dismissal with this conversation? She said that he is a hard-working worker and there is no need for this. Why should she fire him? But the realtors talked to her many times about demolishing the hotel. They want to buy up all the real estate on the street and build a large-scale building. Fan couldn't find any other words other than asking the woman to keep her cool. Boss said that many of her memories of her husband are associated with this place. However, he is no longer there. Nothing can remain the same. People are constantly changing. That is why the guy must also change and find another calling. If that company offers a good price, it will go home and sell the hotel. The guy did not answer and continued to eat the breakfast that the woman left him. After some time, he returned to his room to rest. Fan lay down on the bed and stared at the wall, thinking about his conversation with his boss. If she really sells the hotel and leaves, will he be able to follow her? He is not her boyfriend and will simply look like a liability in the eyes of the boss. But even if she likes him, she will never tell him about it. We'll keep it secret. After this thought, the boy fell into an anxious half-sleep, as usual. Meanwhile, the boss was sitting at the reception desk replacing Fong Qingchen. Suddenly the door opened and several new visitors came inside. The woman looked up at several men and greeted them with a smile. One of them, wearing a neat shirt, asked if her name was Miss Xu Jiao. The man's name was Ren Qiao, and he was from the White Shark Realtor Company. Xu Jiao's expression became anxious, but Ren didn't pay attention to it and asked to talk. The girl poured tea for the two of them and sat down in the chair opposite the man. Their people came just recently and offered money to demolish the hotel, but they offered much less than 20% of the market value. Ren Qiao said that the demolition funds are assessed by their experts. They are definitely trustworthy. Xu Jiao should know that the market price is constantly jumping up and down. After that, he handed her a folded piece of paper and placed it on the table. This time, he brought a contract, which he checked personally. She can see how sincere they are. The woman took the piece of paper and read the amount, her eyes widening in surprise. The amount indicated there is lower than what she was offered earlier, and Xu is dissatisfied. She heard that their company uses fraud and intimidation to obtain buildings at low prices, and she is disappointed that this is the case. The guy said that most of the buildings on the street were bought by them, so don't let her try to use the opportunity to raise the price. She better accept the treaty, or they'll have to take necessary action. Xu Jiao bowed and said that she would not accept the agreement. This concludes the dialogue. She started to leave, and before that she asked the men to leave. She needs to continue working at the hotel. Suddenly, one of the thugs grabbed her wrist, trying to stop her. Xu asked in confusion what he was doing. This should not be allowed. Ren ordered the second thug to close the doors because he wanted to talk privately with Miss Xu. Meanwhile, Fang Zicken lay on his bed, falling into a deeper sleep. However, he was interrupted by women's screams asking unknown people to let her go. This made the guy open his eyes. He recognized his boss's voice and jumped out of bed. Miss Xu was grabbed by both men, but the girl did not give up. She threatened the police. Ren Qiao said that she knows how they treat those who demand a higher price. The man's hands were in his pockets and his smile was very smug. Something clicked. The man in the suit suddenly pulled out a knife. They make people like her regret that they were too greedy. Ren Xiao took out a knife from his pocket and twirled it in front of Xu Jiao's face, showing the shiny blade. He threatened to leave a scar on her face if the girl continued to scream. Suddenly, someone knocked down the door with their hand, making a lot of noise and attracting the attention of the realtors. It was Feng Zichen. He rushed inside before anyone could react. Ren Xiao only noticed him in his peripheral vision when the boy approached him. At that moment, Ren was hit with a strong fist right in the face. Fan certainly had no problem reacting. After the impact, the cracking of glasses was heard, and maybe even more, it was difficult to guess. Ren Xiao fell to the floor unconscious as Fan remained firmly on his feet. One of the thugs swore under his breath and was about to attack the young man, knocking him down with his fist. But even here, the guy from the reception was much faster. He quickly dodged. The brute only realized what was happening while Zicheng's hand flew towards his face. There was a dull sound and the cracking of teeth. The man was knocked out at least one. The second man was holding Mrs. Xu and was about to threaten, but didn't have time. Fan extended his fingers and walked towards the second bald thug. The hand went into his carotid artery. He coughed and immediately passed out. Fan then gently grabbed the woman by the waist and led her away from the men. Mrs. Xu Jiao blushed slightly and looked away from the young man, ashamed to look. One of the thugs tried to crawl as far as possible, and the second grabbed his throat, trying to breathe. Fan asked the boss if she was okay. It seems he arrived just in time. The woman said everything was fine. The blush disappeared from her face, but she still did not look up. All the men stood up, and Ren Qiao shouted that they would both die soon. They didn't have to challenge the great white shark. His boss will come and deal with them. Fang Zicken asked him to tell the boss that the hotel was not as easy to break as other establishments. Brother Fang would wait for them and would not back down until an offer with more favorable conditions arrived. Ren shouted to his friends that they would please. All three wounded men trudged towards themselves. The boss smiled and discovered that Jikin was a good fighter. To her great happiness, he came on time. Otherwise, there would definitely be a scar on her face. The young man just smiled and said that he was not that good. He just knows a couple of kung fu moves. Then it dawned on him. Something could have happened to her. Did they really touch her? The guy asked if everything was okay with the boss. It looks like they just harassed her. Qiu Jiao became embarrassed, asking what kind of pictures he imagined in his head. However, Fan said he was just worried. He thinks it's better for her to return home until he decides everything. The woman refused because she was not afraid of them, but wanted to join the owners of other establishments and discuss action plans. Jikin said that it would be too dangerous. Nothing can be predicted. Their company may pull some tricks. But Jiao said that she had nothing to fear with him. Everything will be fine. The boy became embarrassed and blushed. Without answering, this is exactly what he wanted. The street was already in full swing with life, and the sun had long risen, giving people a sign that it was time to go to work. Ren Cao received a powerful blow to the face with a bat, causing his glasses to shatter. He fell to the ground. His right cheek was swollen and prevented him from speaking normally. The regional manager started yelling, calling him useless. He should not have come empty-handed. The thugs, in order to defend themselves, said that Fan's skills were something special. They could send 10 of their guys and sort it out. They didn't even have time to notice him, and he sent them flying. It will be difficult for him to deal with a huge number of people. However, the manager just grinned and said that people are not insured against accidents. They seemed to have caught his train of thought and asked again if the boss really wanted to outwit him. At the hotel, meanwhile, Boss Shu arranged a meeting of all the property owners in the block. One woman said that realtors placed snakes in her store so she could open a pet store and take care of them. The baker said that they put a rat in his products and scared away all the customers. The third guy replied that the realtors kidnapped his sister and blackmailed the family. Everyone was unhappy because their company was doing terrible things to try to force them to sell all the buildings. Qiu Jiao was shocked because they did more things than she expected. Fang Zikin said that he recorded their words on his phone, will make a count and hand them over to the police. The owners didn't even think about it, but agreed and said they would hope for it. Jikin promised to deal with it and led everyone out of the building. He'll let them know as soon as there's news. After they left, Zhu said she didn't want to make a big deal out of a mountain. But the situation is already bad enough. Fan answered menacingly that he would show those guys from the White Shark who was who. The boss smiled and said that the guy seemed to care about her very much. Jikin was embarrassed and made an excuse by saying that the woman also took care of him. They then decided to order food for the evening. The day was long, and the young man was getting hungry. Suddenly, someone came to the door and asked if Miss Qiu Jiao was there now. The food delivery man arrived and brought a bag for her. It seemed strange. The woman said in confusion that she didn't even have time to place an order, but it had already been delivered to her. But the delivery man said that it was the noodle shop owner who asked him to bring her food. Jikin took the package from the boy's hands and thanked him, saying what a kind owner he was. The hero said that now they don't need to order anything, and the delivery man left. The delivery man left, before wishing him good luck and bon appetit. The doors closed behind him. He got on his scooter and rode forward along the road until he drove into one of the back alleys. There he met with the boss and reported that he had done everything as needed. The regional manager smiled, pleased with himself. The substance will act on them in an hour and a half. Night fell. Only the light from the doors of a distant warehouse illuminated the street. Blood flowed. For such a long time, a huge puddle had accumulated on the floor. One of the thugs who had come to the hotel before swung his hand again. He had brass knuckles on his knuckles. He did not spare the victim, who was tied to a chair, and hit him straight in the cheek. The thug said displeasedly that he was tired of beating the boy. He still hasn't woken up. He might even be dead already. No matter how they beat him, he does not react. The guy they beat up was Fang Zikin. There were multiple wounds and drops of blood on his body. Except he wasn't dead, he was just sleeping. After the man's words, he began to snore loudly. The man said displeasedly that this annoyed him. Fan just continues snoring as if nothing is happening. Meanwhile, in another room, fans hummed loudly to ventilate the room. Mrs. Qiu Jiao lay unconscious on the mattress in the pitch dark. She regained consciousness only now and slowly began to open her eyes. However, not recognizing the room she was in, her eyes widened in shock. The woman jumped up abruptly and called the guy she hired from the reception by name. No one responded, but Shu's head was pierced by a sharp headache and she grabbed her head. Suddenly, the room was illuminated by spotlights that were aimed directly at her. Mrs. Shu covered her eyes with her hand, trying to get used to the bright room. Someone came closer and joyfully noticed that the woman had finally woken up. He explained to her that she was now in their warehouse where no one would disturb her. Zhao was overcome with fear, but she still asked what they wanted to do with her and who he even was. The man introduced himself, saying that he was a regional manager from the White Shark organization. Next to him stood their youngest and best operator in the organization. And of course, this man will soon film her ecstasy. Zhu said they had already broken the law by kidnapping her. She will call the police and they will be arrested. The regional manager bared his teeth, asking if she would really call the police. Soon she won't even have the strength to stand on her feet, much less make calls. The woman began to scream, and tears flowed from her eyes as she stood up. She started to run in the opposite direction from the manager, but he did not move. He just shouted to his lads that they could start the show. Silhouettes immediately crawled out of the corners, approaching the girl, and Shu slowed down. Only she didn't have time and crashed straight into one of the bandits who would attack her. The impact sent her to the ground, and she rubbed the arm she had struck. After which Shu Jiao timidly opened her eyes. Several shadows loomed over her. There were about 5 guys and they were all very heavy. A woman couldn't escape. One of them commented that Zhu was a beauty. They will definitely have fun with her. Xu began to tremble, and the manager chuckled. They know exactly how to scare a girl. She should soon realize that getting involved with them was a huge mistake. His guys will have fun with her for a long time and let everyone know what happens to those who oppose his organization. The boy asked his dad what animals he liked best, and he answered that it was a honey badger. The boy did not understand why, and the man replied that they should not be underestimated because of this. These babies are not as strong as lions, but they are the bravest animals in Africa. They never become cowards, even if they see that their opponent is many times stronger than them. Doesn't the boy think it's great? Few people can do this. He said that in this case, he wants to be like a honey badger, never become a coward in front of an enemy of any size. His father only answered that their future enemies would be many times stronger than the animals. Therefore, if you show even a drop of fear in front of them, they will devour it. Only then did Fang Zichen begin to open his eyes, and pain pierced his entire body. Meanwhile, the guys were upset because they would most likely miss all the manager's fun. But if they have finished, then they can calmly go and join. At the same moment, the man who said this was quietly tapped on the shoulder. He pulled away sharply and cursed under his breath. But Fan had to be tied. Jikin, as if nothing had happened, asked where he was. There was a lightness in his voice, as if they had known each other for many years, after which the boy stretched and yawned. He didn't understand why he woke up in this place. Then he looked around the room. There were 6 men inside besides him. Where did they come from? And why does he have so many wounds on his body? Even all the clothes are bloody and torn. The thugs were shocked. He woke up just now, but why didn't they manage to wake him up earlier? Then it finally dawned on Fan that they passed out right after eating from that delivery guy. Most likely this is their doing. They are from the White Shark. And where is his boss? Immediately after that, one of the guys shouted something to his bros. Everyone rushed at him. Fan recognized the guy who had been beaten before in the crowd. He also began to fly at him. But Jichen did not move, even when a knife flashed in the hand of one of the White Sharks. The young man's gaze became sharper. He prepared to attack. These men are definitely in trouble. In another part of the warehouse, where Shu Jiao was sitting, all the doors were tightly closed. The crowd of men wanting to have fun doubled, which frightened the woman even more. She said not to come near her, but one brave soul came out and said not to worry, Zhu will be pleased very soon. The manager ordered the cameraman to film it all with the best footage he could find. The boss screamed for help and covered her head with her hands, preparing for anything possible. At the same moment, behind the manager's back, someone broke down the door, or maybe the wall. The manager was angry and turned sharply towards the noise. How did he even get to them? Opposite Shen Yi was Fang Zichen, who was being filmed by a cameraman standing next to the man. There was blood coming from the boy's mouth. His face was beaten, and his clothes were bloody. But this did not stop him from getting to the boss. Xu breathed a sigh of relief, glad that Fan was alive. She no longer knew what to think. Then Shen realized that since he was here, it means the people who were supposed to guard Jichen were neutralized. Approaching them, the hero said that his subordinates behaved very well, but he had to teach them a couple of lessons in order to get the information. They really are scum for deciding to kidnap and molest a defenseless girl. Therefore, let them just let his boss go, sincerely apologize, and then he will leave them alone. The manager bared his teeth, saying that there were a lot of his people in this room. Did he really have his brains blown out? Not a single muscle of Fan's muscle twisted in fear. He is firmly convinced that even 100 such people will not be able to cope with him. Jikin repeated once again, saying that this would be Shen Ye's last chance. The manager didn't give a damn about him and ordered his guys to chop up this guy from the reception. At the same moment, he was surrounded by a crowd of men with cutlasses and wrenches as weapons. The young man still stood in the center, as if letting these poor people leave. However, no one left. One of the guys swung, and Fan took it as a start. Xu got scared and shouted at him to leave her and save himself. The cleaver almost reached Jichin's shoulder, and at that moment time slowed down. He easily turned around and flashed his brown eyes. Then he clenched his hand into a fist and hit the attacker in the stomach with all his might. The man fell on his back and the cleaver flew after him, only in a different direction. Xu breathed out a sigh of relief and tears appeared in her eyes. She will be saved. Ignoring the men that surrounded him, the hero turned to his boss. He decided that this was the right time to say that he had liked her for a very long time. The woman stared at the guy in bewilderment, asking what he was talking about. Jichin said that when he saw her recruitment advertisement, he immediately decided to get a job. And then I saw her for the first time. Such a gentle, beautiful, and very kind woman. Only over time did he realize that she was not only beautiful, but also very caring. She fed him breakfast after night shifts and replaced him during day shifts. Xu gave him a warmth that he had never felt before in his life. Jichin knows that this attitude is more like that of an older sister towards a brother. But if she once took care of him, then now is the time for him to take care of her. There was little time because a crowd of men was about to attack, so he asked a question. When they both finally get out of there, will Xu Jiao become his girlfriend? Tears of joy flowed down the woman's cheeks. She smiled sadly, not knowing whether they would make it out alive. But even so, she loudly shouted her positive answer. The hero smiled and seemed to have gained the strength to fight further, so he promised that they would get out. He raised his arms in victory and prepared to fight, while the men charged in displeasure. How dare this little guy pick on a girl right in front of their noses? They were angry that the guy wasn't paying any attention to them, so they attacked him with blows. Fang furrowed his brows and prepared to dodge the blows to finally pull Xu out. The first daredevil received a powerful blow to the cheek, which led to a loud crash. It seems he was already tired of this, so the guy urged them not to waste his time and leave. Manager Shen Yi was shocked by his overconfidence. Isn't the little guy afraid to die? For half the night, struggles could be heard from the closed warehouse, but there was no one to help. Another hour or more passed, by which time the sounds of the carnage had died down. They were replaced by the sound of fans ventilating the room. The cameraman, who was supposed to film how his guys were having fun, was covered in sweat. The remaining thugs trembled with fear, holding their weapons in front of them. Jikin looked at them with obvious mockery. Is this really all they can do? Almost all the men were already lying on the floor, holding their wounded limbs. Only two, not including the manager and operator, remained intact. They loudly threw their weapons to the floor and fell to their knees, refusing to fight. They begged to be released, saying that they were just ordinary hired thugs. The hero turned to Shen Yi, saying that all his people had already surrendered or been defeated. Now is the time for him to get his punishment and go to the police. After these words, Shen began to tremble. However, he did not tremble from fear because he immediately laughed afterwards. The guy was amazing. He killed more than 15 of his men single-handedly, but was that enough to defeat him? The man smiled crazily and quickly pulled out a pistol from under his shirt. No matter how strong Jichin is, he will not be able to withstand firearms. Shenya pointed the barrel of a gun at the hero and shouted that Fan would get a bullet right in his forehead. Fang Zikin glared at the regional manager. The man said that it doesn't matter how selenium he is, because the gunshot will definitely defeat him. Mrs. Shu's eyes widened in fear and she began to beg Shen not to shoot. The woman promised that she would give everything if only Shen Ye would not touch Zichen. However, the man did not react. He wanted to take away not only the hotel and her, but also the boy's life. He put his finger on the trigger and repeated that he wanted to take absolutely everything. The bullet fired and flew straight towards Fan. But even despite everything, the hero's speed did not change in any way. He dodged sharply to the side of the bullet. Shenya fired again, hoping to hit accurately this time. However, this time too, Jichin abruptly jumped to the side. His eyes sparkled. The regional manager was shocked. How does he have the strength to dodge the bullets? Then he fired again and again, and Fan quickly approached him. Before Shen could blink, the young man was right in front of him. The hero said angrily that only he could die today. Immediately after this, a fist flew into the manager's stomach. The man flew back and almost folded in two from the pain. Blood flowed from his mouth, the antagonist wheezed, and Fang Ziqian did not intend to retreat so quickly. This was just the beginning. He hit Shen again, saying that this hit was because he had offended Miss Shu. Shenya fell to the floor and never got up. Fan looked at the beaten man and wiped away the blood that remained at the corner of his mouth. The remaining two guys got scared and ran away, realizing that they could not win. Tears gathered in Xu Jiao's eyes. She was amazed at the boy's dexterity. The boy approached her and assured her that everything would be fine now. The woman jumped out of her seat. All the thugs ran away, so no one bothered her. Zhu seemed to almost slip, but she quickly pulled herself together and jumped. Fang Ziqian picked her up, hugged her tightly, and spun her in the air. Jiao asked him to promise that Fan would never act so recklessly again. He was silent for a while and then agreed and promised not to do anything like that. After these words, Shu pulled the boy to her and kissed him passionately on the lips. At first, the hero was embarrassed. He didn't expect everything to happen so quickly, but then he closed his eyes. They were enjoying the moment, standing in a dirty warehouse with beaten bodies lying on the floor. Then the day came. They had long since returned to the hotel, safe and sound. The room was illuminated by the rays of the sun, which had long risen. However, the building is quiet. Fan was lying on the bed, the other half of which was beautifully made. The guy finally opened his eyes and began to wake up. It was too early for him, because he spent half the night fighting with thugs. The hero stood up and looked at the other half of the bed. There was no one nearby. Apparently, Shu has long since woken up, but even so, he can still smell her. Jichen got up, opened the window to let in some air, and began doing his morning exercises. He thought that most likely he had finally received the long-awaited ideal life. At the same moment, the wind lifted a piece of paper and Fan turned sharply towards the sound. There was a folded sheet of paper on the table, which was most likely left by Xu Jiao. The hero came up and took it in his hands. Did the woman really go grocery shopping? The note said that she sold the hotel and left, leaving 100,000 for Fan. The girl wrote that when he reads this, she will be going to her hometown by train. The White Shark decided to settle the incident by paying 20% more for the demolition. From that day on, the hotel became the property of the White Shark, and 100,000 yuan should be enough for Jichen to find a new place to stay. Before leaving, the girl kissed his forehead. She believes that she is not worthy of him. He should definitely meet some girl in the future, and she will be better than Shu. Before leaving, the heroine stood at the door for a while, preparing to part, and then left. In the letter, she wrote that she would always remember him and wrote all this with love. Eventually, he had to check out of the hotel. It should have been demolished. One of the White Shark employees put a sticker on the door of the building indicating that the building was being demolished. Fang Ziqian took one last look at the building and turned his back to it. He had never thought that he would lose everything he had so quickly. And Xu Jiao is very cruel. She didn't even leave a phone number or address. But there is no time to be discouraged. First, you need to go right off the money and find housing. Fan disappeared into the crowd, making his way to the bank. All he had was a small bag. There were huge buildings and noise all around. A city with over 1 million people. This was to be expected. An inconspicuous gray car stood alone in one of the streets. Inside it sat several people wearing blue, yellow, and green masks. Those from afar watched the bank. One of the men told the other that the roads were clear at that time, so they could start now. The guy in the yellow mask wasn't sure if it was worth it, but the guy in the green said that they would become rich when they succeeded. The blue-masked man shouted that the target had finally appeared in front of them. Meanwhile, 2 luxurious black cars drove up to the bank. One is big, the other is slightly smaller. The doors of the large car began to open and a man stepped out. The girl put on her narrow glasses and confidently walked towards the bank. The tall girl got out of the car and took sunglasses out of her pocket. A middle-aged man got out of the smaller car, and the heroine called him President Li. She told him not to worry about his safety as she would personally protect him. Accompanied by 2 guards, they went inside. The manager met them. The girl told Uncle Dai and third brother to stay in front of the entrance while they handled their business. The men nodded and accepted the order, stopping near the doors and remaining to wait. Meanwhile, President Li and his guard were sent to the main vault. The man in the suit let them go ahead after opening the massive door. They walked through many small cells to the very end of the room. President Li was allowed forward to the vault and he entered the code for his cell. The man contentedly climbed inside while they held the door for him and groped for the treasure with his hands. Inside was a small red box with drawings and gold accents. The girl watched as Lee opened the box. His face broke into an even bigger smile. Inside, on a soft yellow lining, lay 5 multicolored pieces of paper. The bodyguard thought, "Are these pieces of torn fabric really worth 50 million each?" The president asked Miss Chow what she thought about these brands. "Are they beautiful?" She said that she was just a worker and did not understand such things. All she knows is that they are very expensive. The man said that he traveled the world to collect all 5 stamps. He has been in the north and south for several decades, so he cannot measure them in money. These stamps are his treasure. Miss Cow assured Lee that his marks were as protected as he was. She then said that he is a true example of an entrepreneur for being willing to give part of his heart to an exhibition. However, he just laughed. Lee lost to the pharaoh in mahjong, without which he would never have given the stamps. The girl noticed that the man called Director Wong from the Cultural Center Pharaoh. Meanwhile, Fang Zichen finally arrived at the huge bank. Now he had to figure out exactly how to withdraw money from the check there. The men in multicolored masks were still sitting in the car and watching the doors. One of them said that they need to start as soon as possible, then it will be too late. The guy in the green mask agreed with this and loudly gave the command to start. A guy in a blue mask immediately flew out of the driver's door, slamming them loudly. The other 2 climbed out after him, not forgetting to take their weapons with them. Jichen entered the bank. President Lee's guards were standing at the door, and they were still standing at the entrance. Miss Cow was returning from the storage room with Lee. Apparently, they had already finished. The girl said that it was time for them to go to the cultural center before they were late. Uncle Dai was about to head towards the exit, but then he looked through the glass onto the street. His eyes immediately became harder. He realized that now he would have to do his real work. The man reacted quickly and ordered them to lie down on the floor to avoid injury. At that very moment, the wall of the cattle house was knocked out, as well as the glass doors. Several people flew away. Fang Zichen did not react so quickly, but when he heard the noise, he turned towards the door. At that second, a huge part of the wall was flying at him, about to hit him right in the head. The guards also crouched down and turned out to be safe and sound after the explosion. Uncle Dai shouted to Miss Cow, asking if she and the president were okay. She defended Lee and shouted from the smokescreen that they were both safe. One of the guys in multicolored masks noted with a smile that the explosives were very powerful. The guy in the green mask said to quickly take the stamps and leave. There was no point in chatting. Nana angrily shouted at her assistant to run after them. The bandits have stamps in their hands. Meanwhile, Fang Zichen was lying in a jar, pinned to the ground by a stone. There was a piece of paper lying next to him, but due to a powerful blow, it ignited. 100,000 yuan disappeared. The guy's hand trembled, and out of anger, he suddenly clenched it into a fist. Now he had nothing. Miss Cow and the 3rd brother quickly ran towards the big black car. They sat down on the seats, the car took off, and the girl turned to her partner. She asked him to drive as quickly as possible in order to keep up with the villains. The gray car was driving quickly along an empty highway, accelerating faster and faster. A guy in a blue mask was sitting behind the wheel. Next to him was a man in green and behind him in yellow. The guy in the green mask was jubilant because he didn't expect the job to be done so easily. The guy in blue laughed too. Now the 3 of them are rich and provided with money for the rest of their days. But at that moment, a large black car drove up to their window. There was Miss Cow at her window. The girl screamed for the masked freaks to immediately return the stolen box. The guy in the yellow mask quickly pulled out a gun, telling his bro to keep the steering wheel straight. Then he opened the window and pointed the gun straight at the girl's chest, saying that he would shoot her. Cow, noticing the trunk, shouted to the 3rd brother to brake sharply. He grabbed the steering wheel even harder and nodded, looking in the rearview mirror first. Once he was sure he wouldn't hit anyone, he slammed on the brakes. The black car moved away slightly, preventing the guy in the yellow mask from shooting. Now the gray car pulled ahead, intending to escape as quickly as possible. Nana said that this moment was very dangerous. It was lucky that they reacted quickly. The 3rd brother shouted to the girl that it seemed like something had happened to their car. Cow was scared, so she asked again, "It seems like everything was fine before this." The man replied that for a moment the car became heavier, but most likely it was his imagination. Meanwhile, Fang Zichen was standing on the roof of the car. It is unknown how he jumped there. He looked angrily at the white car, as if he was about to jump onto it from the black car. And so it happened. The guy accelerated, loudly stomping on the roof of the car. Nana looked up, asking what that sound was. It was scary to think about a possible creature from above. Jichen raised his hands up. His eyes hardened. He was very angry at the robbers. after which he sharply bounced off the roof, almost leaving a dent on it. The hero's jacket fluttered in the wind. He looked like a real Superman. With a loud whistle, Fan began to descend onto the next roof of the car. A dull sound of impact was made on it. The guy amplified it on purpose. There was a huge dent in the roof. The driver of the white car was shocked. He was unable to maintain control and sharply pressed the brake to avoid crashing. Nana told the third brother to stop the car immediately. She did not see Fan on the roof. The black car stopped in front of the pedestrian crossing, although no one was crossing the road. The man in the green mask said that there was no reason to stop. He had to keep going. The guy in the blue mask wanted to apologize, but his window broke, interrupting him. The hand quickly grabbed the driver, and the other guys could only look in fear at the broken window. The hero in the green mask was amazed. Their brother's voice was heard outside. The man in the yellow mask asked in fear what just happened to the driver. After that, they got out of the car together with weapons in their hands. "We need to check what's going on." The guy in the yellow mask started screaming, not understanding where their bro Gansey had gone. At the same moment, someone grabbed his leg from under the car and pulled him down. With the last of his strength, the hero asked his friend to help him, but the man in the green mask only managed to see his legs. The robber wanted to get down and see who dragged his comrade under the car, but decided to try a simpler option. Then threats came into play. The robber said he would start shooting if the unknown person did not come out. Zicken's voice was heard from behind. He asked if they really caused that explosion. The man in the green mask turned sharply, almost jumping to the side. Fan said that if they rob a bank, they don't have to use explosives. Because of them, he lost his last money. The robber quickly pointed a gun at the hero, saying that the end had come. Fang Zicken could not stand it and quickly attacked him, saying that he even stole his words. The guy's fist hit his mask and it shattered into pieces. Then the robber flew into the air from the force of the blow. Apparently, Fan didn't even hold back. The guy in the mask landed on the ground and hit his head on the asphalt. Meanwhile, Nana found a red suitcase with gold accents in their car. The girl quickly opened it, checking for integrity. There were also 5 stamps inside, which allowed me to breathe out a sigh of relief. Fan was still shaking the guy, unhappy that he was so weak and passed out. He shook a piece of paper in front of his face and talked about compensation for the damage caused. Then Cao Nana interrupted him. Fang Zichen had already begun to shed tears of despair. Nana said the hero could stop trash-talking that guy. He is unconscious and definitely won't be able to answer anything. The heroes went to Miss Cao's office and Fan told his story. The guy was sitting in front of Nana, and next to him were Uncle Dai and the third brother. The men sympathized with him, asking what he was going to do now. Jichen didn't know. Most likely, he will have to live on the street because he doesn't have a penny in his pocket. Tiana snapped, saying that the guy should stop shedding tears. And in general, Fan dented the car with them when he ran across the roofs. It was rented. Even their premium is not enough to cover the repairs. The hero said that he was in a hurry, and anyway, how could he know that the car was so fragile? The girl replied that it was actually a Hummer, and Uncle Dai offered to forgive the boy. One way or another, thanks to him, the stamps returned to the owner safe and sound. Third brother added that Zieken has very good fighting skills. Maybe it would even be useful for him to work for them and work off all the damage. Fan said that he was also very good at cooking and cleaning, so let him work. Nana asked the third brother if he had forgotten about their situation. Then Uncle Dai intervened in the conversation, turning all attention to himself. He praised the hero's skills and said that maybe with him they would be able to complete more complex tasks. Miss Cao looked at him skeptically. They haven't had large orders for a long time. The third brother also stood up for Fang, talking about his strength and how suitable he was for them. The girl thought about how old her partners were. Sooner or later, a replacement would have to be found. Then she remembered how the boy jumped from car to car. If he joins them, then they can fill the gaps in their strength. Maybe taking this kid would be a very profitable idea. Nana, with a malicious smile on her face, said that she had already decided everything. Fan will work for them. The hero noticed that she even changed in her face, and therefore looked at her skeptically, not knowing what to do now. The third brother said that now this place will almost become his second home. Jichen didn't understand why he felt like he had just been deceived. Cao shouted that she had already decided everything. All that remained was to give him their uniform. The boy bowed, thanking the boss for accepting him. Then the girl gave instructions to the third brother. Fan should stay at his house for now. The man said that it was awkward to bring someone home and offered to put him up with company. Jichen said that he could sleep anywhere, and they shouldn't worry about it. Miss Cao aggressively said that the hero would stay here in the company. The young man awkwardly rubbed the back of his head and did everything as he was told. Meanwhile, night fell. There were several people in the huge building. A girl and a guy were walking along the corridor of a high-rise building. They were in a hurry because they were half an hour late. The aspiring singer was not very happy that she had to go there immediately after the concert. However, the broker said that the shark is very difficult to contact and it is worth it. Then Wang Yang asked, couldn't they just meet and shake hands? Lu Tao said that they could release a new album if they agreed to finance them. That is why it is best for her to try really hard and sing well for him. The heroes approached the doors, near which there were guards, and said that they had come to meet with the shark. One of the thugs asked them to wait, as the gentleman was receiving other guests. Lu Tao smiled and agreed. He and the girl stepped aside, but the situation was tense. Meanwhile, inside the room there was a huge aquarium with sharks. The president of the White Shark organization received guests and was shocked. Who could do this to his subordinate? Shen Yi sat in front of Shay Chengtian in a wheelchair. The president was angry because the man was his cousin. One of his bridegrooms said that he only knew the guy's name and nothing else. His name is Fang Zichen, and he is very good at one-on-one battles. Even 15 thugs could not knock him down. Shi Chengtian shouted, saying that people who touch his relatives should be killed. The man walked closer to the stroller, looking at his brother, who had turned into a vegetable. Then, she gave the order to feed the boy nearby to the sharks. They don't need him anymore. The young man begged not to touch him, but the president did not give up his decision. The guy screamed as he was pulled towards the aquarium, again begging for mercy. A very loud scream was heard from the room that even reached the singer's ears. She and Lu Tao looked at each other, and the girl asked if he heard that sound. The guy said that she imagined it, and at the same moment the guard asked Wang Yang to go inside. Lu Tao smiled happily. Very soon, they will finally go home. The man wanted to follow the girl, but the guards blocked his passage. One of them said that only Miss Yang could go inside, unaccompanied. The girl was scared, but Lu Tao waved him off and said that he would wait near the door. She looked at him intently and asked him to stay where he was. The massive doors closed with a bang, leaving the broker on his own. He didn't take his eyes off the door. He heard that scream that was saturated with fear. The guards brought Miss Yang inside and stood on either side of her. The president was sitting at the table. The singer introduced herself, saying that she was very pleased to finally meet him. Then she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and looked at the shark tank. The water was completely red, and there were about 3 sharks swimming around. However, that was not all. There was also a guy swimming in the aquarium and he was being eaten. Wang Yang jumped back in surprise and fear, so that's what they heard. The president smiled and asked the girl not to be afraid, his babies will be finished soon. After which Mr. Shah poured some wine into the glasses and invited the girl to start singing. Meanwhile, the lights were still on in Nana's office, but things were going wrong. Third brother and Uncle Dai had already taken off their uniforms and said that they would now leave first. Fang Zichen said goodbye to them, and Miss Chow did the same, after which she turned to the boy and told him to wash the floor. Fan nodded, and then said that the girl was very diligent. He even works overtime. Nana raised an eyebrow and then replied that she was just very dedicated to her work. Solitaire was open on her computer monitor. She wasn't doing work. Kayao looked from the computer to the young man and admitted that she actually lived here. Chicken blushed slightly, saying that it looks like they live in the same room. This is not good. Tiana continued to say that the company has been struggling to make ends meet for a long time. She rented out the house to cover the rent. If it weren't for the company's debts for rent, the girl would definitely never have lived here. She got up from the computer and went to the door, asking him to warn him if he wanted to take a bath. Jikin felt uneasy at the thought of closing the company. If this happens, he will have nowhere to live again. Nana then pointed to the door and said that this was her room. Let him under no circumstances dare to go there. And if it happens that Fan comes in, then she can't vouch for herself. If she's awake, she might even stab you with a knife. The young man pushed away all his fantasies and shouted indistinctly that he understood everything. Nana left, slamming the door loudly, causing the hero to almost jump. As he picked up the mop, Jichin thought about his old boss. The current one was much tougher. Suddenly, 3 people came up from behind. Fan didn't even hear the door open. A woman with 2 security guards asked if he was an employee of Pippi Security. The hero blushed when he saw such a beautiful woman and thought that she was a foreigner. Fan confirmed her words and then looked back at the 2 thugs behind. It was sad. He asked if the woman wanted to get their services and maybe he should call the boss. The girl did not answer the question. She only ordered the thugs to act. Jichin did not understand and almost glared at the girl until he noticed the movement. 2 thugs suddenly began to run towards him, intending to beat him up. The hero grabbed the hand of one of them. It was aiming straight at his artery. With his other hand, he grabbed the other thug's leg, which was aiming for his solar plexus. The men quickly pulled their limbs out of his hands and prepared to attack again. The girl noticed that Fan intercepted their blows perfectly without even breaking a sweat. One of the thugs was about to strike again, this time with his fist in the face. The man next to him used his leg again, planning to knock Zekin down. For the hero, this second turned into hours. He quickly analyzed their actions. He kicked his leg away, quickly raising his knee up. The brute almost fell on his back. Fan neutralized the second one by hitting him in the solar plexus as hard as possible. The men were on their feet, but already slightly sweating. They were shocked by the guy. Jichin stood up, ready to continue kicking the thugs at any second. However, it was not to be. He was interrupted by the solemn clapping of that same girl. She didn't expect that there would be a true master in such a small company. The hero's face did not change. He was hostile, and then asked if they were really from the White Shark. Fang Zikin continued, saying that it was he who was opposing them, not the company. The girl hastened to reassure him, talking about his mistake. They were not from the Shark but from the Tin Long group. Fang Zikin knocked loudly on Miss Chow's room, hoping that she was still awake. He shouted to the boss to get her out as soon as possible. He had great news. The girl told him to come to her with this later because she was busy. The guy said that they have a very generous client and they can't lose him now. Then Fan decided to ignore the ban and grabbed the handle to open the door. He opened it and said that if they got down to business, then they wouldn't have to worry about money. The hero entered the room at the wrong time. The girl was just changing clothes at the time. Jichin jumped away from the room as quickly as possible, apologizing and saying that he didn't do it on purpose. However, it was too late. Nana replaced embarrassment with aggression and swung her hand. The fist hit right on the cheek, throwing Fan into a wall somewhere in the hall. After some time, when the hero settled his guilt before the boss, he told about the customer. The girl was holding a piece of paper from the client, and her hands were shaking violently. It was a withdrawal check for 1 million yuan. Nana couldn't believe it. Sweat appeared on her face, and she asked if it was really from the Tin Long group. Holding the ice pack, the guy said, yes, if they do the job well, they will sign the check. Miss Cow beamed with happiness, wondering what else they said. However, that was all. Jikin wondered, is this company really that rich? The girl exclaimed joyfully, saying that now the old lady had luck on her side. Tin Long Group is the largest car dealer company in the country. Her net worth is the largest of anyone else in the country. But for what reason did such a big shot turn to them? Jikin said that they used bouncers to check the company. But they were not so strong. Fawn dealt with them more easily. Nanana looked at him intently. He is not so simple, and he also has enormous power. After all, she locked the doors, and he just took it and broke it in a couple of seconds. The girl grabbed Zichin by the scruff of the neck, roughly pulling him closer to her. Kayao ordered him to tell him where he served and that he answer questions about his past honestly. He honestly answered that he was the commander of a special squad, but his past is confidential. The hero did not look the girl in the eyes, so Nana started screaming so that he would not look away. Sweat ran down the young man's face, but he still did as the boss ordered. Miss Kiao's eyes closely watched her bridegroom, looking for lies. The boy was then sitting on a chair, and Nana leaned towards him, pulling him by his shirt. Jikin blushed deeply and asked if Nana wanted to ask anything else. The boss walked away and said that he had every right not to disclose information. However, Fan must work for the benefit of the company and work for repairing the Hummer. The boy rubbed the back of his head and said that he would try his best. The heroine smiled, praising her for her good mood. May he have a good rest tonight. Tomorrow is a very important day for them, and they can't ruin it. There's $1 million on the line. The hero had a busy day, so he quickly fell asleep, and the day came. The whole team headed to the office, where they had to do their work. There was no one else in the waiting room except them. No one came to see them for a long time. Miss Kiao was slightly alarmed and already thought that it was a prank. The men, meanwhile, sat relaxed in their chairs. Fan was eating the cake and invited the girl to try it too, but she just snapped back, telling him to stop eating. After receiving their million, they will eat even more cake. At the same moment, an unfamiliar man appeared at the door. He asked Miss Chow to follow him. He also warned that she could only take one person with her. Uncle Dai told Zikin that it was best for him to go with her. The boy stood up, and he and Nana followed the amiable man in a tuxedo. Third brother, out of interest, asked why Uncle Dai didn't send him instead of the newcomer. After all, it's Jichin's first day at work. If the situation is unforeseen, it's unknown what will happen. The man said that it would be difficult to get money, and Fan was the most capable among them. The heroes walked forward along the endless corridor for about 10 minutes. Miss Kiao told the young man to stay close to her and not go anywhere when he almost got stuck on a beautiful painting. Finally, they reached the door. A man in a tuxedo asked them to come inside. Miss Kiao and Fang Zichen slowly walked into the room and looked back. It was unexpectedly noisy inside. None of them thought it would be like this. Looking at people's faces, Nana recognized one of the companies called Fulong Security. Standing next to them were two people from another company called Panda Security. The owners of the Tianwei Sex Security Company were sitting on the sofas and drinking tea. Near the entrance stood two men wearing raincoats from the Longan Security Company. Apparently, they invited all the famous security companies in the city. Fans sincerely believed that only they were invited, but everything said otherwise. Suddenly, someone said in surprise that they even invited the tattered cat from Pippi Security. Nana's gaze hardened. She recognized the owner of the voice and she didn't like it. In front of the heroes stood Su Yutu and the big bear from Tusu Security. Su Yutu asked arrogantly, "Where did her old disabled people go?" "I took them and exchanged them for a young guy." Looking at Jichen, the girl winked with a smile, calling him handsome. Fan also smiled and waved to the girl. His cheeks flushed red. Nana hit the guy hard in the stomach with her elbow and was very angry that he responded. The boss told him not to dare to even think about flirting with Su Yutu in front of her, otherwise she would kill him. Then she turned to the girl, saying that this time she would not defeat her. She doesn't care what other dirty tricks Su can play. This time they are strong. The girl covered her mouth with her hand and yawned, saying that she did not care about Nana. She won't even tire of using dirty tricks to defeat someone like her. Kao should accept her own weakness and accept the fact that her subordinates will have to starve. And next time it's better not to stand next to Su Yutu. Otherwise, everyone will see the difference between them. Nana had to be restrained so that she would not attack the couple. Nana was very infuriated by how Yuta humiliated her height, so the girl wanted to beat an apology out of her. At the same moment, someone's steps were heard. It became so quiet that the clear click of heels could be heard. Everyone immediately turned to the arriving people and almost gasped. Jichen also turned around and recognized the girl who gave him that check for 1 million yuan. She came accompanied by 8 men, representatives of her company. The girl introduced herself as Mary, the secretary of the Tin Long Group president. Someone asked why Miss Mary had gathered them all in this room. Then another person asked a question about the check that all arrivals have. The secretary did not answer any questions and continued to say that in order to get a signature, they needed to take a test. Nana guessed that most likely the company was going to test their abilities. The girl boldly asked a question, wondering what exactly they wanted from them. Mary explained that the test is very simple. They just need to show everything they are capable of. And to do this, you need to knock out all the other companies so that there are no more rivals left. All the companies immediately began to buzz with displeasure. They are not street thugs to do such a thing. Tusu Security's Su Yutu had already lit up and exchanged glances with the big bear. The secretary continued to say that the company that successfully passes the test will receive a signature. But that's not all. She will also receive cooperation with them and 10 million every year. Miss Kao and Fang Zichen were shocked by this amount, and that's just for passing the test. Representatives of the companies nodded, saying that in this case it would be worth it. No one even had time to react before one of the companies attacked the other. The guys from Panda Security were shocked because it happened right behind them. The Tianwei Sex Security man shouted to his assistant to start. Only Fan and Kao remained aloof. As soon as people heard about 10 million, they went crazy. Meanwhile, an unknown man began to fly towards Fang Zichen, intending to stun him. Jichen reacted very quickly and turned around sharply when he heard a strange sound. The guy gave such a strong beam to the attacker that he almost fell, after which Fan said that Nana had better leave, but she insisted on leaving. The hero smiled and assured that he would sort everything out. The girl has nothing to worry about. This made her blush slightly and asked if he could really do everything. The carnage in the room was very brutal. Sweaty bodies kept falling to the floor. An unknown man watched the whole thing through surveillance cameras. There was not only him in the room, but also 6 of his security men. Suddenly, something caught the man's attention, and he looked more closely at the screen. Fang Zichen appeared in the center of the room. He was about to deal with everyone. In the first couple of seconds, he ran into one of the men and knocked him to the ground. Then he got into a fight with the next one and punched him right in the stomach. The last guy fell exhausted from his blow right on Fan and passed out, A large bear stood behind him. One of the defeated men was in his hand. The big bear was surprised, saying that apparently Chow had found a very cool employee, and he, in fact, also used to be under her leadership. The company is not the best. Jichin asked if he really wanted to feel sorry for him as a former colleague. The big bear bared his teeth. Regardless of the opponent, he will still crush him. The hero looked at him seriously and prepared for battle, taking a stance. Miss Qiao watched everything from the side. The big bear was significantly taller than Fan. The girl was worried whether everything would be okay. He could lose very easily. Su Yu too said that the big bear had excellent skills. He is considered the best bodyguard in the city. However, she can't help but say thank you to Nana. It's all thanks to her. The heroine looked at her with contempt, as if not believing that the girl said this. However, then she laughed loudly. Without commenting on these words, Su wondered how much money Chow promised Jichin for the robot. But it wasn't about the money, and she would never understand that. You two got angry, not understanding what the girl was getting at. But everyone knows that Su Yu Tu will use dirty methods to get people like him. Nana felt disgusted to say such dirty things, which made the vein in her temple almost begin to pulsate for the owner of Tusu Security. Out of anger, she swung her hand and hit the owner of Pippi's Security hard in the face. Kiao didn't understand why the hell she dared to hit her. Meanwhile, Jichin was preparing to fight the big bear. They assessed each other with their eyes. Then the giant chuckled, as if defeating Fan was a piece of cake for him. He quickly jumped off the ground, deciding to make his first move. For a moment, the big bear seemed to fly into the air and tower over Ji Cheng. He aimed his fist at the young man's head and apologized beforehand, saying that he would die. However, very suddenly everything changed. Fan's leg flew up. He fired his shoe straight into the man's face, which knocked him down and prevented the blow. The hero left a powerful imprint on the thug's face, mocking him. He was a fool, because in the air there was no way he could dodge an attack. The big bear then fell, hitting his head hard on the tiled floor. Someone shouted that it was cool, and Fan thanked him with a smile. However, it turned out that the guy with glasses was not talking about his battle. Jichin followed his gaze. Su Yutu yelled at Tianu, calling her a midget and saying that she was about to do dirty things. Hayao said that she has nothing else to attract men with except her curvaceous figures. Then they began to stretch each other's things and insult each other with all sorts of words. The young man blushed, considering women's fights simply wonderful, although in general it was not good. Secretary Mary raised her voice, and the young man barely broke away from the girls. Pippi's Security successfully passed their short test and can go to the president. Jichin must take Miss Chow with him, and then Mary will take them to the head. Secretary Mary takes the heroes to the elevator to get to the president. Fan decided to ask why the boss didn't get along with Miss Su so much, but he only came across negative things. The girl thought that he wanted to protect Utah, but the boy was just curious. Nana replied that she herself did not understand how everything turned out this way. They both attended the same police academy and graduated at the same time. Then their duet was the best in the entire academy. They even gave it the name Huaxia Shuangjiao. She were inseparable and treated each other like sisters. After the academy, Su went to work in another city and they began to grow apart. When she came back, she was already a completely different person and always opposed Miss Cow. And not only has her business been squeezed out, but she's also taking people away one by one. The elevator made a loud noise, which meant it was time to get off. They arrived on the floor. The secretary pointed to the door, saying that they had finally arrived for the meeting. Fan looked around the room. It was empty, but the view from here was very beautiful. In the middle of the room, a middle-aged man with his back turned was waiting for them in a chair. He gradually turned around, and then, seeing his guests, he smiled. Baidai finally found the people he needed, whom he had been looking for so long. Tiana introduced herself, calling herself the head of the Pippi Security Company. Jichin did the same. The president said that he had already read information about them and the company, so he knew who they were. Then Nana asked why a person like Mr. Bai needed them. Secretary Mary handed the heroine a newspaper with an interesting headline. The girl was more interested in the fact that the man follows the news of the entertainment industry. Then she read the headline, which said that aspiring singer Wang Yong had committed suicide. It became a real sensation. Baidai said she was a good girl and was rumored to have killed herself because of the pitfalls of her job. His granddaughter also signed a contract with Xingyi, an entertainment industry company. This area is fraught with many dangers. He is afraid for his granddaughter and wants the heroes to protect her. As long as they protect his treasure, he will support them in every possible way. Tana decided to ask why he decided to hire them and not more famous people. Mary answered for him, saying that Mr. Fan surpassed all other companies, and Mr. Bay also promised his granddaughter not to interfere in her personal life. Cow nodded in understanding. The girl wanted to break into the entertainment industry herself. Mary said it was all good for them. No one knows Jichin, so it will be easier to protect her. But for this, you will have to become a broker in the Xingyi company to work under the ceiling. The hero was told not to worry about how to become one because the president would organize everything. A man spoke about a car accident in which his daughter-in-law and son died. The only relative left is the granddaughter. Therefore, they must protect her without revealing their real identity. If everything goes well, they will get many benefits from working with him. Nana flashed a smile, promising to take on the case and protect his granddaughter. Bai-Dai and Mary can rest assured of this. It's their job to be bodyguards anyway. Then the secretary handed them a small pack. Inside was all the information about the case. Tana took it in her hands and began to unfold it in order to take out the papers. Inside was a photograph of a girl, the granddaughter of the company president. A girl with dark hair and amber eyes is their target. They will certainly protect the girl. Fang Zikin arrived at the huge, multicolored building to work undercover. Just yesterday, he fought with bandits, and today, he will already become an agent for a celebrity. He was already riding in the elevator when suddenly he became interested in what kind of celebrities he could meet here. But one way or another, it will be a wonderful experience, even if there are no celebrities on the first day. Suddenly, dissatisfied screams were heard from the room where Jichin was heading. Something broke inside and caught his attention. The guy hid, watching. Some guy ran into the broker and shouted that he came to work as an agent, not a toilet cleaner. The broker replied that he was only a trainee agent and had to do what his boss told him. The intern became angry and veins appeared in his eyes. The young man did not intend to be a slave. The blonde swung at the man and he prepared for a very powerful blow. However, nothing happened. No one hit him, and then the broker opened his eyes. Jichin grabbed the trainee agent's hand. He said that any work does not start with what you want. Fan squeezed the poor boy's hand with great force. He even asked to let go, because it hurt him. When the hero did as he was asked, the novice agent took off and said that he was quitting. Jichin didn't understand why young people in their time were so picky. Lu Tao asked if Fang was really here to collect the debt. He already paid this month. He just laughed and said that he had come to work as a trainee agent. The broker sat down in his chair and seemed to recognize the young man. Was he recommended by the recruiting network? Being a trainee agent is very difficult. Fan himself saw that not everyone can stand it. But the hero assured that everything would be fine. He used to be a soldier and was used to hard work. Lu Tao continued to dissuade him by talking about the small salary. Everyone thinks she is much taller, after which the man listed all his responsibilities, and also that the internship lasts 3 months and is unpaid. The broker was already prepared for Jichin to leave and asked if he really wanted to stay. Fan thought that no one would definitely want to work with them, but he was undercover, so he agreed. The young man spoke about his childhood dream of working with celebrities. When can he start work? Lu Tao didn't even know what to think. He is either an idiot or the truth has a higher goal. But if you look at him, you get the impression that Jichin knows how to win people over. The broker decided to test the young man, so he gave him the first task, to bring him a glass of water. The hero smiled and went to the elevator, saying that he would come very soon. However, he completely forgot about the broken cup on the floor and accidentally stepped on it. The fragments made an unpleasant sound as they moved under my foot. Jichin slipped and began to fall. As luck would have it, at that moment the elevator doors began to open. He had nothing to grab onto. A girl in a beautiful blue dress came out from there, most likely going to Lu Tao. This girl turned out to be the granddaughter of Detector Dai. She stopped at the elevator door and looked around the room. Jichin recognized the girl, but there was nowhere to go. He couldn't find his balance. The broker was doing his job at the time, but it was impossible not to hear the noise. The elevator doors were about to close, but 2 bodies prevented them. The trainee agent fell right on top of the girl and apologized, saying that he didn't do it on purpose. He opened his eyes to apologize again and stand up until he realized one thing. The young man fell right on top of the girl and randomly slightly pushed her into the elevator. Granddaughter Bai-Dai was not angry. On the contrary, she asked if Jichin had hurt himself in some way. The hero bowed, deeply apologizing to Miss Bai Ziling for this incident. Lu Tao jokingly said that the apology would only be accepted after he was fired. Here the girl intervened, saying that Tao Tao actually likes to tease new girls, but he is good. The man just wants to test Jichin's willpower as well as his desire to work together. Miss Jilin became a little angel for the boy, so he immediately showed a great desire to work with them. Lu Tao smiled and invited the girl to start working right away. She agreed with great enthusiasm. The day had just started, so she was full of energy. Tao Tao was touched. Jiling was too sweet. He couldn't take her seriously because of that, after which the broker became serious, telling the newcomer that he must be ready to give his all for the good of the company. He then gave him the job of loading a huge number of boxes into the car. The man said that today they would have to visit many different places. This is why they need a lot of clothes. Meanwhile, a huge black Hummer was parked outside the building. Tana sat inside with the rest of the team. The girl told them that the target had come outside. The third brother smiled. For protecting their granddaughter, they were given a new car. Now there is no need to rent one. The man asked how comfortable it was for Nana to sit in the back seat. Pliao said in a relaxed manner that it was very spacious. She can even sleep there. And even though they are at work, it's not us to worry about. Jichin will look after Miss Bai. Meanwhile, the broker with the trainee agent and Jiling arrived at the GTV building. Inside, the site was being prepared for future filming, and there were a lot of personnel around. One of them approached the head, saying that the Xingyi broker wanted to meet him. Wang Yuan turned around and immediately came across Lu Tao with the girl and the agent. He immediately put his hands on his shoulders and joyfully said that he did not expect such great progress in just a few years. Yuan pulled back, telling Tao not to dare to let go of his hands. Nobody allowed him to do this. The broker was shocked by such rudeness and could not understand what was happening. Wang Yuan said that Tao was nothing more than trash who had temporary success with Wang Yang. He doesn't dare be late anymore. Jichin quietly asked Jiling who this guy was. She explained to him that this was the CEO of GTV. The hero immediately realized that he was a big shot. It's best not to quarrel with such people. Tao Tao introduced Bai Jiling to the director, with whom he signed a contract. The girl bowed politely and introduced herself, asking him to take care of her in the future. Wang Yuan smiled, saying that she would most likely become much more popular than Wang Yang, and if a girl sleeps with him, he can promote her to the top of television. Fang Zikin's gaze hardened. He did not accept such a comment from the CEO. Lu Tao laughed, taking the man's words as a bad and not funny joke. They were told that the audition would start soon and they had better get ready. The broker accepted this calmly, but Fan didn't seem to even listen. He drilled into the director's back, his fist clenched tightly, as if the hero was planning to attack the man right now. But then Jilin intervened, grabbing his hand and gently straightening it. She calmly said that everything was fine and the hero shouldn't be so angry. He made a bad joke and there is simply no point in taking it to heart. And besides, Bai Ziling will encounter such comments often. Jichin blushed at the girl's gesture and his anger seemed to vanish in an instant. The CEO sent one of his people to prepare for the show, and in the meantime, he will go to rest. Suddenly, someone called Wang Yuan's name. He turned around without recognizing the voice. The blonde asked why he was walking around doing nothing. The show is about to start. The unknown person turned out to be Mr. Shark. Van said that he would now tell the younger one to arrange a VIP room for him. Mr. Shark was not happy because he is constantly invited to this show. The man gave the director Bream because he didn't even leave room for his singer. Apparently, Wang Yuan is completely green if he doesn't know about such simple things. The singer blew smoke directly into the CEO's face, causing him to cough. He tried to defend himself because Mr. didn't warn him about the singer. The shark smiled evilly. Does the man really want to shift all the blame onto him? The blonde lunged forward very quickly and hit Van straight in the stomach. Yuan began to cough violently because this action was unexpected for him. Then he was suddenly grabbed by the hair. The director began to apologize. He was wrong. But Shark didn't listen. He didn't understand how someone like this could be put in the director's chair. It's much easier for him to make him disappear. Van wants to check it out. The man tearfully begged to let him go and said that he would immediately find a place for his singer. Everything went well, Yuan loudly called his deputy. His voice echoed along the corridor. A short boy approached, asking what they wanted from him. The CEO said to immediately replace singer Xingyi with singer Mr. Xia. Meanwhile, there were a lot of different people in the dressing room. They were all preparing for the show. There were many celebrities inside, such as singer Masha Qi. Not far from her, hip-hop prince Jay Ifan stood drinking water, seeming a little nervous. Jikin was pleased to see so many celebrities on his first day of work. Nana and their team contacted him through the earpiece. She said that the guy can use this opportunity. After that, all three asked to get autographs from different stars for them. Nana asked for Huang Zi's autograph, and this interested Fan, where could he be? The young man turned around and really saw Huang Zi with Mr. Tao. The singer invited him to dinner and said that he would never accept refusal. This shocked Jichin. He asked what kind of relationship he had with his boss. Tao Tao proudly told how he once helped him when he just debuted, and Huan now feels like a debtor. The hero asked, "Doesn't the boss know that people are lining up to get this guy's autograph?" The man asked a counter question. Does Fan know the singer Wang Fei? The answer was obvious. This was Xie Difeng's girlfriend. And as it turned out, Lu Tao even led them. He knew them from the moment when this couple was just starting their relationship. Tao Tao looked suspiciously at the newcomer. The broker thought that the intern came because he knew about his success. However, everyone blames it on the fact that there was another reason. Why did Jichin come to his company? The guy hesitated, not knowing what to say. It seemed to Fan that he was about to be discovered. Suddenly, Nana shouted into the earpiece, saying that actually the young man should have read that information. Jikin didn't answer. Jilin came up from behind, asking what they were doing. She was wearing a very beautiful dress that emphasized her waist. The girl asked how beautiful this dress is. She really liked it. Both brokers said that Miss Bai looked like a little angel in it. Bai Zilin came out to the guys in a beautiful white dress. She looked like an angel. Jikin thought she was very beautiful. She would definitely become super popular. Suddenly, the junior director burst into their dressing room, happy to finally find them. The man said that plans had changed and their singer would not perform. Zikin and Tao got angry, asking why she won't perform. A girl's voice was heard behind them. She said that the place was given to her. In this area, it is very important to have big people behind you, so let them ride. And it's better for Jiling to start singing in some bars than on television. The broker exploded, saying that Miss Bai's voice would be as good as hers. The man was then warned that it was Mr. Shark's singer. The younger one advised not to get involved in business with him, and therefore, it was better to retreat. Lu Tao did so, but Jichin did not. He said that he would immediately go to complain to the director. The broker intervened and grabbed the hero's hand, asking him not to make too much noise. Fan did not stop, saying that he could not forget about it, but then his eyes glanced at his boss's face. Mr. Tao looked very scared and asked him to forget about it. They will still have a chance. The man assured him that this would be the first and last time they retreated. Jilin turned his attention to herself, affectionately calling him by name. The girl offered to go and prepare so that she could perform well next time. Tao Tao smiled resolutely, saying that he would give her the opportunity to speak next time. There is a saying, gold will always shine, no matter how hard people try to hide it. Jikin couldn't accept it like this and accept it. He was very angry. The broker turned to the trainee agent and told him to pack his things because they were leaving. But the place where he had just stood was empty, just like everywhere else around him. Meanwhile, someone was watching the locker room on security cameras. It turned out to be General Manager Wang Yuan. There was not a drop of adequateness left in him. He was drooling on his computer monitor while the girl was changing clothes. Suddenly, the door to his office was broken down, causing a loud noise. Yuan began to swear because how dare he go into the director's room? But the man didn't expect to see Jichin at the door, so he almost jumped. The young man asked why he removed their singer from the performance. His eyes hardened. It looked like he was ready to kill him at that very second. But Wang Yuan's only arguments were that he was the director and everything would be as he wanted. This answer irritated him even more. The hero could not restrain himself and hit the man in the face. It was then that he saw a view of the monitor, on which everything was clearly shown. Fang Zikin fell into a violent rage as he began to understand what he had seen. The director immediately tried to justify himself, saying that he was just checking to see if everything was okay with the artists. But it didn't work. Fan saw everything. A man spies on how the singers change clothes. Meanwhile, the broker called the newcomer several times, but he did not answer. Jilin was about to go change clothes when a trainee agent appeared with the director. They talked pleasantly and were finally allowed to speak, so it's better to go get ready. One of the singers was finishing her performance on stage, and the crowd bowed. The girl thanked everyone for coming to her performance and left the stage. The audience screamed and clapped for a long time, calling the artist cool, and also praising her voice. Meanwhile, Mr. Shark was watching the performance from the VIP area. He didn't look upset, but rather looked down relaxedly, waiting for the next singer. He was very pleased with his singer. Fortunately, she did not disappoint him. Jichin ran to his boss to tell him that Miss Bai would be appearing on stage very soon. They were very lucky that the director had prepared a special room for them. From there, you could clearly see the hall, and it wasn't even VIP. In the end, their efforts paid off today. This could not but please me. Suddenly, the boss called the young man by name and thanked him with a smile. The trainee agent was slightly confused, not understanding why he was being praised now. Lu Tao explained that if it weren't for him fighting for a spot for Jiling, she wouldn't have competed. And Miss Bai is a stubborn girl. She has been offered to sign a contract by larger companies many times, but she will still stay with him. And Director Wang is right. Tao is not such a super agent. His fame faded many years ago. Jikin was silent for a long time, thinking about the boss's words, and then said that he did not understand. After all, the broker used to be very famous. What has changed now? Maybe there is some special reason why he felt like that? Lu Tao talked about how he was already a famous agent in his 20s. Fame came to him too early. He was popular and naturally rich. When I was young, I spent a lot of money on very expensive alcohol almost every day. And then he took up gambling and lost a large amount there. He had to pay no more than 10 years. At that time, the artists who were being damaged left him one by one until he was the only one left. Lu Tao looked sadly at the stage where there was no one yet. There was silence between them, after which fans spoke again. One proverb said that the prodigal son never forgets his roots. That is why the young man is sure that everyone will remember him very soon. The boss jokingly asked if Ji-Chin was really trying to appease his superiors. The guy laughed, but then the music started playing. It's time for Jiling. The boss was sure that right now she would surprise everyone with her voice. The girl stood in front of a huge audience, lamps were shining on her. She looked like a little angel, and thanks to the special effects she looked even more beautiful and magical. The audience burst into applause even before she began to sing. This was a new face for them. Jilin took the microphone tightly and took a deep breath. You could see her hand shaking. Su Tao said that Fan would witness the birth of a new star, and not only he but the whole country will know her name and hear her voice. Miss Bai introduced herself, and then began to sing. At that moment, Ji-Chin was amazed by her singing. He is sure that her voice struck not only him. The girl attracted the attention of the entire crowd. They silently listened to her sing. It was a pleasure to watch her. It was truly the birth of a star. Meanwhile, Mr. Shark was closely watching the scene from the VIP room. He smiled widely, as if he had found a new purpose for himself. His guard stood next to him. Mr. Shaw handed him the task, asking him to check who was behind this beauty. The CEO walked down the corridor, unhappy that Jing Yi was threatening him. He won't leave it that easily. The man was going to report this to his superiors so that no one would ever hear about this singer again. Suddenly, someone tapped Wang Yuan on the shoulder, causing him to stop. Behind the director stood the third brother and Uncle Dai. They asked to follow them to the station. Meanwhile, Ji-Chin, as a trainee agent, was loading the car with boxes. They had a small white car that could easily fit at least 20 boxes. After the concert, they sent Jiling to a choreography teacher to learn how to dance. She did everything quite well, although the dances were difficult. Meanwhile, the young man and the broker ate a good meal after such and such a start to the day. Then they went on errands again, which required even more boxes of clothes. They began to receive a lot of orders from different girls. We can say that the profit doubled. During the trip, Fan loved to eat, and therefore often went to some kind of snack bar. The trainee agent decided to invite Jilin to try some, so he bought 2 servings. However, the girl fell fast asleep. The day had been very exhausting for her. Jikin thought that even when this girl drools in her sleep, she is still very cute. The boss said she could use some rest. We'll be going to a new song recording soon. The guy agreed and continued to watch the road from the window. The journey must be long. The man entered a huge building, which had 3 buildings. He was checked at the entrance to the room by 2 men in suits for weapons. Having found nothing, the man in a black tuxedo let the blonde forward. The door opened as Mr. Shark smiled and straightened his shirt. There were 4 people sitting at the table in the room. The man in the middle asked why Cheng Tian was late. Mr. Shaw apologized for this and justified himself by saying that he was stuck in traffic for a long time. A bald old man sat in the middle. Behind him stood a statue of some god. It was the chairman of Shanhei Group, Q Wanshan, and he allowed the blonde man to sit down. In addition to the chairman, 2 girls were also sitting on the sides. One of them was the general manager and said that she thought he was in bed with another star. Mr. Shaw only said that none of his stars could compare to Du Litan's beauty. The man next to the girl aggressively called for silence. The conference should have started a long time ago. He was very late. Kyo Jianliu thought that Shark didn't take them seriously at all. Flutter Fei, who was sitting opposite him, noticed with pity how dissatisfied the man was with Baby Shaw. but it is thanks to him that they have such a large profit. It's not nice to say that. Mr. Shark politely thanked the girl for her help. In his thoughts, he was dissatisfied with how she called him a baby. However, he has no right to say anything. Kyo Wanshan waited until everyone was silent and then started talking. The lands that they had recently crushed under the Shanhei group were now enough. Currently, almost half of the city's territory belongs to their company. Their real estate development plan has already completed the first phase. That is why they need to choose someone responsible for carrying out the second stage. Kyo Chen Liu tensed, looking interested at the reactions of everyone in the room. Du Litan agreed with any candidate Mr. Q chose. Flutterfair was very interested. Who would their chairman choose? Mr. Shark tensed up, because the old man was playing some strange game against the employees. Mr. Ku said that they are all like his children. He is proud of everyone who sits at this table. For example, Flutterfay is a leader in the entertainment industry and handles everything well on her own. Thanks to her, nightclubs and karaoke bars are opening one after another. At this rate, they will very soon catch up with the first in this field, Golden X Gate. And Du Oitan also pleases the man with his successes. After these words, the girl smiled. The old man continued, saying that the casino has always been and remains their most profitable business. Although Sha Chengtian's White Shark Company was only recently created, it is already bearing fruit. He has already managed to promote a lot of his stars up the career ladder. This created a huge buzz around the company, which brought them popularity. And opposite him is their pharmaceutical company, in which no matter how much money you invest, the result is zero. Qi Wanshan is just a simple old man who looks at all things objectively. Therefore, let Q Zhenliu not think that he will have concessions just because he is his son. There is no need to choose a person in charge right now, so they will do so. The man took a bowl of green tea from the table, taking a short pause. He will give them 1 month. The one who collects the most money will be able to become responsible for the second stage. The old man looked only at the results and did not pay any attention to the process itself. As long as it doesn't go beyond what is permitted, the shark can turn a blind eye to it. But among them, there are those who can afford too much. The conference was over, everyone went home, Mr. Shaw got into his car. He took his singer with him. She didn't understand why he needed her so late. The girl was fixing her makeup, looking into her pocket mirror. Did you need to meet someone? The blonde said that this is the big boss. He always supported him, so the girl should please him in every possible way. She loudly closed the mirror and said that she would not sleep with anyone. She is his girlfriend after all. Cheng Tian definitely shouldn't do this to her. Mr. Shark smiled evilly, saying that she didn't understand anything at all. A huge number of girls would like to date him. Does she really think that she is somehow different from them? He's slept with a lot of girls like her, so he has an answer. No different. The singer is just another toy in his hands. She should realize that. As long as she obeys him and carries out all the instructions, he will continue to play. They finally arrived at the boss's lair. The girl stood in the middle of the room and spun around. The man held a glass of wine in his hands and asked her to look at his eyes. The singer obeyed. The old man sat on a luxurious armchair with his hands at his sides. Cheng Tian became successful not because of his connections or because he has outstanding abilities. He was able to achieve all this because he knows how to use everyone around him for his purposes. Mr. Shaw was already returning back when he received a call from his ward. He said that they found out about that girl. She works for Xingyi Company. Meanwhile, it started pouring rain outside. The sky was overcast with dark clouds. Broker. Lu Tao's big white car was parked near the sidewalk. Jilin came out of it. The girl waved to the men, saying that she would leave first. Jishin told her to go home as soon as possible. The broker hurried the trainee agent. They still needed to go to the office and plan the next day. The young man smiled at Miss Bai for forgiveness and said that he would come by very soon. However, he was attracted by one small detail that was not there before. A suspicious guy in black clothes was following the girl. Following Jiling was a suspicious guy in black clothes. The girl noticed him, but tried not to attach much importance to him. She turned the corner, and the unknown person followed immediately after her. The singer trembled slightly and got very wet, so she hurried home. Despite the cold, she was sweating heavily from excitement. What did that guy want from her? The boy smiled and took off his hood, apparently seeing some kind of opportunity. He grabbed Bai Ziling's hand sharply, causing her to almost jerk away. The girl was very frightened. Her eyes widened with fear. A young man with bruises under his eyes asked if the singer really didn't recognize him. He's her #1 fan. He has been following her continuously since her first performance. Despite her fear, Jilin managed to remember the guy. His name was Xiaozhong. He was glad that his idol recognized him. She once promised to give him an autograph. Miss Bai smiled and said that she would definitely give him her autograph. However, before that, she asked to let go of her hand. The fan immediately did so, apologizing. Then the guy reached into his bag, saying that he carries a poster with her image everywhere. The girl began to walk away while the fan enthusiastically talked about how long he had been waiting for this moment. Only, it seems that Xiao Jun noticed the movement and stopped, calling her name. It was as if he had broken loose and started screaming, not understanding why she was moving away. Jillian had already begun to cry and assured him that she would give him her autograph. However, Xiao Jun could not be stopped. He was about to attack the girl because she wasn't even going to give him anything. Suddenly, from behind, someone grabbed the boy by the hood and pulled him aside. Not expecting such a turn, the fan almost hung and began to choke slightly. He was roughly thrown onto his back by Jikin, and Xiao Jun fell into a puddle. The trainee agent apologized, but this is his job and he will not allow anyone to lay a finger on Jilin. It turned out that the young man now had a knife in his hands. Blood was visible on the tip. He hit Fan with the weapon, which made the boy upset. These were his new clothes. The fan said that this is not the end, and he will return to Jilin to take revenge. Jikin wanted to run after him, but the singer stopped him, saying that it was not worth it. The intern didn't understand, because if he was allowed to leave now, the crazy fan would come back. What will happen if the next time the knife is used to hurt her and not him? The girl blushed and said with a smile that she was safe behind his back. Then Jichin also blushed. He loves his job because protecting such an angel is a pleasure. After some time, the girl decided to take a colleague to her home. She prepared the bed and pajamas because it was already late and it was pouring like buckets. Fan was very excited as it was his first time in a girl's room. As it turned out, noble Miss Jiling lived alone in a small room. Now, it really looked like she wanted to achieve everything on her own. Only now Jichin considers it unfair. A star like her shouldn't live here. Suddenly, a girl came into the room asking why he hadn't taken off his t-shirt yet. She needs to properly treat his wound, so it's best to remove it. Then the chicken screamed in Jichin's head, forcing him to wake up from his fantasies. The girl came out to him in a beautiful nightie, which is why the boy almost lost consciousness. Jilin put a bandage on the wound and complimented his body. The hero blushed and said that it was already time for him to go home. His wound will heal. The girl replied that she told Tao Tao about the trainee's injury. Yes, and he must stay in order to protect if something happens. Fan then panicked. He didn't sign up to stay with the singer overnight. The guy jumped up and started putting his shirt on, saying that he couldn't stay here. However, he was not allowed to fasten it. Jilin hugged the young man and made him stop. This gesture made the hero blush and feel even more embarrassed. Miss Bai asked him not to leave, but to stay at least one night. These requests made the guy feel sad. The girl said that tonight reminded her of the day she met the broker. She is very tired. She needs a man's shoulder on which she could lean. When Jilin first started her career, her brokerage company often took her to parties. At one of these, the guest got very drunk and wanted to rape her. Miss Bai's broker did nothing except say that the guest was overstepping his bounds. However, he did not listen and did not move away when asked. The singer regrets being in this company. The guest did not leave, even when Jiling herself tearfully asked not to touch her. At that moment, an unknown man burst into the room, finding her with a guest. He said that if he even laid a finger on the girl, he would call the police and the man would be jailed. This unknown person turned out to be Tao Tao. He truly looked like a hero that day. He, like Jichin, saved him from a very risky situation. She is grateful to him. Fan wonders if this was the reason for signing the contract with Xingyi. The singer said that everything is wrong. She knew about him even then, so signing the contract was a gift. The intern decided to ask if the girl liked Lu Tao after he saved her. Then she looked at him in confusion. Does he really know anything other than the fact that the man is a first-class broker? In this case, if he hasn't heard anything, the girl will tell him everything. Jilin leaned towards the young man's ear and began to whisper, talking about Tao Tao. However, it was too quiet. Jichin asked to repeat it a little more clearly. Bai said again. And then the hero heard that it turned out that his temporary boss was actually gay. Meanwhile, Lu Tao was talking on the phone. At the mention of him, he sneezed. He was making a plan for tomorrow and told someone that they would definitely come tomorrow. The list was long. The schedule is packed from 8 in the morning to 6 in the evening. And there the man wrote something for 7:20. Tomorrow they would have a lot to do, which made me very happy. This means that even more people will recognize the singer. Suddenly, someone knocked loudly on the door. It was already very late, so someone's visit was surprising. Lu Tao puffed, not understanding who could come at such a time. For some reason, he thought about the new intern. The man opened the door and asked displeasedly, "Why the hell doesn't that guy see the closed sign?" After seeing this, the broker's eyes widened. The same blonde man stood in front of him. Mr. Shaw smugly asked what happened. Is his personal visit really that scary? Lu Tao immediately closed the doors, saying that he did not want to have anything to do with him. This action was followed by something that Tao Tao could not have expected. Mr. Shark kicked down the glass door, not caring at all about the person behind it. The broker was thrown against the front desk and fell to the floor. The fragments fell with him. Chang Tian was unhappy. Why the hell could he dare close the door in his face? But this was the first time he came to talk to someone in person. And this person, garbage, wants absolutely nothing to do with him. Tao Tao said desperately that because of Mr. Shaw, his singer Wang Yang died. That is why he will not cooperate with him. The shark better get lost. Lu Tao quickly grabbed the shard that was lying right in his hand and stood up. He swung at Mr. Shaw, intending to hurt him and escort him out of the building. The blonde did not retreat, even when they flew at him with weapons. After all, he just wants to talk about business. At that moment, it became clear why he was so fearless. He had a gun and pointed it at the broker. Chang Tian asked to listen to him. Because it was important, he has no agenda. Shark said he has a very good eye for finding new stars. The man's eyes widened. Has the blonde really come for Jilin? It was true, and if they cooperate with him, the girl will undoubtedly become a star. The broker's life will change again. He will become the most famous and will receive a lot of money. Tao Tao shouted that his singer was hurt because of the shark. He will never allow him to ruin another person. However, Mr. Shaw then put the gun away, sadly realizing that in the man's eyes he was very bad. He likes Lu Tao's ability to make money out of nothing. This can be used. If he believes him and cooperates, then Jilin will bring a lot of money. Morning came. Everyone was rushing to work or school. Some were more relaxed, while others were late. Jiken walked calmly along the sidewalk, whistling some music under his breath. Today was a beautiful day that absolutely nothing could ruin. However, suddenly a black Hummer crashed into a trash can next to the young man. Tana immediately got out of it in a tight burgundy dress. Her gaze was serious. Jichen was shocked because everything happened too quickly. He didn't expect to see his colleagues at such a time. Nana grabbed the boy by the ear and yanked him into the car to talk. After being treated so casually, Fan was a little upset and said hello. Everyone immediately started asking him where he had gone last night and why he didn't come home, but Jichen refused to talk. This is his personal matter and he cannot tell. Nana started screaming, telling him to push this personal matter very far away. The guy shouldn't forget who he is. Their target is the granddaughter of a millionaire, and Jichen is definitely not worthy of dating someone like her. The girl pushed him out of the car, saying that she would kill him if they suddenly lost the order. The guy was very upset, but she was right. The granddaughter of a millionaire deserves better. After a short but exhausting conversation, he came to work. On the way, he met Bai Zichen and they boarded the elevator. The girl was very joyful and kept her gaze on the guy for a long time. She then reached for the boy's hand, intending to interlace her fingers with him. However, Fan did not allow this to happen, roughly removing his hand. He justified this by saying that there was a camera behind them and it was better to wait to exit the elevator. Jilin reluctantly agreed, and later slowed down slightly at the exit. Surprisingly, Jichen did not wait for her, but went on his way. She asked him to stop, but he didn't listen. It was all strange. Meanwhile, the trainee agent was worried that the girl might find out about his identity. Will she like him after this? Suddenly, he noticed how two loaders were carrying their things into another elevator. Jichen approached one of them and asked where they were taking their things. However, the boss said they were moving. Therefore, you need to move things to a new place. The trainee agent was surprised. How do they move? And Lu Tao didn't tell them anything? A broker appeared behind them, saying that their old place was very creepy. He decided to find something else. Jilin was not sure because they have very little money. Tao Tao assured that this was not a problem. They now have a very influential sponsor, so there is no need to worry about money. Then they all went to the new office together. This one was much more spacious. Jichen was delighted. There was a lot of space. Renting this space is definitely not cheap. And there was even a dance hall there, which definitely couldn't help but surprise. While the heroes were looking at the new office and rejoicing, Mr. Shaw also went inside. He was glad that they liked everything and asked to contact him if anything happened. Lu Tao introduced Jilin to the president of the White Shark Company, saying that he was their sponsor and boss. Fan recognized the name of the company. After all, they were the ones who kidnapped Xu Jiao. The singer, meanwhile, promised Mr. Shaw to try her best for the company. Chang Tian complimented the girl, saying how beautiful she was, after which they shook hands and the man decided to kiss her outside. However, before he could do so, a hand was suddenly placed over his mouth. The blonde was shocked by such rudeness that he could not hold back curses towards Zikin. The trainee agent asked Mr. Shaw not to use foreign etiquette without any embarrassment. At the same moment, he was hit hard on the back of the head, calling him an idiot. Lu Tao promised that if this happens again, he will certainly be fired from his job. The shark watched as the broker forced the intern to apologize to him now. The man then decided to just end it by moving on to a more important topic. He handed Lu Tao a tablet with an article open and asked him to read it. It turned out that Jilin was on the main page of entertainment news. Apparently, the girl's voice has captivated many people, even if the performance is shown on television. The broker said that in such news, newcomers could not get on the first page. Mr. Shaw tried this. The blonde agreed, and in truth, this page can be bought for a certain amount. But the comments are the pure truth, which shows that Jilin deserves attention. Now all the conditions are prepared for it. All that remains is to create momentum. After this, it will become popular throughout the country, and of course, after that, there will be a lot of work. The girl exclaimed that Mr. Shaw could have confidence in her. She will do whatever is required of her. After some time, they went to the beach to do a photo shoot. The photographers worked diligently, asking Jilin to smile at one camera or another. The heroine posed in a swimsuit, first just standing and smiling against the backdrop of the sea. After that, she was asked to pick up an inflatable ring and take a photo with it. Then we took a closer photo of the swimsuit from the best angle. And at the end, she tucked a lock of hair behind her ear, smiling tenderly. Jikin watched everything from the car while the photographers did their job. He was not very happy with such a candid photo shoot. Why should they even do it? Lu Tao said that this is exactly what they need now. Jilin will gain even greater popularity. After this shooting, they plan to star in a youth film. There is even a kiss scene. The intern was almost crying. The modern life of a star is very cruel. Then something clicked for the boss. He asked Fan if he had really fallen in love with their Jilin. Jikin said that this was not even in his thoughts, and she would never look at him in that way. Tao nodded, and then his face became serious. He asked the young man to promise one thing. From now on, the broker wanted the trainee to protect Jilin personally, no matter where they were. Fan smiled his signature smile and said that he shouldn't worry about it. After all, he will definitely protect him from any danger, even if his life is at stake. After finishing all the filming, the group went to the outskirts of the city to relax. As it turned out, Mr. Shaw had allocated a huge mansion especially for Jilin. To prevent the crazy ending story from repeating itself, she will live in this safe place. Tao asked if the girl herself liked this place, and she answered yes. Jikin thought that if the boss knew Jilin's true identity, he would not ask her such questions. The man was happy for the singer and smiled. Late in the evening, the light was still on in one of the rooms of the mansion. Mr. Shaw's luxurious red car parked next to him. He came out with a satisfied expression on his face. He then stared out the mansion's window, the only one with a light on. The shark smiled, seeming to be about to implement some of his plans. Mr. Shaw walked up the steps of the mansion, throwing his shirt over his shoulder. He heard a sound in one of the rooms, and therefore headed there. It turned out to be a bathroom, and someone was washing inside the shower stall. As you got closer, you could see a fuzzy dark silhouette through the glass. Chang Tian looked inside for a while, but he couldn't see anything. He then licked his dry lips, finally getting ready to check on her. The blonde touched the handle to open the shower door and go in. Mr. Shark came in and invited the little girl to swim with him. However, then he saw something that he did not expect at all. This made the man stop. For some reason, what was in his soul was not Bai Jiling at all, as he had thought before. Here Jichin stood and bathed. He was very embarrassed and did not expect that Chang Tian was one of these. The intern then punched him in the face, forcing him to leave. After this incident, the whole house woke up. The lights were turned on in the living room. Shark was unhappy because the mansion was intended only for Jilin. What the hell was this trainee agent and broker Lu Tao doing here then? The singer explained that she was very worried about the crazy fans and therefore asked them to stay. The broker asked why their boss came here and in the middle of the night? He excused himself by saying that he had come simply to ask how she was doing in her new place and if she needed help. However, since everything is fine, then he needs to go. There will be an important meeting very soon. Tao Tao wished him a good night. They should see each other again in the morning. Mr. Shark turned around and prepared to walk towards the car. At that time, the trainee asked Jailing to go to bed. The girl advised Jichin to go and wash off the foam that was still clinging to his body. At these words, Shaw stopped, and Fan, on the contrary, was about to get up and go to the bathroom. Chang Tian asked, "What did the girl just say? Didn't he hear?" She repeated the request to go to the shower and wash off the foam addressed to Zichin. Mr. Shark smiled when he recognized the name and turned to the guy. He confirmed that his name was indeed that, stood up and then tensed slightly. The blonde asked if he remembered another man named Shen Yi. The sponsor turned around, revealing that it was actually his cousin. Fan's gaze hardened and he asked if his brother was feeling well. Shark said that thanks to the young man's care, he feels just fine. The hero should not worry. They will come to thank him very soon. But Jichin is a very busy person. They should find a window in his schedule to come. Jiling was a little confused, not understanding what the two were talking about, but the dialogue did not last long. Mr. Shaw left almost immediately. At such a time, surprisingly, the roads were full of cars, and in some houses the lights were on. The man was driving in his red car. His mood deteriorated. He dialed one of his subordinates, who answered within a couple of seconds. The blonde ordered him to find people for tomorrow because he had an errand. In the morning, President Shah announced that they were filming in the forest for some kind of advertising. The company was not very happy because of this they have to go to some wilderness. A film crew of 5 people was already waiting for them there. Someone held the camera, someone held the script and sound. Jilin presented an advertisement for cold green tea made from the purest mountain water, but the director didn't like anything. He kept asking us to either adjust the camera or reshoot a specific part. Lu Tao spoke to Jichin, warning him that Mr. Shah was not someone to have conflicts with. The hero smiled and assured that there was no reason to worry. He knows what he can do and what he can't do. The boss asked if Fan really knew his brother. Apparently, they had problems with that. The trainee agent talked about small graders, but that was a long time ago. You can't be so vindictive. Tao Tao noticed that this president remembers absolutely everything. It pays to be careful. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the roar of cars and the sound of brakes. Someone stopped 2 minivans here. Jichin reacted immediately, but did not see the danger. It was interesting what would happen next. A bunch of thugs with weapons on their shoulders got out of the cars. Apparently, they came to find out. The film crew was surprised because they did not invite these people to film. The leader of the gang started shouting at the director because they had taken over their territory. The man began to make excuses, saying that he had reached an agreement with everyone. Nobody told them about their identity. Then the main thug hit the old man in the face, completely breaking his glasses. The director fell to the ground straight into a puddle of mud. The group of bandits howled contentedly. They continued to say that this is their point, and in order to be on it, you need to pay. The operators started screaming, saying that they would call the police if they didn't leave. But this did not stop the head. He took one of the guys by the collar, threatening to break all his bones. Suddenly, the thug noticed movement out of the corner of his eye and turned towards Jiling. The man ordered her to come to him immediately. She was very pretty. Maybe even she could compensate for the filming permit. The singer began to scream when the bandit grabbed her hands and pulled her towards him. At that moment, Jichin ran up and kicked the offender straight in the face. The man fell to the ground. Fan took the girl behind him so that she would not get hurt. It's best for her to stand somewhere on the side and let the intern deal with them. She obeyed and moved to a safe distance. At that time, the bandits were helping the boss get up. The big man laughed. His nose was bleeding. He ordered to finish them all off. Immediately after this, Jichin was surrounded by guys with weapons. There were a lot of them. The first to swing were the 2 with a knife and reinforcement, already thinking that they would succeed. But that was not the case. The trainee agent's fist was many times faster than their attempts. With a loud crunch, Fan punched one of them in the face, and the guy's eyes lit up with rage. The second guy tried to swing again, hitting the hero on the head. Nothing came of it here either. In response, Jichin swung his knee in order to knock the thug off his feet. Then he shifted to the neck, twisted the reinforcement, and knocked the bandit down. A bald guy was already running from behind, holding a bat, shouting something. Jichin turned around abruptly on only one leg, thanks precisely to the scream. He then jumped, putting his foot forward and breaking the bat in 2. The bald bandit used his body to knock down the next one, who was also about to attack. Jiling was amazed at how tough her protector was. Lu Tao was shocked. He did not expect to see such skills at all. Fan prepared to fend off the next blows until someone came out of the forest. It was another bandit. Surprisingly, he had not participated in the fight earlier. The boy reached into his jacket and pulled out a pistol from his inner pocket. The singer noticed this out of the corner of her eye, and then the thug pointed the gun at Jichin. Jilin was terribly frightened and shouted to the hero so that he would pay attention to the danger. The young man turned his head first to Miss Bai, and then looked in the other direction. The unknown person was holding a pistol in his hands, pointed straight at his chest. Lu Tao's eyes widened and he screamed, asking the guy to stop and not shoot. However, he did not listen and, closing his eyes, as if holding a weapon for the first time, fired. Jikin focused on the weapon. He was scared, but this did not interfere with his work. Just one jerk to the side and a gunshot wound was avoided. The bandit was surprised because he did not expect such skill to be true. He remembered the customer's words that their target was a real monster that could dodge bullets. And if they can't hit him straight, then it's worth shooting at the girl. The young man with the pistol almost panicked, but he pulled himself together. Turning around, the barrel of the gun was pointed at singer Jilin. The girl didn't know how to react. Her body refused to move, fear running through her at the sight of the weapon. Jikin started shouting for the girl. He may not have time to protect her. The guy closed his eyes again and fired, afraid that he wouldn't hit. As a result, the trainee agent managed to cover the singer's body with his own. The bullet hit right in the heart. Tears streamed down Miss Bai's face as she begged the hero not to do this. But it was too late. The bandit got a taste for it, and so he shot again and again. In addition to the first bullet, he fired 5 more into his arms and legs. The roar of a car engine was heard behind the bandit with the pistol. He noticed the black Hummer too late, only when the car was a couple of meters away from him. It was not possible to escape. He was immediately shot down. The weapon flew off first, then the thug himself. The gun fell much further than expected. It fell right under Lu Tao's feet, which made the broker feel a little uneasy. Jikin was lying on the singer's lap. She cried and asked him to hold on. Tana and the third brother ran out of the car, saying that they needed to immediately take the young man to the hospital. The hero recognized Nana and smiled, glad that she was now with him. Blood started coming out of his mouth. Miss Kiao screamed at him to hold on and not dare to die. They will help him very soon. Jilin cried and asked Fan not to die. He began to lose consciousness, but his last thought before passing out was the joy that everything was fine with the singer. After some time, he was taken to the hospital and rushed to the operating room. Nana, Lu Tao, and Bai stood in the corridor in front of the door, waiting for the end. The artist was very alarmed and kept looking at the sign from above. The broker demanded answers from Tan. Who are they, and why did they come? However, she can only say that they are their friends and came to help. It turned out that Tao Tao had long noticed his trainee's abilities and surveillance. Nana was surprised, because even after this, the man continued to work with Jichin. In such a short time, they became real partners. He was a good worker. And what's more, the young man saved the life of their singer. There are no reasons for dismissal. The fact is that the broker wants to find out whether Jichin's death is real. Well, and of course, Jilin. Suddenly, third brother and Uncle Dai came over. They found out something about that gang. As it turned out, these were just street robbers. Someone hired them to eliminate Fan. But if their goal was to neutralize the trainee, then why shoot Jilin? The third brother grabbed one of the bandits, who told him everything. The employer was some kind of white shark. Nana didn't understand. Didn't White Shark sign a contract with Miss Bai? They probably knew that Jichin would protect her. That's why they shot. Lu Tao walked away from the group, and the artist asked, Where? Tao Tao replied with a wide smile that he would just go away for a while to get some air. When his agent wakes up, he will already be here. There is no reason to worry. Tana looked after the broker, as if she understood what was happening. Her gaze changed from serious to softer. It must be hard when, after the death of the first singer, another one almost dies. Jilin approached her, asking if her grandfather had hired them. Jilin asked Tan if it was her grandfather who hired them to protect her. She just smiled and said that apparently there was no point in hiding anymore. They had to do everything secretly, but now they have to leave. However, the girl said not to leave. She really needed their help. She decisively said that she would like to hire them for her business. The third brother did not understand anything. Didn't the girl want strangers to help her? Does she really want to hire them just because of Jichin? What is their mission? Jilin nodded, saying that she needed help to avenge him. She wants to catch all those who hurt him and take brutal revenge. Nana was shocked. Had she really fallen in love too? This was definitely not expected. Meanwhile, in the operating room, doctors removed bullets from the young man's body. They had never seen people with such a will to live. As many as 6 bullets were fired at him, but he was able to survive and his pulse did not have to be stabilized. Suddenly, the nurse reported that his wounds were slowly healing. It all looked like he was some kind of superhero, not an ordinary person. There was not a single soul in the parking lot, only cars of different brands. Then Mr. Shark came out to her, getting ready to go somewhere in his red car. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed movement next to him and turned his gaze there. In the distance, Jilin was approaching him. What is she doing here? She said that she had been waiting for him here for a very long time. This could not but please the man. True, Mr. Shaw didn't quite understand why exactly she was standing here waiting for him. At that moment, the singer fell into his chest and began to cry, which made the blonde confused. She could have just called instead of waiting for him here. But it didn't matter anymore. She told about the bandits who came to filming. She almost got shot. She was very scared. Jichin was shot, and the broker disappeared somewhere. The girl pressed herself against him with renewed vigor and put her hands on Chengtian's shoulders. The president tried to calm her down because next to him nothing would happen to her. He offered to take her to his yacht so they could relax in peace. Jillian refused because it was too late. She suggested going to the mansion. The blonde smiled widely. The mansion would also be suitable for him to implement his plan. Jumping into the car, they drove to the artist's personal chambers. Mr. Shaw dragged her into the room and threw her on the bed, seemingly about to carry out his plan. He didn't expect that little Jilin would be so easily accessible. She asked Chengtian to turn off the light because the girl was a little shy. He agreed and quickly turned off the light. Everything will be as she wishes. She will be with him for the first time, so he can compromise on this. A dark silhouette appeared behind Mr. Shark. Shark, which belonged to the third brother, he swung the bat and hit the man in the head. Immediately after this, the light in the room came on and illuminated the blonde's body. Tana did not expect that everything would be so simpler. It seemed to her that she would have to wait a little longer. Now their task was to call journalists, undress the guy, and show his dignity to the whole country. She wanted all the people of the city to know what a disgusting person he was. Third brother gave Uncle Dai the information and asked him to do everything. The old man agreed, only he needed to find the bag with the phone. Nana told Jilling to find ropes to tie the blonde up just in case. And the third brother got ready to go to the car. The boss hurried him, asking him to return as soon as possible. There was a noise behind her. She felt someone staring at her. It turned out that Shark did not lose consciousness. He was not so easy to fool. Meanwhile, the night shift began at the hospital and there was only one nurse at the reception. Visiting time had long ended, so the girl was very surprised when she heard an unfamiliar voice. When the nurse looked up, she saw a group of suspicious men who wanted to know where patient Jichin was. In parallel with these events, Uncle Dai sat carelessly in the car, having completed his task and waited for the return of his colleagues. The man was sure that everything was under control, so he allowed himself to relax a little and watch a funny video. Because of this, he did not see his partner approaching until the third brother knocked on the window with his bloody palm. Uncle Dai briefly examined his colleague and noted with horror that he was quite badly beaten and completely covered with bloody stains. The third brother immediately said that Shaw had deceived them and then kidnapped Jiling and Nana. The man was stunned and felt his heart swell in his chest. However, his partner reminded him that they had no time for feelings and ordered the old man to immediately go to the hospital. Uncle Dai rushed there as quickly as possible so they reached the clinic in no time. Thanks to the empty corridors, the man could quickly move around the building, realizing that people could also be sent after Jichin. As soon as Dai reached the ward, he immediately opened the doors and began calling the guy. And much to the man's surprise, Fang Zikin stood in the center of the room and asked why he had come. In addition, unconscious people were scattered around the ward and the guy, holding another one in his hands, asked who sent them. Uncle Dai still couldn't believe that everything was okay with the young man, although just a couple of hours ago he was dying. The man felt confused, and although this was to their advantage now, he was interested in who this guy was. And while Uncle Dai was comprehending what was happening, Jichin realized that these guys were sent by the White Shark Company. At this time, events began to develop rapidly in the building that belonged to the White Shark Company. Boss Cow was sitting in a darkened room when her mind began to clear up a little. The girl opened her eyes and felt that her hands were tied behind her back, and she was sitting on a wooden chair in the middle of the room. Tiana began to actively look around the visit, trying to understand where she was, and thanks to this, she saw Jingli not far from her. Unlike her, The girl was still unconscious, so the boss tried to call her to bring the girl to her senses. Miss Kiao remembered that they wanted to teach the president of the White Shark Company a lesson and guessed that he was involved in what was happening. When Tiana's eyes adjusted to the twilight, she saw another person opposite her. The girl strained her eyes and was surprised to recognize another prisoner as broker Lu Tao. At that moment, Sha Chengtian's voice came from the other side of the room, explaining to Miss Chow that a man was trying to sneak into his office. Tiana turned her gaze towards the sound and was able to see a blond man sitting at his desk with a gun in his hands. The president sounded smug as he talked about the broker's attempts to fight when he discovered him. The boss knew that she needed to stall for time, so she tried to find out Chengtian's motivation for betraying Jiling. The man stood up from his seat, taking a glass of wine with him, and as he approached, he decided to tell Tiana everything before she died. It turned out that initially, Mr. Shaw was going to make the girl a superstar so that later she would do something else for him. The president raised Jingli's face, appreciating her appearance, while he admitted that he had decided to abandon this idea. After all, the blonde learned that next to the singer there was a man who had previously hurt his cousin. At the same time as this story, Lu Tao came to his senses and despite all his injuries called Chengtian names. However, Mr. Shaw did not pay attention to this as he was engrossed in looking at Jingli's beautiful body. The man began to take off the singer's shirt and enjoyed the screams of Miss Chow, who could not stop him. Lu Tao also tried to intervene, at least verbally, to force the blonde not to touch the girl. However, Chengtian didn't care about other people's words, so he was going to do really obscene things in front of them. Tiana understood that the situation was getting out of control, but she couldn't think of anything that could change everything. President Shah began to lift the fabric of Jingli's skirt, so action had to be taken immediately. Boss Kiao decided to use her trump card and shouted that the singer was actually the granddaughter of the president of Tinlong Group. This information shocked Chengtian and made him move away from Jingli, although he did not fully believe other people's words. Tiana saw Mr. Shaw's confusion and added that the singer is the only heir to the company that now belongs to Bai Dai. Boss Kiao felt that she could regain control of the situation and reminded her that a guy would know a man's wrath if he touched his beloved granddaughter. After some time, Shaw's subordinates checked the information and reported to the president that Mr. Dai actually has a granddaughter. Chengtian looked at the girl and admitted that this time he had come across a real treasure. Moreover, after this news, the blonde understood why the aspiring singer was protected by a person like Jichin. Tiana was glad that her plan worked, and now she could afford to taunt the president. After all, the girl had leverage, because she knew for sure that Mr. Shaw would not be able to compete with Tycoon Bai Dai. Boss Kiao was sure that Chengtian would now let them go, but the man said that he had no intention of doing so. He had a smug smile on his face as he reminded Tiana how much money he could get in return for Jingli. President Shaw approached the boss and patted the top of her head, reminding her that he still had the upper hand. That's all. Because Chengtian was already in the mood to have fun that night, so now he offered Tiana to replace the singer. In response to this, the girl spat in the blonde's face, causing the young man to step back in surprise. Boss Kiao had no intention of showing her weakness and refused to obey, allowing her to maintain her dignity even in such a situation. However, such behavior of the girl only inflamed Mr. Shaw's interest, and he only noted that with Tiana, there would be no time for boredom. At that moment, one of his subordinates appeared behind Chengtian, who reported that the cameras had recorded Jichin at the main entrance. Such news shocked the young man, because just recently he had sent a group of people to the hospital to finish off the guy. The subordinate remembered this and was forced to admit that their colleagues had not been in touch for quite a long time. Boss Chow was also confused by this kind of news, but mentally hoped that Jingchen had actually come for them. The cameras didn't lie, and all the other employees of the security company were actually standing in front of the entrance to the building. However, the third brother could barely stand on his feet, which is why Uncle Dai had to support his friend. The wounded man was worried that young Fang might not be able to take on the entire organization on his own, but Jichin assured him that he was strong enough. After these words, the doors to the building opened, and the young man walked inside with a confident gait. The hall was noisy and many men continued to move closer to the main entrance. The workers of the White Shark organization humbly followed Mr. Shaw's order and planned to not allow the guy to go beyond the first floor. Jikin was greeted by dozens of pairs of eyes, and all these aggressive people separated him from the elevator. Chengtian's subordinates were confident of their victory, because they had a huge numerical superiority on their side. But they did not take into account the fact that they had to fight against an angry young man who was considered the most powerful assassin. Meanwhile, in the president's office, life continued to flow as usual, and white sharks slowly circled in their aquarium. The blonde carried Tiana and threw her onto his large wooden table, enjoying the helplessness of others. The man loomed over the girl and promised with an arrogant grin that they would start playing while his men dealt with Jichin. Boss Qiao tried to dodge the president's unpleasant touches, but her mobility was severely limited. So she waited until Mr. Shaw came closer and hit him in his most vulnerable spot. Thanks to this, Changtian jumped away from his victim and screamed in piercing pain. In addition to this, Tiana's actions seriously angered him, and in order to somehow vent his rage, the blonde hit the girl in the face. Boss Chow fainted, but the president no longer cared. He wanted to hurt her even more, so he ordered his subordinates to throw her into the shark tank. However, the company employees did not comply with the order because Jichin was able to break through the first floor and was already climbing towards them. Irritated, Mr. Shaw ordered electric guns to be taken and surrounded the elevator. But the blonde didn't know that the young man would never have driven himself into such an obvious trap. Within seconds, the bell rang, and the sign above the elevator announced arrival at the 50th floor. The doors began to slowly slide apart, revealing Fang Zichin. And at the same moment, a new confrontation began. A group of men pointed electric pistols at the bodyguard and were confident of their victory. The triggers were pulled, and the crackle of electricity could be heard in the room as the shells flew towards their target. At first glance, it was a win-win plan, but the young man easily intercepted the electrodes. And the next moment, Jichin soared into the air and took advantage of the confusion of his opponents, thanks to which he neutralized the shooters with the help of their own electrical projectiles. The remaining members of the White Shark Corporation were frozen in disbelief and tried to comprehend Zekin's strength. In turn, the bodyguard was not going to stop and continued to neutralize his opponents. Mr. Shaw watched this in shock through the surveillance cameras, and a chilling horror spread throughout his entire body. Changtian analyzed all the known abilities of the young man and assumed that he was unlucky enough to meet a member of the legendary Wild Squad. Shang Zikin quickly dealt with the remaining members of the White Shark organization and went to their president's office. The young man met Mr. Shaw's gaze and was pleased to announce that now it was his turn to engage in battle. The blonde was ready for this, so he took Boss Chow hostage and put a gun to the girl's head. Changtian looked like a madman when he laughed and shouted that he had prepared this party especially for Fan. Tiana understood the situation she was in, so she asked the bodyguard to sacrifice her to save Jilling. Suddenly, Lu Tao spoke from across the room, attracting Zekin's attention. The broker looked into the eyes of his newcomer and declared that from now on he was counting on him. The guy was ready to take on this responsibility and set himself the goal of saving all his friends. The youth pointed at Sha Chantian, telling him to retreat before it was too late and let Boss Chow go. Naturally, the president did not listen. In addition, he noted that the bodyguard in fact was not afraid of anything. The blonde's next words made Fang Zichin freeze in place because the man guessed that he was a member of the Wild Squad. Tiana had never heard of this group before, and the question came out of her mouth spontaneously. Mr. Shaw happily explained that Wild was a mercenary unit founded by one of the richest men in the world. Changtian also said that each mercenary of the group had strength superior to that of mere mortals. There were many rumors about this detachment, and one of the sources even said that 9 people once destroyed a terrorist base. To create Wild, they found potential orphans around the world to turn them into super soldiers. However, the training was extremely cruel, and many children died because they could not endure the tests. At the same time, for the survivors, there was no difference between good and evil. They were ready to do anything as long as they were paid for it. Mr. Shaw remembered how one day a tycoon interfered with his boss's business, so he hired the Wild Squad. Those people were very effective and quickly killed everyone who dared to oppose Chu Wanshan. Thus, Sanhei Group instantly became the largest and most powerful company in the city. It was because of this that Changtian could boast that he had already seen the skills of the people from Wild with his own eyes. The mercenaries amazed ordinary people by developing such speed that they could easily dodge bullets. However, this was not the most amazing talent for them, because they were not afraid of most weapons. After all, even if such a person is wounded in battle, he will recover as if nothing had happened. The president of the White Sharks managed to notice that Jichin had all these skills, so he had no doubt that this was one of the mercenaries. Tiana listened carefully to the blonde's story, and after it became clear to her why the young man was so strong. The girl was a little worried about hiring an international assassin, but that wasn't a problem at the moment. Fang Zikin pondered the words of others and came to the conclusion that there was no point in hiding the fact that he was indeed one of the mercenaries. Therefore, he admitted that he was a member of the Wild Squad, and Chung Tian felt a wave of fear. The young man told everyone present that his code name used to be Shadow, but now he was an ordinary worker. Hearing this, the president pushed the girl away and shot Jichin, shouting at him to take the bullet like an ordinary person. Thanks to this, Boss Qiao was safe, and the young man dodged the shot, starting to attack. But Cheng Tian was not so stupid as to attack a super soldier without any aces up his sleeve. Mr. Shaw was holding a bottle of unknown yellow liquid in his hands, which he threw at the young man immediately after the shot. Naturally, Fang Zikin easily stopped the flask in mid-flight, and it shattered into many pieces. But after a second, the guy felt that something was wrong and quickly looked down at his own palm. The unknown liquid began to evaporate, and the bodyguard's condition rapidly deteriorated. President Shaw laughed ominously and said that there was a strong anesthetic inside that flask. Jikin looked at the man in disbelief when he said that this dose was enough to knock out an elephant. The blonde was confident that, with the help of his cunning, he could cope even with such a strong opponent. Fan, in turn, reproached himself for falling for such an obvious trick, as if he were some kind of newbie. The young man looked straight ahead, trying to keep his consciousness and remain concentrated. But despite all his efforts, the picture blurred, and Jichin felt himself losing consciousness. Of course, Cheng Tian took advantage of his advantage and launched a frontal attack. The bodyguard was able to stop someone else's fist at the last moment, but it took a lot more strength than usual. Mr. Shaw wasted no time raising his hand with the pistol for another blow, and it hit its target, disorienting Fang Zikin even more than before. In addition, the man did not allow the enemy to take a breath and raised his leg to strike again. This attack was also successful, and the former Wild Squad member missed another blow to the head. Boss Qiao tried to divert Cheng Tian's attention to herself so that the bodyguard could recover. However, the president was too carried away by the fact that such a strong enemy was left defenseless. Mr. Shaw put all his strength into the blow, which the young man could not avoid, and it hit him in the face. Jichin fell to the floor as he did so, hitting his head hard and being unable to move for a while. The blonde felt great and praised the anesthetic, recalling out loud that he often used it on girls. Lu Tao couldn't believe his ears when Cheng Tian boasted about how obedient his victims were becoming. The president of the White Sharks noticed others' surprise and shared that he had used it on Wang Yang as well. The man reveled in his superiority and lied that he did not like to resort to such extreme measures. However, just remembering how the girl resisted to the last even under the influence of an anesthetic, a satisfied grin spread across his face. Mr. Shaw told Lu Tao how worried he was when Wang Yang could not move but was conscious. The broker felt intense pain from these words, and his whole body shook with overwhelming rage. Tao shouted at Cheng Tian, but this only amused him and helped him feel superior. Suddenly, Fang Zikin stood up from the floor and declared that he was already tired of listening to all this nonsense and was ready to end the man's life. And even though the young man's body was trembling and streams of blood were running down his face, he was ready to fight further. Of course, the former mercenary understood that he didn't have many options at the moment, but he still had one plan. Boss Qiao looked at her subordinate with concern and genuinely did not understand what he was going to do. Mr. Shaw stared at his opponent in shock, and all traces of amusement disappeared from his face. Jikin began to run towards his enemy, realizing that the only way to win was to get closer. The president opened fire and was sure that the bodyguard would not be able to dodge the bullets in this condition. Cheng Tian fired 5 times, and each hit the target, but the young man himself did not even slow down. The man realized with horror that his opponent did not even think about dodging, but it was too late to do anything. Jikin got close enough and raised his hand to retaliate, preparing to put an end to everything. The former mercenary from the Wild Squad put in all the strength available to him at the moment, and rage splashed in his eyes. Naturally, the bodyguard's fist collided with Mr. Shaw's face, causing him terrible pain. The gun fell from the president's hand, and his body went flying at great speed. Cheng Tian flew to the end of the room, and his back met the thick glass of the aquarium. The blonde's weapon landed next, and another shot rang out, caused by a strong impact on the floor. The president of the White Sharks was lucky, and the bullet penetrated the aquarium just a few centimeters from his head. Mr. Shaw was unconscious, so he did not feel the water pouring over him and the glass cracking next to him. The others looked worried at the deteriorating situation and realized that they would soon find themselves in a difficult situation. As soon as Fang Zikin said that they were unlucky that the bullet hit the aquarium, the glass cracked and a huge amount of water rushed towards them. The police arrived closer to dawn, and while the investigation was underway, they gave all the victims a blanket. Soon, her subordinates appeared next to the girl, who were very happy to see that everything was all right with their boss. Uncle Dai told her that Sha Chengtian may have survived and escaped because the police were unable to find his body. This news upset the security company because they had pretty much ruined the blonde's life, and he would probably try to take revenge on them. Boss Qiao agreed that Chengtian was a dangerous person, so she asked her boys to be careful in the future. Suddenly, the third brother noticed that Fang Zichen was not among them, and the girl pointed to the side. The men looked in the direction indicated and saw their colleague standing next to Jiling. The couple was having a serious conversation at that moment, in which the bodyguard apologized for lying to the girl from the very beginning. It was painful for Jichen to talk about it, but he told the singer that their relationship was wrong. The next moment there was a loud bang, and the young man felt his cheek begin to burn. The slap from Jilin was a surprise, but young Fan was ready to endure as many blows as he wanted if it made the girl feel better. Jikin told the brunette about this, and she grabbed his shirt, pulling the guy towards her. Tears flowed down the singer's cheeks, and she sincerely did not understand why the bodyguard was saying such things. It turned out that Jiling didn't care about the lies because the only thing she cared about was whether their love was sincere. The young man realized that he had never told the girl about his feelings, so he hastened to correct it. He felt guilty for allowing Jiling to doubt his sincerity. But he didn't have time to apologize for this because the brunette approached him and shut his mouth with a kiss. The couple hugged, and all their problems suddenly ceased to matter because together they were happy. This whole situation was closely watched by Jichen's colleagues, who could not hear their conversation, but could see that everything ended well. The third brother noted with a smile that soon the three of them would be alone again, which greatly surprised Uncle Dai. Tiana closed her eyes with humility, realizing that after the young man entered into a relationship, he was unlikely to remain in the company. Towards the evening of this day, events began to develop in one little-known and cheap motel. In a small room, a glass fell to the floor and shattered into many pieces. Standing next to the mess was the evil Mr. Shah, who believed that his subordinate could have found a better place for them. The man tried to explain to the blonde that this motel was the safest place at the moment, and they would soon go to Thailand. Of course, Chengtian understood this, but rage was boiling inside, and he wanted to take revenge on Fang Zichen. The subordinate promised that they would still have the opportunity to get even with the mercenary, as soon as they were safe. These words calmed the president of the White Sharks a little, so he released his subordinate and got ready to take a shower. Finally, Mr. Shah ordered a pretty girl to be brought to the room so that she could help him relax. Chengtian was looking forward to relaxing under the hot streams of water, but to his chagrin, only cold water was present in the hotel. However, at the moment the blonde couldn't choose, so he had to settle for a cold shower. At this time, his room remained empty, and due to the lack of people, no one was guarding him. Thanks to this, the door opened and a lonely girl, dressed in a short red dress, walked inside. Mr. Shah was still in the shower, so his companion slowly walked to the free bed. Soon, Chengtian left the bathroom, glad that he would not have to stay long in such a lousy place. He would have continued to complain about the conditions of this miserable hotel if his gaze had not caught his guest. The girl was lying on the bed, and from his angle the president could see her back, but that was enough for him. Mr. Shah hurried to the bed, delighted that the girl had a good figure. When the guy came close enough, the stranger began to move. With just a few deft movements, she threw Chengtian onto the bed and pinned him to the mattress with her body. In this position, the president was able to see the face of his guest, and he felt confusion mixed with fear. Flutter Fei sat on top, pressing her fan to someone else's throat and saying that Mr. Q asked her to convey a few words. Terror gripped Sha Chengtian's body when he heard Mr. Q's words from his colleague's lips. It turned out that their boss believed that the blonde had ruined his future, but had to give back what belonged to Wanshan. Panic began to consume all rational thoughts, and the president of the White Sharks shouted that Fei should let him go. However, the entertainment executive knew very well that Mr. Shah was constantly calling her names. Chengtian began to cry out of hopelessness, but he tried to convince Flutter Fei that if they did this to him, then they would soon do the same to her. But his colleague didn't look like the blonde, because before meeting their boss, he was famous in criminal circles, while Fei was just a dirty street beggar forced to fight for her miserable life. It was because of this that she always remembered the day when she first met Q Wanshan. The gentleman turned out to be the first person who extended his hand to her, and thereby brought light into her life. Mr. Q was like an angel who promised that Fei would never have to dig through the trash for food again, and the man kept his promise. so Flutter was ready to fulfill any of his instructions. The entertainment industry executive had just finished telling Changtian about their differences when her subordinates appeared in the room. The two girls held the beaten man Mr. Shaw in their hands and reported that they had received the necessary information. Flutterfay glanced at them and pronounced a verdict that in this case they no longer needed a man. One of the subordinates was already holding a knife at someone else's throat, so as soon as she received permission, she delivered the final blow. Mr. Shaw heard the blood pouring out and became hysterical as he desperately told Faye to stop. The head of the entertainment industry was not going to retreat, and only remembered that everyone will one day have to leave this world. The next moment, the fan at Changtian's throat swung open, and the sharp blades damaged the soft tissue. The blonde's hand hung limply, and the day came when it was Mr. Shaw's turn to give up his life. Flutterfay completed her mission and elegantly rose from the bed and left the room along with her subordinates. The rest of the world continued to exist as if nothing had happened, and another morning came. The bright rays of the sun reflected from the windows of the huge building that belonged to the Tinlong Group. Boss Chow was inside this building and apologized to President Bai for the failed mission. Tiana was returning the check they had received earlier and told the man that they were returning the full amount to the company. The girl quietly waited until the secretary took the check from her hands and was in no hurry to open her eyes. However, Mary approached and did not take the check, and instead even handed over a new credit card. The blonde told Chow that there were 5 million yuan on this card and asked him to accept it. The secretary admitted that although the security company failed the assignment, the president was impressed with their skills. Thanks to this, Tinlong Group showed a desire to hire Tiana's people to work for their company, which greatly surprised the girl. Bai Dai himself explained to her that although they did not complete the task, they still managed to show themselves as very reliable people. Boss Chow was confused, but listened carefully to everything the company president said. It turned out that the man liked Fang Zichen the most, who seemed to him a very sincere young man. Mary agreed with her boss and confirmed that they were inviting Chow's team based on their potential. The secretary saw Tiana's doubts, so she added that they give money for a reason, but so that their organization becomes stronger. Thanks to their entire conversation, the girl realized that the situation for her company ended quite well. Boss Chow bowed to Bai Dai and thanked him for his trust and support. In addition, Tiana noted that such an offer is an excellent opportunity for them. However, the girl was forced to refuse this offer, no matter how profitable it seemed. Representatives of Tinlong Group were shocked by this response because they did not expect that such a development of events was even possible. Thus, the significant meeting for the security company ended. Boss Chow walked outside and watched the huge building. Hoping that she did the right thing, people passed by without even suspecting Tiana's internal dilemma, and the girl understood that it was time to move on. In the end, she nodded to herself and convinced herself that there was nothing particularly cool about the Tinlong Group. Additionally, Mary said that they were investing in their potential, but they were missing out on Jilling and Jichen's relationship. Tiana returned to her small office. Glad that she gave up the money and did not sell her employee, Nana was confident in her abilities and sincerely believed that she could cope without such handouts. As soon as Boss Chow entered the room, she noticed that there was someone inside, although it was still too early. Tiana soon found her eyes on Fang Zichen and couldn't figure out what he was doing in the office. The girl called out to the guy, and the bodyguard greeted her with a joyful smile on his face. Boss Chow couldn't believe her eyes, although at the same time she was happy to see her best employee. Jichen threw the broom, forgetting about cleaning, and rushed towards his beloved Nana. At this time, Tiana also left all her thoughts behind and rushed to meet the guy. It seemed that now there would be a happy reunion and friends would squeeze each other in their arms. However, instead, Jichen was punched in the gut and heard his boss's angry screams. Tiana was beside herself with anger and wanted to hear what the young man was doing in the office when he was supposed to fly to Korea. After the girl calmed down a little, Fan explained that Jilin and the broker left without him. Jichen smiled awkwardly and admitted that he wouldn't be much help in Korea, so he decided to stay with the boss. Yao was worried because the couple had only recently started dating and were now facing a serious challenge. The young man admitted that he and Jiling had agreed to test their love through distance, so now nothing could be done. In addition, the White Shark organization was actively searching for Tao Tao on the second day after the kidnapping incident. Jichen knew that the broker valued the singer very much and wanted to help her become the second Wang Yang, so they flew to Korea. The young man told Tiana about the main rule that the broker had set, and it turned out that the relationship was prohibited. The last time the couple was able to see each other was at the airport, where their common fate was decided. Jilin held the guy's hand tightly and was ready to stay if it meant they could be together. In turn, Jichin admitted that he could not be such an egoist and believed that the girl should make her dreams come true. The moment of farewell was quite painful for the couple, but they promised to remain faithful to each other. The special atmosphere between them was broken by a click of the camera, and then the guys saw Lu Tao. The broker smiled tenderly at the young couple and promised that they would not part forever and that Jilin would definitely return. In the end, Jichin promised the girl that he would work hard and would definitely wait for her, after which the singer and Tao Tao went on the plane, and the young man shouted after them the last instructions. After listening to Fan's story, Boss Chow realized that Bai Dai's granddaughter went to Korea so that no one would interfere with her career. Jichin allowed himself to shed a tear and promised that he would also work harder and harder. Tiana was happy for her employee, but she was also annoyed that the young man told her about this so late. The bodyguard didn't understand why Nana lost her temper when he brought her the good news. Therefore, Boss Chow explained to the guy in all her glory that because of him they lost 5 million yuan. Be that as it may, they had to come to terms with this turn of fate and continue with the usual routine of their security company. Meanwhile, the plane was already high in the sky and rapidly approaching Korea. On board, Jiling let fatigue take over and snored peacefully in her seat, while Tao Tao next to her was looking at the photo of the guys that he took before the flight. Once again, the man stroked the image of Fang Zichen, giving in to his weakness, and a barely noticeable blush appeared on Lu Tao's cheeks, which indicated that this parting was not easy for him either. It was another sunny day and there were no signs of trouble as Jichin walked along a crowded street. He was talking on a video call and happily informed his interlocutor that the boss had bought a new phone and given the old one to him. Jilin noted that Nana was kind to the young man, so she once again asked him to work well and not think about other girls. The bodyguard laughed at this and added that he does not need to think about others when he is in love with the singer. The conversation was coming to an end, and Jichin said hello to Tao Tao, not paying attention to the noise behind him. The pink-haired girl was clearly in a hurry somewhere, which is why she was not attentive enough and ran over a stone. Awareness of the situation came to her quickly enough, but she was wearing roller skates, which did not allow her to regain her balance. The young lady put her hand forward to somehow soften the inevitable fall. Just then, Jichin heard a scream and turned around to check what was wrong. Thanks to his quick reaction, the young man managed to get close enough to the stranger and grabbed her hand. The pink-haired girl felt that her body was changing its position, but did not immediately understand what it was connected with. With the lady firmly on her feet again, she finally turned her attention to her savior. Jichin smiled at the stranger and asked if she was okay, not noticing anything strange. The girl, in turn, was fascinated by her hero, which is why it took her some time to give a meaningful answer. However, this atmosphere was destroyed when a group of guys appeared next to them and demanded that the lady be released. Fan looked at them and recognized the tallest guy as Big Bear, whom he had met before. The young man was so happy about the unexpected meeting with Jichin that he completely forgot about his original task. The pink-haired girl took advantage of the situation and begged to be saved from the traffickers. For greater persuasiveness, the stranger pressed herself against her hero's hand and said that she had just escaped from their lair. The lady used all her charm when she told the guy that those people wanted to catch her and do terrible things. Of course, Fan believed the girl, and he was filled with anger at those who engage in such abomination. Big Bear did not hear this conversation because, as if nothing had happened, he ran to meet Jichin to discuss a lot of things. And as usual, the young man did not understand anything and simply knocked out his friend with one blow. The guy fell to the ground just as the bodyguard shouted that they had nothing to talk about. At that moment, Su Yuta appeared in front of him and began to approach Fan, angry that he was preventing them from doing their job. Jichin boldly met her gaze and declared that he now understood why the boss did not get along with the behind-the-scenes head of the human trafficking company. The girl checked the well-being of her ward and irritably explained that that girl should have been under their protection. The young man remembered that the members of the security company were standing in front of him and realized that Su Yuta's words made sense. He also remembered the pink-haired girl, but when he turned around, there was no one next to him. The argument died down the moment a black car stopped next to their group. Jichin focused on the car and tried to figure out whether its appearance was related to their misunderstanding. Soon the passenger door opened, and female legs in elegant black shoes appeared from the cabin. Immediately after this, a woman appeared on the street and immediately walked towards Su Yuta. The girl called the stranger Miss Hatai and politely apologized for missing the pink-haired girl. The woman did not focus on the mistake and turned to Jichin, noting his dexterity. The young man was embarrassed when he received a compliment from such a beautiful girl and awkwardly admitted his skills. After a quick acquaintance, they ended up at the Pippi security office to discuss possible cooperation. It turned out that Miss Hite was an influential person, and she was accompanied by a huge number of guards. Boss Kiao didn't know what brought a rival company and an elegant stranger to their office. However, Tiana assumed that Jichin had gotten into trouble again during his short walk. The girl decided to immediately try to smooth things over and apologized for the possible mistake of her employee. However, Miss Heitai assured that this was a misunderstanding and Su Yutu had already clarified what was wrong. After that, the woman smiled softly at Tiana and admitted that this time she came to them for help. Thus, the security company Pippi Security has another chance to prove itself. While the negotiations were going on, Uncle Dai and third brother went to the supermarket to replenish their food supplies. The older man was glad that they were in time for the sale and got excited about the idea of taking Fan with him next time. The guys approached the office just as Miss Heitae was slowly heading to her car. The woman did not pay attention to the two men standing near the entrance to the building. But Uncle Dai managed to see Miss Heitai's appearance and realized that he knew this person. Su Yutu led her client all the way to the car and bowed politely, wishing her a good day. The car drove away from the Pippi security office, and Boss Chow was finally able to call out to her ex-girlfriend. Tiana hoped to find out who the woman was because she gave the impression of an influential person. Su Yutu said that Heitai was an entrepreneur from the United States, and her fortune was estimated at several billion. In addition, the girl ordered her ex-friend to use this opportunity, which surprised Chow. The head of Su Security was about to get into her car when Tiana finally asked why the girl told about such a good client. Su Yutu asked her ex-girlfriend not to have any illusions because she was simply satisfying the client's demands. After that, the last car drove away from the office and Jichin asked the boss if they would really take on this job. The girl was not going to throw away another good chance, so she was ready to cooperate with Miss Hetai. Uncle Dai suddenly appeared in front of them, looking unusually serious, alarming his colleagues. Their fears were not in vain, as the man abruptly announced that they could not take on the job. Everyone had a lot of questions for Uncle Dai, so they headed to the office. To begin with, they steamed some noodles for themselves and, with a delicious lunch, prepared to listen to what was the matter. It turned out that Miss Heitai's husband's name was Hei Jun, and he was a longtime mafia boss. Boss Cow knew about this, but she didn't understand why the woman would come back if her husband had been killed 20 years ago. Uncle Dai remembered that the mafia leader sent his wife abroad in advance, as if he had foreseen his failure. Feng Zikin listened to his colleague with interest, and he wondered how the man knew about everything in such detail. The third brother understood the young man's interest and said that their friend used to be the son of a famous mafioso. This information took not only the new guy by surprise, but also Boss Cow. The man was prepared to tell how everything really happened because his friend had exaggerated a little. It all started when Uncle Dai was a young guy with great promise. And he, in fact, was well acquainted with the head of the mafia, Hei Jun, no matter how strange it may seem. One day, a man came to him and told him that thanks to Dai, they were able to take over another casino. Then Jun stood in an embrace with young Miss Hetai and invited the young man to have fun with them. At that time, Dai was an advisor to the head of the mafia and developed quite a few plans for him to take over businesses. Thanks to this, Hei Jun's power was limitless because he owned more than a dozen nightclubs and bars alone. In addition, the man owned all the casinos in the city, which brought him even more profit. Soon, the head of the mafia turned his attention to real estate, with which Uncle Dai again helped him. Hei Jun's ambitions began to grow, and without noticing it, he became the Dark King of the city. And although Uncle Dai was his advisor, in fact, the young man worked for the police. Fang Zikin couldn't help but let out a surprised exclamation when he realized that his colleague was once a double agent. However, it turned out that the moment Dai collected all the necessary evidence of Hei Jun's crimes, but the man treated him like his own son, so it was hard for the young man to betray the head of the mafia. And unfortunately, Uncle Dai realized too late how stupid he was. It all ended badly because, as the proverb says, success breeds envy. Hei Jun's very existence threatened the activities of all other gangs in the city. That is why they came together to deal a fatal blow to the head of the mafia. All of Jun's henchmen were killed or went missing, and in the end, he himself was brutally killed. Uncle Dai held the body of the named father in his hands on that rainy day that became fatal. As a result, the young man was captured by the police and spent some time behind bars. From that day on, Dai constantly thought that if he had captured Jun a little earlier, he could have remained alive and would have already been released from prison. The man was glad that Hettai left this dangerous place in advance, because by that time she was already pregnant. However, the current activity of this woman could only mean one thing. She has returned to take revenge. Boss Kiao had known Uncle Dai for a long time, so she was surprised that she had never heard this story before. The third brother explained instead of his friend that he saw no point in talking about matters of the long past. Moreover, when they worked in the police together with Father Chow, they crossed paths with these people quite often. Nana was mulling over someone else's words when Uncle Dai expressed his confidence that Hettai had come well prepared. Finally, Fang Jingchen decided to join the conversation and remind him that it was too late to talk about all this. The third brother looked at the young man doubtfully and asked why he decided so, and then Tiana had to take out the check that they had already received for accepting this task. The men were amazed and were forced to admit that nothing they were saying made sense. To reassure his colleagues a little, Jichen remembered that the boss had already promised that they would find Heitai's daughter. This evening, life was in full swing in a rest house called Night Oriole. Bright spotlights of different colors illuminated the red carpet, and everyone was waiting for the owner of this place. Finally, the car arrived at the holiday home, and as soon as the woman came into view, all the employees greeted her excitedly. Du Litan walked along the red carpet with her head held high, enjoying her position. At that moment, the woman did not yet know what a wonderful evening lay ahead of her. First of all, Litan went to the office in which the control and observation post was located. There were many people in the room, and everyone made sure that the debtors could not escape. Du Litan was pleased with how their income had increased recently thanks to her prudent management. The girl looked at the gaming hall through the screen and ordered more people to be sent to the hall because there were always players who needed to borrow money. Suddenly, Litan's attention was drawn to the monitor on which the game at the 20th table was broadcast. It turned out that the girl sitting behind him had already lost a couple of million, after which the workers lent her another 500,000. As you know, such recklessness always attracts crowds of people, and this time was no exception. This unlucky player turned out to be Miss Heitai's daughter, who was used to constantly getting into trouble. The girl looked at her cards and screamed that she would never believe in the god of luck again, after which, to the amusement of all the spectators, the pink-haired girl raised the ante again. And to confirm her words, the young lady pushed a few more chips onto the playing table. The group of guys behind her were mocking their opponent, and were almost certain that luck was on their side. Soon the cards were revealed, and the dealer announced that the boys had won by 1 point. Once again during the evening, Miss Haitai's daughter lost and had a hard time accepting that with 8 points this was possible. Eventually, the pink-haired girl stood up from her seat and began to walk away amid the jeers of the crowd. However, she was unable to do this because casino workers blocked her way to the exit. The men reminded that first, the lady must return the money borrowed from them, forcing the girl to think about how she can get out of this situation. At the same time, the Pippi security team set off to find Miss Hitei's daughter. Boss Kiao showed the brunette photos of their target, asking if the one he encountered today looked like this. Fang Zikin glanced at the pink-haired lady and confirmed that she was the one he saw. It turned out that this photo was taken by Tiana's friend in Night Oriole, so it was decided to start the search from there. Uncle Dai was not happy about this news and nervously reminded the boss that this casino belongs to the San He group. At the same time, the situation in the underground casino continued to escalate. Du Litan was holding in her hands the pepper spray that had been confiscated from the young lady. The woman with a smile on her face scolded the pink-haired one for the fact that 2 assistants almost went blind when they tried to collect the debt. However, the girl did not consider herself guilty, justifying this by the fact that the men were the first to begin to behave rudely towards her. The men were furious at these words and demanded that the girl, in addition to repaying the debt, also pay their medical bills. Lu did not pay attention to the cries of her subordinates, but explained to the girl what she needed to think about before borrowing money. In addition, Litan appreciated the girl's spirit and was not going to take anything from her other than the debt with interest. The woman suggested that the young lady call her relatives to get her out of the casino. The girl said that Miss Du would be scared if she found out who her parents were, which made Litan very interested. The pink-haired girl used her trump card and said that her dad, He Huan, was the local head of the mafia 10 years ago. The woman was confused, and the girl decided that her mother was telling her the truth, that everyone would respect her when they found out who her father was. That is why the girl raised her head smugly and ordered Du Litan to let her go before it was too late. However, neither Miss Du nor her subordinates had any idea who this He Jun was, and that's when the pink-haired girl truly realized that she was in trouble. The woman handed the lady a phone and ordered her to call her loved ones and tell them to bring the required amount. After that, her assistant appeared next to Miss Du and whispered that some strangers were looking for her in the hall. This was good news for Litan, and she told the girl that someone had come for her. Hitte's daughter was not particularly happy about this and hoped that it was not her mother who was in that room now. Life in the casino continued to move at its usual pace, and each table was interested in its game. The Pippi security team went from one player to another, trying to find someone who could see their target. Soon they interviewed all the employees of the establishment, but unfortunately, no one could help them. At this moment, Miss Du appeared next to them along with the young lady, and the woman drew the team's attention to herself. The girl saw strangers and asked with interest if they could help her. As soon as Fang Zichen glanced towards the pink-haired girl, he immediately recognized her as Haite's daughter. Uncle Dai saw their target in person for the first time and was very surprised because he did not think that the girl would be so big. Boss Kiao smiled gently at the young lady and explained that Hite had sent them to take her home, and everything would have been fine, but Miss Du stopped them, reminding them that the girl couldn't just leave. Di Litan informed Pippi security about a debt of 500,000, while the pink-haired girl pretended that she did not understand how this happened. The whole team was speechless when they heard such a huge amount for them. The general mood improved when Jichen remembered the check that would cover the debt and allow them to refuse to continue working. Boss Chow doubted whether to do this, but Uncle Dai and third brother supported Fan. It was hard for Tiana to part with such opportunities and money, but she understood that they had no choice. The girl handed Miss Du a check for 500,000 and prepared to take the pink-haired girl home. But even here there were troubles, because Litan remembered that in addition to the debt, interest had to be paid. The general manager of the underground casino grinned and announced that if we counted everything together, the total amount would be 800,000. This statement plunged the team into even greater shock, since the interest was unimaginably huge. The third brother was so outraged that he set a condition for Miss Du. Either she takes 500,000 or they take the girl for nothing. Of course, for Litan this threat sounded simply ridiculous and she did not miss the opportunity to have fun. The woman asked if they wanted to take the debtor by force, and a crowd of thugs immediately appeared behind the team. In just a moment, the squad found itself surrounded, and the general manager of the underground casino reminded whose territory they were on. Miss Du pressed the hostage to her and began to turn around, inviting the guys to return a little later with the money. Boss Kiao exhaled sadly and admitted their defeat, because now Hetai herself will have to save her daughter. However, Jichen did not agree with this and called out to Miss Du, inviting her to play since they were in the casino. The woman looked over her shoulder and asked in disbelief if she had heard wrong. Fan was full of confidence and offered to bet the pink-haired girl's freedom as a reward for winning. Uncle Dai wasn't sure if this was a good idea, but the young man had already approached Boss Chow. The bodyguard asked to trust him and give him a check for 500,000 so that he could put it on the line. Fang Zichen looked into Tiana's eyes and promised that he would never lose their money. Normally, in a similar situation, Nana would definitely think logically and not allow herself to act so recklessly. But something in the young man's gaze did not allow her to refuse, so she trusted her heart. Jichen received the required amount and, looking impudently at Miss Du, again challenged her to a duel. Litan felt a wave of anticipation and enthusiastically accepted the challenge from the daring young man. Hatai's daughter watched the situation with concern and mentally noted that something was wrong with this guy. The third brother ran to the boss and tried to find out why the girl gave the check, but Tiana herself did not understand the reason for her actions. Boss Kiao regretted her decision, and the question was swirling in her head as to why she obeyed Jichen unquestioningly. The girl glanced at the culprit and felt her cheeks begin to warm and her heart began to beat faster. Meanwhile, the players took their positions near the gaming table and prepared to have a lot of fun. Miss Du was confident in her abilities, so she let Zichen choose what they would play. The general manager of the underground casino decisively listed all the most popular games and looked forward to someone else's choice. Tiana advised the young man to choose the game he plays best. But to everyone's surprise, Fan Jicheng admitted that he did not know how to play any of the games that were present in the casino. The guy put his hand in his pocket to find what he was really good at, and the next moment an ordinary coin appeared in his hand, which forced the Pippi security team to admit defeat in advance. Miss Du was disappointed in the choice of game and even asked if her opponent was joking. The young lady freaked out and started screaming at Zichen that they actually wanted to get her out of trouble. And while Boss Chow fainted from the realization of the amount of money lost, the young man reminded that in gambling, the most important thing is luck. The bodyguard reminded everyone present that playing coins is the best way to test your luck. After all, a coin has only two sides. Either you lose or you win. There is no third option. Litan was inspired by her opponent's words and decided that the coin game was suitable for her. The general manager of the underground casino took off her jacket, showing that she was taking their confrontation seriously. After which the game began, which will decide the future fate of the daughter of Miss Hete and Pippi Security. The woman sincerely believed that the choice of game did not matter, because no one had ever beaten it in her own casino. Jikin raised his hand with the coin, and with one last look at it, announced that he was throwing it away. There was a ringing sound, and the coin flew into the air, spinning in the air too quickly for human eyes. Tension hung in the air, making Fan's team especially worried. While Litan, confident in her abilities, carefully watched the coin in the air, thanks to Zikin's strength, the coin flew up several meters, but the girl did not take her eyes off it. Moreover, she jumped onto the gaming table herself, not wanting to give her opponent an advantage. The coin was just a few centimeters away from Miss Du's hand, and a victorious smile appeared on her face. However, the young man would be faster by only a few seconds, which Litan could not allow. She had to formulate a plan in the blink of an eye to prevent Zikin from getting hold of the coin. The girl threw her leg up just in time to send their target flying several meters over the top. This in turn gave Miss Lu time to try and kick Fang out of the game. This plan would have worked if Jichin had not been one of the super soldiers, because thanks to his reaction, the guy managed to evade. The coin was still spinning above their heads when it became clear that the battle for it would not be easy. The Pippi security team watched with bated breath the fight that unfolded on the gaming table. Litan tried to throw another kick, but Fan blocked it in time. The coin began to rapidly fall next to them, forcing the players to focus their attention on it. Miss Lu was again seconds away from winning when Jichin realized that he might lose. At that moment, he realized that he could not afford to treat Litan with condescension just because she was a girl. The guy saw that the body of the general manager of the underground casino was not protected and knew that this was his chance. The young man's hand rose to strike and he moved forward, intending to finish everything quickly. Miss Du felt that someone was pushing her away too late and couldn't do anything. Litan went flying beyond the table, and Jichin ended up quite close to the coin. And the next second, she was already in his hands, which meant his victory. The girl fell to the floor with a crash and realized that she had missed her chance for a 100% victory. Her subordinates were worried about their mistress's condition, but Daidi was not going to show her weakness. The pink-haired girl was amazed at her new acquaintance's skills, while the rest of the crowd couldn't believe their eyes. Uncle Dai, who had previously expressed disbelief in Fang's plan, now shouted that he had always believed in Jichin. The Pippi security team and Miss Hete's daughter were so happy that their friend won this confrontation that they forgot that this was not the end. This was why Miss Du had to sternly remind them that they were demanding a reward from her early. Fury filled the girl as she shouted that they had just caught the coin, but it was not yet clear who had won. This helped interrupt the opponent's unreasonable joy, and Miss Lu's people took the captive back to her place. Fong Zikin looked at his opponent and remembered that the one who guesses the side will win. Immediately after this, the young man looked at his hands and was going to be the first to make his choice. Litan was excited by this fact, and she tried to stop the guy, under the pretext that she should make a wish first. Boss Kiao was puzzled by this requirement and did not understand what difference it would make if the result was still the same. And then the third brother explained to her that the girl wanted to get a coin in order to be able to feel its surface. The man reminded that there are convex places on money, thanks to which you can guess the correct answer. This speech gave Tiana confidence, and she was now confident that Jichin would not lose in this game. Third brother agreed with her, but noted that the young man should not let Miss Du choose first. However, their colleague easily gave the right of choice to the head of the underground casino. The boss and third brother were stunned and shouted their disapproval towards Fang's decision. Lidian, in turn, was not particularly upset, and she even liked the fact that for the first time she would have to rely on luck. Moreover, the girl reached her heights only thanks to her high luck. The general manager of an underground casino has come to terms with the fact that she will have to rely on luck. Miss Lu listened to her intuition and publicly announced that she was choosing tails. Jichin didn't look worried and prepared to remove his hand so he could finally find out the winner. But the Pippi security team was seriously tense and prayed that Litan would make a mistake. The situation became tense, and everyone in the room waited with bated breath for the result of the game. And finally, the young man removes his hand, and everyone sees the perfectly smooth side of the coin. Mrs. Lu can't believe her eyes, and, confused, assumes that this is some kind of dirty trick. Boss Chow quickly finds himself next to Jichin and takes the unusual item from the guy. The girl spins the uneven circle in her hands and comes to the conclusion that this thing is really that same coin. Suddenly, Tiana understands what's going on and announces to everyone in the room that the coin is flattened, which means it's impossible to tell which side is which. Hetai's daughter maintains everyone's confusion, wondering how she could be crushed with her bare hands. Litan does not fully understand what is happening, but decides to try to twist the situation in his favor. However, Fang Zichin does not allow her to do this, and remembers that he previously said that a coin has only two sides. The young man smiles contentedly when he points out that there could be more results, after which he declares Miss Du a loss. The general manager of an underground casino begins to literally tremble with overwhelming rage, which worries his subordinates. Meanwhile, the guy doesn't wait for the mistress to gather her thoughts and turns around to leave as a winner. Litan has to pull herself together and stop Jichin, although he doesn't understand why he can't leave if he won their duel. Boss Cow is filled with anger as she screams for Miss Du to admit defeat, since their casino claims to be honest. Mrs. Du states to this that only decent guests are allowed to win, and not those who came to them for problems. Subordinate Litan gives the order to the thugs to teach them a lesson, and they approach the Pippi security team. Fang Zikin pushes his colleagues behind him and promises that he will deal with everyone on his own. Suddenly, a woman's voice is heard from somewhere on the side, indignant that the casino allows itself to delay the winning guests. When the figure comes to the center, it becomes clear that Miss Haitei has come to the aid of her daughter. The pink-haired girl is actually happy to see her mother, so she happily waves to her from behind Litan. Uncle Dai gets his first chance to take a closer look at Haitei, and now he has no doubts left. The gaming hall is plunged into silence as spectators try to understand what is happening and who the new participant in the conflict is. At this time, the woman approaches the Pippi security team and puts her hand on Zichin's shoulder. It turns out that the businesswoman saw everything that happened, so she praises the young man for his skills. Hetai's daughter observes her mother's actions from the outside and cannot determine how she feels about them. Finally, Mrs. Du enters into a conversation and tries to find out who the stranger is. Heitai turns his attention to Litan and notes with a grin that she is too young to talk to her. At the same time, the woman asks to give something to Chu Wanshan, which greatly surprises the general manager of the underground casino. Just at this moment, one of Miss Du's subordinates reports that a call has come from Mr. Chu and gives the girl the phone. Madame Du listens carefully to her boss, and her face becomes more serious every second. In the end, Litan replies that she understood everything and gives the order to release everyone associated with Heitai. The young lady grins smugly and walks past the general manager of the underground casino with her head held high. The girl asks how her mother knew where to look for her, and the businesswoman sternly replies that she gets into trouble every day. Heitai reminds the child that she should be careful in a new country, but she still grimaces before leaving. Miss Du, unsure of her actions, calls out to the businesswoman, handing her a check. However, the woman allows her to keep it and invites Litan to consider it a gift because from now on, they will be neighbors. Mrs. Du is completely confused and still decides to ask what this should mean. Then Heitai stops and patiently explains that from this day on, the Heshi Corporation is opening a new gaming center opposite the casino. Before leaving, the entrepreneur allowed the girl to come to them if she wanted to show herself. Litan did not say anything in response to this, but it was not easy for her to contain her displeasure. Even Fang Zikin noted the recklessness of Heitai's action, and Tiana was once again convinced that they should break off their cooperation. Immediately after that, they headed to the building opposite, which already had a sign for the Heshi Game Center. The Pippi security team stood opposite Ms. Heitai. Boss Chow stood in front of her colleagues and apologized for their refusal. Tiana reminded them that they were just a small security company that couldn't afford to work for a large corporation. The woman was not very happy with this decision and recalled that although they did not sign the papers, Boss Chow had already agreed to cooperate. Jikin intervened in the conversation and stated that they had completed their task and their deposit went to another person. In response to this, Heitai's daughter expressed her opinion that before her mother came, they did not cope with the task very well. However, the bodyguard confidently stated that he dealt with all the guards without much effort. Tiana gave him a menacing look, and the guy remembered that they were trying to get rid of the client and not the other way around. The entrepreneur admitted that she understood Chow's concerns, but her daughter needed supervision, not fighters. Another argument Heitai made was that she was not asking for help in fighting the Shanhei company. The woman expressed her confidence that they would cope with the simple mission of protecting her daughter. The young lady was also interested in Jichin, so she walked closer to him and grabbed the guy's hand. The girl smiled cheerfully and said that she only needed this young man from their company. Tiana was angered by this behavior of the pink-haired girl, and she listened with half an ear to Hetai's proposal to increase the amount of the reward. The businesswoman was too persistent, and Boss Chow made another awkward attempt to refuse. At this point, the woman began to run out of patience and asked whether Pippi Security realized what their refusal would mean. This is how Hetai resolved the issue with one sentence, and Tiana and her team were obliged to continue cooperation. The young lady immediately dragged the bodyguard along with her, promising to take him to the room and show him a lot of cool things. The rest of the team was also allowed to leave the office and everyone hurried out. At the last moment, Hetai turned to Dai, making it clear that she recognized the guy even after all these years. The man was alarmed, because during all this time he had come to the conclusion that the girl did not recognize him. However, the ex-girlfriend dispelled these doubts and promised that even if Dai becomes ashes, she will still recognize him. Soon, the Pippi security team saw a huge house in which they would now live. Jichin noted with delight that the mansion was several times larger than Jiling's, and the pink-haired one was content with someone else's admiration and confirmed that the team would live with her. The girl came forward and clarified that Pippi security would live on the staff floor because it was impossible to live on the same floor as her. But she quickly remembered her favorite and joyfully announced that Jichin would live with her. At the request of the young lady, the rest of the subordinates had already prepared everything, so the girl began to push the guy towards the house. The third brother noted with a laugh that their colleague was like a magnet for girls, which caused a wave of discontent in Tiana. Suddenly, Su Yuta's voice came from behind them, who was slightly surprised to see competitors in the mansion. Boss Chow asked what the girl and Big Bear were doing here, and it turned out that their company was also guarding Little Miss. The guy next to Su Yutu didn't pay much attention to the conversations, especially when he saw his idol. At this moment, Fang Zichin was trying to explain to the young lady that they should keep some distance. Big Bear was overjoyed and shouted that God definitely loved him since he was giving him another chance. The guy ran as fast as he could towards Jichin, hoping that this time he would never miss him. Big Bear looked crazy from the outside as he jumped straight at Fan with wild screams. The young man, in turn, was not going to find out what was going on and preferred to take aim at a potential threat. However, instead of the expected attack, his opponent fell to his knees in front of him and bowed to the ground. After which, Big Bear began to tearfully beg the master to take pity on him and take him as an apprentice. Fang Zikin watched his acquaintance in amazement and actually didn't really understand what they wanted from him. Boss Chow and third brother were also outraged by this behavior of an employee from another company. In turn, Su Yutu was even more shocked than the others and demanded an explanation from Big Bear. The young man thanked the girl for her concern, but was forced to admit that he had found a new goal in life. After which, the guy grabbed Zikin by the leg and with adoration in his voice declared that he wanted to follow him and become just as strong. The irritated bodyguard tried to throw Big Bear away, while the young lady began to admire her pet even more. Su Yutu didn't know what to do because if her strongest team member left, a lot of problems would arise. The solution came to the girl's head quite quickly, and she set herself the goal of winning Fan over to her side. At the same time, Tiana complained of another headache while the third brother laughed at what was happening. In addition, an unscheduled meeting was organized at Mr. Q's main office that evening. Among those sitting down was Miss Du, who wanted to know why she was forced to let Hetai's daughter go. In addition, Litan had to say goodbye to the security company. Although they violated the rules of her casino, Wanshan leisurely sipped his tea, listening to his ward underestimate a new player for her. Faye did not miss her opportunity to intervene in the conversation and remarked that they should listen to Mr. Q. Miss Litton didn't like Flutter very much, so she couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark towards her. In addition, Miss Du hinted that she was well aware that the girl got rid of Shaw to take his place. In turn, Faye pretended that she had nothing to do with this and was only temporarily managing the property of their friend. Finally, Q Wanshan got tired of listening to the women's bickering and began to take the meeting seriously. The man explained that their opponent was quite strong and came 100% prepared. Flutter Faye was already known to be willing to do anything for her boss and wondered if she should join the game. Mr. Q decided to reject her proposal and said that for now, they would just observe Heitai's actions. Van Shosh remained in his position due to the fact that he began to act only when a real threat appeared. Miss Du appreciated her boss's speech and mentally noted that the old man was indeed prepared for any outcome of events. Therefore, the girl decided for herself that Be that as it may, Jichin was good, and she could only hope for their future meeting. In the late afternoon, the Heitai family estate was quite quiet, with only a few lights on in the windows. There was an empty glass bottle on the table, and at first glance it was not clear what it was for. However, standing opposite her was Fan, who was looking intently towards the vessel. The young man was tense and extremely concentrated on his goal, because he was going to learn a new technique. The decisive moment came and Jichin struck, directing his energy towards the vessel. The glass bottle shook slightly, but despite this, it remained completely unharmed. Fan looked at the glass dish with disappointment and thought disappointedly that he could not succeed in this technique. The guy was ready to try again, but his plans were interrupted by a series of loud knocks on the door. And immediately after that, the ringing voice of a young lady rang through the room, demanding that the door be opened. Be that as it may, the young man was forced to open the door, although he did not understand why the girl came to him late at night. In his life, Jichin had seen a lot, but the guy was clearly not ready for what he saw. The young lady was holding a dessert in her hands, and she was dressed in a cat costume. At the same time, with an innocent look, she stated that she had prepared dinner for the guy. The girl smiled ingratiatingly at the bodyguard and brought the plate of dessert closer, offering to try the cake. Fan did not want to be alone with the pink-haired girl for a long time, so he hurried to hide in his room. At the same time, the young man apologized, but the young lady did not allow this to happen and opened the door again. The fake smile disappeared from Mrs. Face and was replaced by the threat that she would scream if she didn't get into the room. Jichin did not react to her at all, and Heitai's daughter screamed at the top of her lungs that the bodyguard was harassing her. The guy did not expect such a setup, so he automatically grabbed the girl and slammed the door behind her as quickly as possible. Fan couldn't believe that the girl would use such a dirty trick, while at the same time asking if she had thought about the possible consequences of her action. As it turned out, the young lady didn't care. On top of that, she smugly declared that the main thing was the result. Thus, the pink-haired girl achieved her goal and first made Zikin try the cake. The bodyguard was forced to obey, and soon the girl fed him the last spoonful of dessert. Satisfaction flashed in Mrs. eyes when she demanded to know whether it was delicious. The young man didn't know what to answer because he didn't like sweets. When suddenly the pink-haired girl reached out to his face to wipe away the crumbs. This was the last straw, and Jichin decided to put an end to these strange games, explaining that the girl could not stay in his room so late. Naturally, Hetai's daughter protested, arguing that Fan was her personal bodyguard and climbed onto the guy's lap. The guy again tried to set personal boundaries, but the girl was embarrassed and said that she had come for a reason. Suddenly, a coin appeared in front of Jichin's face, and at the same time, the pink-haired girl demanded to teach her the trick he had done in the casino. The young lady was impressed by the bodyguard's skills and was already dreaming of how she could deceive people in the same way. Fan was extremely annoyed that he had to endure all this for a measly coin. Miss continued to ask to teach her when there was another insistent knock on Jichin's door. Su Yutu's voice was heard from behind the door, and the bodyguard shuddered with fear that the girl would tell Hetai about his late meeting with her daughter. The pink-haired girl also didn't want her mother to know about everything, so the decision was made to hide the girl in the closet. Fang found himself at the doorway for the second time and asked with a tight smile what brought Boss Su to him at such a time. Yutu was dressed in a satin nightgown, and in her hands was a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. The girl offered to drink together, and Jichin tried to refuse, explaining that he did not know how to drink. However, this time too, his guest walked into his room, not paying much attention to the young man's words. The bodyguard hoped to stop Su Yuta, promising to get drunk after the first glass, but this did not stop his friend. Then, the guy tried to remind him that they were on a mission, but Boss Su simply hurried him to go and close the door. Jichin was forced to listen, because the girl was already pouring alcohol into glasses. Su Yutu took advantage of the loneliness and threw a powerful sleeping pill into one of the glasses. She planned to wait until the young man fell asleep, and then take a photo of them topless and show it to Tiana. Yutu knew the character of her ex-girlfriend very well, and therefore was sure that Chao would throw Jingchen out of work. Thanks to this, the girl could take advantage of the moment and pick up Fan, thereby keeping Big Bear next to her. Boss Su was already anticipating her success, thanks to which the bodyguard noticed the strange behavior of her acquaintance. However, Yutu changed the subject, assuring her victim that everything was fine and she was simply minding her own business. The girl handed Jichin a glass of sleeping pills and promised that after drinking 1 glass she would immediately leave. The guy looked at his glass and reluctantly agreed to drink it, hoping to quickly deal with the unexpected guests. Fang began to drink wine, not paying attention to the fact that Su Yutu did not drink his wine, but only watched him contentedly. The bodyguard drank his glass in one gulp and demanded that Boss Su fulfill her part of their agreement. And just at that moment, there was a knock on Ji-chen's door for the third time in one evening. Only now, Boss Chow was standing in the corridor, which only made Utah happy, since her plan could have worked even without photographs. Tiana stood in the hallway and knocked insistently, while simultaneously asking Zikan to open the door. The young man felt a new wave of confusion and fear, trying to figure out what his boss needed from him so late in the evening. Su Yutu wasted no time and took advantage of the situation as she moaned a very ambiguous phrase quite loudly. In an instant, Fan realized that he needed to act and not let the girl give away her presence. The guy apologized to Yutu in advance and knocked her out with one precise blow to the back of the head. Meanwhile, Tiana listened to the sounds and asked through the door if Ji-chen was with some woman. Just at this moment, the bodyguard finally opened the door and caught Boss Chiao off guard. Surprisingly, of all the unexpected guests, the one who appeared on Fan's doorstep was the one he was actually glad to see. The young man asked his boss if he needed anything from him. Tiana looked away embarrassed and admitted that she had come to ask about something. For the first time that evening, Ji-chen breathed a sigh of relief and even managed to relax a little. But Boss Chow didn't stay in the threshold either. And while the guy was lost in his thoughts, the girl walked into the room. Tiana noted that Fan's room was larger than hers, to which the bodyguard, a little nervously, suggested that they switch rooms. And at that moment, he looked at the closet and sincerely hoped that the young miss had not betrayed their secret. In a hurry, Ji-chen couldn't think of anything better than to put Su Yuta's unconscious body in the closet. Hatai's daughter found herself pressed close to the girl and remembered that she always wanted to know what she felt like. The pink-haired girl decided to take advantage of the opportunity because Boss Su was an ideal specimen for such checks, after which the young lady was delighted with the new sensations and realized that it was not in vain that she decided to come to visit Fan. At the same time, the unsuspecting Tiana admitted that she had not come to change rooms. Boss Chow looked at her colleague hesitantly and remembered that she hired Zichen without asking anything about his background. The girl looked into the young man's eyes and asked if he could tell her everything. As his boss and friend, the bodyguard took the question seriously and said that he himself should have taken the initiative and explained everything. The young man was ready to tell Tiana everything, but warned in advance that the story would not be quick. Ji-chen delved into his earliest memories and began the story by saying that he was in fact not fully Chinese. His father was from Huaxia and met Fan's mother while doing business in Vietnam, where they started a family. At that time, the political situation in the country was turbulent. Government troops and rebel forces often fought, affecting civilians in the process. It just so happened that the Fang family's house was one of those that suffered from this conflict. That night, an explosion was suddenly heard. Then the fire left the guy with neither his home nor his mom or dad. In an instant, the boy was left completely alone and ended up in a hospital bed. Ji-chen remembered very vividly how he jumped out of bed for the first time after the accident and at first could only open one eye. Having caught his breath a little, he managed to open the second one, but Fan was scared and disoriented. The child looked around the small room in which he woke up and realized that this place was unfamiliar to him. Just at that moment, a man appeared at the door and startled Ji-chen slightly as he rejoiced at his awakening. Standing next to the stranger was a boy about the same age as Fan, who said that he had been unconscious for 3 days. At first, the child did not attach much importance to this, and he was more interested in who was standing in front of him. Then a boy his age said that his name was Moni, and then told him that they were in the church. In addition, the new acquaintance explained that his father was standing next to him, who saved Ji-chen from the rubble. Little Fan heard about the wreckage and images from the fire began to flash in his thoughts, thanks to which the boy remembered everything. Tears appeared in his eyes, and a second question was asked, which was addressed to his savior. Ji-chen wanted to know what happened to the parents, but the father first sat down with the child and asked him not to be sad. And then he tried to convey to the young boy the idea that his parents would be glad that their baby survived. It later turned out that when my father was young, he saved a lot of money and was able to found an organization of mercenaries. At that time, it was not yet called Wild. The organization was always there where there was an unjust war. After Ji-chen was rescued from the rubble, the boy also began to live in his father's church orphanage, since he was left an orphan. The priest collected lonely children, so there were quite a lot of children in the orphanage. The father not only gave life to his students, but also taught them the skills and knowledge of survival. All the children trained hard because having been left orphans, They could only rely on themselves in the future. With the help of his organization, my father was able to solve the terrorist crisis for the Vietnamese government. However, after this happened, the man wanted to leave Vietnam and was just heading to the helicopter. Jichin ran with all his might after his father and Moni, calling out to them to wait for him for a moment. Young Fan knew that the priest would soon leave the country, but he was not prepared for this to happen so soon. Moni, instead of his father, explained that terrorists had appeared in Africa and were provoking unrest, so his father was sent to personally command a detachment to pacify them. The priest reminded the young man that there were other instructors in the church from whom he could always ask for help. However, Jichin already knew this, but he followed his father to ask to take him with him on this mission. The man did not expect to hear such a request from Fan and tried to convince the guy. The father tried to convey to the brunette that the place where they were going was a real hell on earth, and after this mission, Jichin would never return to his past life. The young man replied that he understood the importance of the work his father was doing, and as long as there were wars on Earth, the man would not stop. But at the same time, the brunette stated that as long as he could fight for his father's ideals, he was not afraid of death. These words sounded like a bolt from the blue to the priest, and he realized how he had underestimated the boy. Moni appreciated Jichin's stubbornness and shared with the man his thoughts that it was better to take the boy with him. Young Fan was determined and vowed that he would never let his father and their ideals down. Ultimately, the priest was forced to give up and allow one of his followers to go with them. The brunette was given one condition, which was that he would have to undergo even more rigorous training. Jichin was not afraid of difficulties, so he agreed without any problems and became a member of the mercenary organization. After Tiana listened to this story, she concluded that they were more like a legion of justice. However, Boss Kiao was seriously concerned about how they turned from such an organization into hired killers. The brunette tried to answer this question, but felt a sudden surge of weakness. The young man's eyelids became heavy and the picture before his eyes swam. In addition, Tiana's words sounded unintelligible. The guy began to actively rub his eyes and assumed that he was sleepy due to the alcohol he had drunk. The young man was distracted from these thoughts and looking up, noticed something unusual. Sitting right in front of him was his beloved Jeline, who asked how Jichin was feeling. Fan was so happy to see his dear man that he didn't even pay attention to the unreality of what was happening. In the real world, Tiana was still standing in front of the young man, who did not understand why the brunette grabbed her hand so sharply. She tried to bring the guy to his senses, but the bodyguard continued to see his beloved in her. Soon the hallucination became so strong that Jichin stopped hearing the boss's real remarks. Fan was overwhelmed with joy from meeting Jilling and began to reach out to kiss his girlfriend. And this made Tiana start to panic and at the same time get angry at her colleague for such a drastic change in behavior. The girl raised her hand to fight back and shouted that she was actually not one of the easy-to-reach ladies. However, Boss Kiao failed to complete her plan as the young man easily grabbed her hand. And at this time, Jichin saw Jilling in front of him, who had nothing against his advances. The brunette was fascinated by the beauty of the singer and, due to the long separation, wanted to be as close to her as possible. Thus, Tiana was pinned to the bed and could not even tear her wrist out of someone else's grip. Tiana was seized with panic. She screamed and struggled, trying to reason with her colleague. But to her regret, nothing came of it, and the brunette was still acting while under the influence of some kind of drug. Jichin looked straight into the girl's eyes and confessed his love to her, and then asked her not to leave Tao Tao again. It was at this moment that Boss Kiao realized that Fan was mistaking her for singer Jiling. And so the intoxicated bodyguard again reached out to her to kiss his beloved. This made Tiana resist even more actively, because she most of all did not want to stop with an ordinary replacement. Suddenly, a pink-haired girl appeared behind Jichin and, in an attempt to save Chao, stunned the guy with a hanger. Hatai's daughter, with tears in her eyes, tried to shout to Brother Chen and explain what was really happening. The blow with the hanger helped distract the brunette's attention from the boss, but the young lady still continued to shake in fear. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense as the super soldier turned his furious gaze towards the little miss. The young man clearly did not realize what he was doing when he grabbed the child by the neck and lifted him into the air. In a matter of seconds, Hetai's daughter found herself pinned against the closet by her own personal bodyguard. The girl could hardly speak and was beginning to run out of air, but she continued to try to reach the furious Fan. Through her tears, the young lady continued to remind Brother Jichin that everything is not as it seems, and in front of him is the one he must protect. However, the guy was too deep in the hallucination, and this became clear when he said Sha Chengtian's name. In the mind of the super soldier, the leader of the White Sharks stood in front of him, calling for him to be killed in order to protect the people he loved. Miss He's eyes began to close and her consciousness slowly but surely left her, and Fan clearly had no intention of stopping. Boss Qiao decided to take brave measures. She ran up behind her colleague and hugged him tightly, holding him close to her. The girl knew that the chances of success were slim, but it was the only thing she could do to save the little lady's life. Tiana asked Jichin to leave the girl alone and promised that she would stay with him that night. The young man again perceived his boss as his girlfriend and was ready to fulfill any of her requests. The hand on Hetai's daughter's neck loosened, and the unconscious girl slid to the floor. Meanwhile, Jichin did not pay any attention to her and carried the desperate boss Qiao to the bed. As soon as they reached their destination, the guy carefully lowered the girl onto the pillow. Tiana didn't know what happened to her friend, and the whole situation made tears accumulate in the corners of her eyes. Although right in front of her there was a man whom she liked and he looked the happiest in this world. Fang Zikin undressed himself and took off all the extra clothes from his partner, and all that Qiao could do was lie silently, allowing his body to become part of someone else's fantasy. Tears rolled down her cheeks, and the thought was spinning in her head that even so, now she was not in his heart. The next morning, a trial began in the huge mansion between everyone who was in Jichin's room that night. Su Yutu carefully looked at the bottle of pills that she had slipped into the bodyguard's wine, and she admitted that instead of a sleeping pill, she accidentally gave the young man a special Indian magic potion. Tiana was beside herself with rage. She shook the girl by the collar of her shirt, reminding her that because of her, the bodyguard almost killed the young miss. The little lady was not angry with Jichin, but blamed Su Yuta for the way she acted. Boss Su sincerely regretted her actions and admitted that she didn't expect this, but at the same time, she didn't understand why Tiana stayed with him. It was difficult for Qiao to talk about this, but she reminded her ex-friend that her friend had lost touch with reality. Yuta felt guilty when she learned that Jichin considered young Miss He to be his enemy. And although at the moment the guy was sleeping peacefully, it was obvious that under the influence of the drug he could easily kill the child. The young lady looked at the bruises on her neck and admitted that just remembering that moment made her feel scared. Tiana looked at the culprit with contempt, holding back tears with difficulty, and said that if she had not acted, the girl would already be dead. Su Yutu begged for forgiveness, because her plan was completely different and she really did not want such an outcome. However, Nana did not want an apology. She demanded that she pay half of the profits from the Tu Su security company. The culprit tried to reduce the amount with a pitiful look, but Tiana had to go through too much that night for her to make concessions. Miss? He intervened in the conversation, but she felt extremely unsure and did not know how best to ask. But in the end, she gathered her courage and excitedly asked if this was her first time. The girl became embarrassed again, and the memories of last night brought tears to her eyes again. Boss Qiao's patience ran out, and to put an end to this whole story, she shouted to the whole mansion that it was none of their business. By lunchtime, the security company Pippi Security, the head of Tusu Security, and daughter Hetai were ready to continue their normal lives. Su Yutu opened the young lady's car door and asked her to get in the car so they could head out. But to everyone's surprise, he refused to go with the girl and said that she would only go with her sister Nana and brother Jichin. Boss Su was confused when she received such an answer, because according to Mrs. Heitai's instructions, the girl was supposed to ride with her in the car. Uncle Dai didn't see any problem with the young lady getting into their car, although third brother didn't really want to break the agreement. In any case, the consent of her mother's old friend was enough for the lady. The girl sincerely smiled at the man and awarded him the title of the best uncle, which made him laugh. Having made their choice, everyone moved towards the cars, and at that moment Fan noticed something strange. Ahead of him, Tiana walked arm in arm with her daughter Hetai, but there was something unusual in her gait. The girl's legs trembled noticeably with every step as she listened carefully to her mistress's plans. This observation puzzled Fan, and he mentally ran through the possibilities of how such a change could occur overnight. After everyone took their places, the cars started moving and soon left the territory of the mansion. SUVs appeared on the main road, and a few meters from the turn there was a parked car. The car did not attract much attention, and none of the bodyguards paid any attention to it. And this was a big mistake since Dulatan herself and her subordinates were sitting in the salon. And as soon as the main manager of the underground casino saw that they had left, she ordered them to go after them. Thus, even in the busy traffic, he found herself under the surveillance of her mother's competitors. Meanwhile, in the interior of the Pippi security work car, the young lady and Tiana were actively discussing new clothing collections. The lady wanted to please Boss Chow, so they planned to go out and eat something delicious after shopping. Uncle Dai overheard their conversation and turned to the girls with a bag of chips in his hands, offering them a little snack. Hatai's daughter happily took the chips and was surprised that the man knew her favorite brand of snacks. The man admitted that he didn't really know, but it just so happened that Dai also loved this brand. Miss? He remembered that these chips were only sold in the United States, and she wondered where her uncle got them. And while the man was having a nice conversation with the girl, the third brother felt a little uncomfortable with how much his colleague was trying to please this child. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a sudden movement ahead and turned his attention to the road. The driver saw a truck fly out in front of them and realized that he needed to start braking as quickly as possible. The third brother did just that, not caring that the braking would be abrupt because their lives were at stake. There was a loud squeal of tires, but the car still avoided a collision with an obstacle stopped in front of them. Jikin and the girls felt a sharp jerk forward. Nana took care to hold the mistress. Boss Sue was driving behind them, so she was also forced to stop, but she didn't see what happened in front. The girl asked her colleagues about this through the window, and the next second, out of nowhere, cars began to appear. Tiana noticed that a circle of cars had formed around them and asked the driver what was going on. The third brother was the first to realize that they were being surrounded, so he quickly answered the boss's question. Aggressive and imposing men with hammers in their hands are approaching the car from all sides. Some of the bandits have an iron bat in their hands, but they are all determined to destroy the car in which the lady is located. The first blow of a huge iron hammer hits the windshield and a deafening sound echoes throughout the street. The third brother intuitively covers his face as cobweb-like cracks spread across the glass in front of him. The blows continue to rain down on the car from all sides, and Nana holds the frightened Miss E. He close to her. Suddenly, one of the attackers opens the door and wants to get the defenseless girls out of the salon. But his intentions are not destined to come true, as the gangster's face meets Jichin's fist. This is followed by a crunch of bones, and then the scoundrel flies off several meters under the surprised gaze of his friend. But this bandit also has no chance of salvation, because a second later Fan appears in front of him. The young man makes one hit, and this is enough to take the attacker out of the game. The rest of the crowd notices this fight and begins to tell each other that the brunette is something to be wary of. The third brother also leaves the car, and they decide that Jijin will lead them out of the encirclement by force, while the others protect the lady. The super soldier is confident in his abilities, so he asks the others to follow him. Miss. He tries not to panic and feels better when the security company is near her. All the bodyguards work together and do not allow any of the bandits to even get close to Hetai's daughter. There are much more opponents and they are all armed, so the skirmish begins to attract the attention of ordinary people. Drivers get out of their cars and watch in horror at the chaos unfolding ahead. One of the witnesses quickly finds his bearings and dials the police number to report people with weapons. But he doesn't have time to call for help because an authoritative female voice is heard behind him. Du Leighton points a gun at the poor guy and gives him a condition: either hang up or get shot. Thus, the bodyguards can only rely on themselves, and the third brother skillfully deals with enemies with the help of a baton. Su Yu too at the same time incapacitates opponents using exclusively his hand-to-hand combat skills. Of course, the super soldier is the most effective on the battlefield, and he manages to finish off his enemies in one blow. The bandits are trying their best to take him out of the game, and at some point, one of them gets dangerously close. But Xingqian's rear is covered by his new student, who will not allow him to defeat the master with vile tricks. Fan reminds Big Bear that he did not take him on as a student, but the brown-haired boy still decided to follow the super soldier. The situation is heating up, and Boss Chow asks the young man to figure out how to get them out as quickly as possible. Du Leighton stands a short distance from the epicenter of the battle and watches with pleasure the work of his thugs. The general manager of the underground casino decides that he has intimidated Hetai enough, so he calls off his guys. However, it takes time to convey the order to the huge crowd, so they continue to advance. Suddenly, more people with firearms appear behind the main group of attackers. Leighton peers at their silhouettes, and it seems to her that these people are not part of her platoon. 3 girls dressed in purple tones and each with a mask on their face, and in their hands various types of weapons. Miss Du's closest subordinate notes with confusion that she doesn't remember these people. At this time, Leighton's platoon hears some noise behind them and some turn around to see what's going on. They come across strangers who tell them that someone has sent them to help them. Immediately after this, The girls take aim at the crowd and release their guns. And a second after that, all three pull the trigger and the air fills with bullets. The thugs panic and are unable to dodge a direct hit from several shots at once. Jikin and his student turn towards the sound, and what they see shocks the guys. So at first, it is difficult for them to understand what is happening. The shooting does not subside, and the girls are taking more and more lives. Soon the bandits who were closest to Miss He also come under attack, and the bodyguards try to hide the girl. Jikin asks Tiana for permission to go and deal with the shooters, but the boss decides not to risk it. Du Leighton watches what is happening in horror and comes to her with a crazy guess who these people are working for. Almost the entire platoon of Mrs. Du is destroyed when one of the girls picks up a grenade. The remaining thugs are simply trying to escape, so Fan has to push them aside to intervene. The super soldier sees something green in the sky and realizes that it is flying towards the young lady. The young man stops and tries to take a closer look to understand what exactly is in the air. It takes him a few seconds to identify the grenade, and Jichin decides to disarm such a dangerous weapon. The brunette pushes off the ground and flies high into the air to gain at least some advantage. While jumping, Zikin meets the grenade with a kick and sends it as high into the sky as possible. The super soldier lands on the ground and a grenade explodes above him at a safe distance. Miss Du's people are horrified and don't understand how the mission to intimidate people ended in a mass shooting. Tiana snatches Latan's name from the crowd and realizes that they are most likely facing the woman's people from the casino. The girls in purple notice Jichin and one of them orders him to be killed since he caused such a commotion. Fan does not intend to let any of the three go, so he quickly approaches the armed people. The young man runs up close enough, and the shooters can clearly see the new enemy. The first girl takes Zikin at gunpoint and screams with full confidence for the guy to say goodbye to his life. But she never has time to shoot, because Fan is nearby in the blink of an eye and intercepts someone else's weapon. The shooter can barely keep up with the super soldier's movements and aloud notes his amazing speed, and he sees a fist in front of his face, but understands perfectly well that he will not be able to dodge it. The girl misses the blow, and her mask crumbles right on her face, and the girl herself loses consciousness. The first one is finished, but there are two more girls in purple standing on the left who decide to open fire. Except Jichin was prepared for this, and he uses the retired shooter's weapon to attack. The machine gun hits the second girl on the bridge of her nose at great speed, and she also drops out of the fight. There is only one shooter left, who is already shooting at the super soldier from two pistols at once. Bullets fly through the air at crazy speed, but the bodyguard moves even faster. The girl mentally wonders why not a single bullet hits the target, and the next moment, Jichin jumps into the air, and in a split second he is above the shooter. The leg flies at the girl, but she only manages to raise her head and see what is happening. And the next moment, she is faced with a kick of simply stunning force. And like the previous two girls on her team, the opponent falls back to the ground. And so, in just a few minutes, Fan neutralized the most dangerous trio of the entire brawl. Tiana notes that such power scares even her, but Miss He is again delighted with Zikin's abilities. However, the super soldier relaxed too quickly because he decided that the battle was over. And when the noise of the engine attracts his attention, the guy looks around and notices a new threat. Fan realizes that he needs to leave, but this time the car is faster. The super soldier finds himself directly in the path of a car, which hits him at full speed. The young man flies back, receiving quite serious injuries, and if he were an ordinary person, he would hardly get up on his own. Boss Chow sees this scene from afar and calls out to Zichin in horror, but it is too late. For the first time in this battle, the super soldier was sent flying and missed a hit altogether. The young man falls onto the road and drives along it, receiving additional micro-injuries. The car stops and the driver's door slowly swings open. A woman's leg in a red boot with a rather high stiletto heel appears from the car. Jakin finds the strength to stand up, even as a trickle of blood drips from his mouth. The guy sees his new opponent, who, unlike him, is in perfect physical condition. The stranger also has purple in her wardrobe, and her face is covered with a mask. She admits that she originally just wanted to come to Moe, but did not expect to meet such a master. The woman examines the super soldier and happily notes that today she will have to stretch her muscles. The stranger puts her hand with sharp nails forward, calling on the guy to start a duel. At this moment, the third brother appears next to Fan, who quickly inquires about his colleague's condition. The young man admits that he broke several bones, but his internal organs were not damaged. The man becomes enraged and wants to teach the impudent woman a lesson with his baton, so he rushes to attack. The girl looks down on the third brother and ridicules his attitude as he approaches. The ex-cop was aiming for the head, but the stranger leans back, showing good flexibility. The man decides that he will not stand on ceremony with her and will definitely hit her next time. Only the stranger had already raised her leg to deliver her own blow. The heel on her boot turns out to be a well-sharpened weapon and is separated from the third brother's chin by several centimeters. Jichin manages to come to the rescue and pushes his colleague away from the fatal blow. The brunette's condition leaves much to be desired, but he understands that he is the only one who can cope with her. The guy declares that only he will be her opponent, while the girl jumps back and gracefully straightens up. Initially, the stranger showed interest exclusively in Jichin, so she easily agrees to these conditions. The third brother tries to dissuade his colleague by reminding him about his injuries, but Fan emphasizes that their new opponent is a real master. The rest of the security company appears a little behind the brunette by this point. Boss Chow believes in the guy and confidently tells him that after he wins, they will definitely all go shopping together. The super soldier is glad that he doesn't have to argue with Tiana, so he promises that he will finish everything quickly. The stranger got tired of the chatter and rushed to the attack, promising that the guy wouldn't have to suffer for long. Jichin jumps into a retaliatory attack, and everyone watches the battle that has begun with bated breath. The brunette underestimated the stranger's sharp nails, which she uses as a weapon and wounds Fan's cheek with them. The young man wants to end this battle in one blow, so he puts all his power into his fist. The girl doesn't even try to dodge, and the blow lands right on target, which initially pleases Jichin, but soon he feels that the enemy's body under his fist is behaving strangely and seems to be collapsing. The super soldier is lost and cannot understand why someone else's body feels like cotton to the touch. As you know, in a fight, a second's delay can end fatally, and the stranger will again aim her nails at the guy. A few quick swipes and Jichin feels his clothes tearing and his skin starting to bleed. The young man falls to the ground and his colleagues have a view of the super soldier's new wounds. Miss? He is terrified, as his uncle Dai, but no one knows what to do or how to help in this situation. Big Bear wants to intervene in the fight, but Su Yutu stops him, convincing him that he is going to certain death. Tiana worries about Jingchen and realizes that this is the first time she has seen such a painful expression on this guy's face. Meanwhile, the super soldier runs to the attack again because he is not going to let his team down, and this time he manages to knock the stranger off her feet, thanks to which the advantage in the battle goes to him. Jichin tightly grasps the girl's body and is glad that he was able to catch her after all. His strength is running out and the young man cannot continue to lose, so he decides on a serious attack. Fan puts so much force into it that the asphalt under his boots breaks and holes form. The super soldier begins to perform a deflection throw, and from the outside, it seems that victory is in his pocket. Big Bear gets excited and has a happy smile on his face as he is convinced that the reception will go as planned. The girl appreciates Jichin's dirty play since he decided to throw her over his back. But she doesn't plan to let him finish, so she digs her nails into Fan's back. Pain permeates the young man's entire body, and a cry of pain breaks out of his mouth on its own. Due to an insidious blow to the back, the super soldier loosens his grip, releasing the enemy from his grasp. The stranger claims that the young man relies too much on his body, and this makes him weak. At the end, the girl reprimands him because Fan ignores the techniques. And the next moment, both hands dig their nails deep into the brunette's back. The guy doesn't understand what his opponent is up to, but he feels terrible pain when the girl turns her nails into him. The stranger swings her hand and sends Jichin on another flight, which is very painful for the master's friends to watch, especially when it falls to the ground with a terrible sound, breaking the asphalt beneath it. Uncle Dai is amazed at the girl's strength, and Tiana rushes to intervene in the battle and help in some way. One of the shooters comes to her senses and advises her boss to leave before reinforcements arrive. Cal runs as fast as he can towards the brunette to stop him, but Fan decides that he must end the fight. Jichin becomes enraged and promises that he will not lose to the stranger, despite his injuries. The girl was about to leave, but watching how an interesting guy approaches her, she decides to stay. After all, she thinks that if Fang is released alive now, he might become a problem for Mr. Chu in the future. The stranger raises one hand and lines it up in one position, deciding to finish with a special blow. So the second hand flies into the air, and a glow appears around its wrists. By the time Jichin approaches, the girl is already ready to repel his blow and put an end to their battle. The super soldier does not build any strategy and puts all the emphasis on the force of the blow. Tiana calls out to him with all her might, hoping to stop him from doing a thoughtless act, but it is too late. The first blow is reflected, and the stranger approaches one step closer to the young man's body. After this, she puts her hand forward and concentrates the force in the center of her palm. Fan is unable to defend or dodge, so his chest takes another hit. He believes that this will give him an advantage and allow him to deliver the decisive blow. And this time, Jichen's fist actually hits the target, which gives him reason to think that everything was not in vain. However, someone else's body again collapses under the fist, as if incapable of feeling pain. Although the stranger still notes out loud that it was a very good blow from the super soldier, after which the girl's body returns to its original position, and the force of the blow returns to Fan. The phalanges of the fingers from a shockwave of such force begin to crack, which takes away the young man's ability to fight. Zichen's face is distorted with pain, and he sadly realizes that the next blow did not hit the enemy at all. Big Bear can't believe his eyes and asks in shock how someone as strong as the master can lose. The stranger advances again and publicly declares that the games are over, and this blow will decide everything. The girl quickly approaches Fan, in full confidence that she will destroy the young man. Another series of blows lands all over Jichen's body, and he can't even defend himself. The super soldier's body takes hits at breakneck speed, and each one makes the situation worse. The ribs were already broken, and after a series of blows to weak points, they broke completely. Some bones still hit the internal organs, and the guy, coughing up blood, flies back. This time, not only Boss Chow runs to his aid, but also the worried Uncle Dai. The girl raises her hand for the decisive blow, and no one is able to do anything to stop it. The stranger delivers the final blow with terrifying force to the heart area. This technique is so powerful that the shockwave travels through Jichen's entire body. And then the super soldier himself flies back at great speed, flying past Tiana. The girl barely holds back her tears when she manages to catch a glimpse of the state the brunette is in. The truck sitting in the middle of the road finally comes to its aid as Fan's body comes to rest against the container. The metal bent so much from the impact that the young man simply hung above the ground. Jichen looks terrible, but he is still breathing, which means he still has a chance to survive. The ex-cops are the first to reach their colleague, but they don't know what to do. Boss Chow once again runs as fast as he can after Fang Zichen, not paying attention to anything around him. When the girl almost reaches her goal, a stranger suddenly appears behind her. However, at the same moment, shots begin to sound, which do not allow them to finish off the super soldier. One of the shots hits the attacker in the shoulder, and this distracts her from the boy. The stranger turns around and finds the person who dared to shoot at her, and it turns out to be Du Litan. Moreover, the girl does not stop there and continues to shoot at her new enemy. But the rest of the shots do not end so well, because they became expected and the master manages to dodge. Miss Du, with irritation, accepts the fact that she missed, and could not properly teach the impudent girl a lesson. The shot stranger is angry and promises that no one will leave here today. Meanwhile, Boss Chow examines Zichen and asks how he is feeling. The young man replies that he is fine, although it is obvious to everyone around him that this is not the case. And then Fan leans a little towards Tiana and asks her not to tell anyone that he was beaten. The girl easily agrees to fulfill this request and then shouts to the former police officers to immediately take him to the hospital. Su Yutu witnessed Miss Du participating in this fight, so she stops the woman. The girl is confused and tries to understand whether the stranger and Lighten shouldn't be together. The general manager of the underground casino turns around and explains that she only wanted to scare them. But this girl was going to finish off Jichen, so they have different goals. Before leaving, Miss Du advises Su Yu and the others to be careful. After this battle, Litan goes to the meeting room to meet with Mr. Q. The girl bursts into the office and calls Chu Wanshan to find out if he is connected with this prank. Miss Du is filled with irritation and anger when she sees that the old man is not alone at the table. Mr. Q first greets the general manager of the underground casino neutrally. Litan's gaze falls on Flutter Fei, who is sitting next to their boss and covering her smile with a fan. Miss Du is trying to be discreet, but she wants to know why Fei allowed herself to interfere today. It turns out that Flutter managed to tell Mr. Wanshan her version of events earlier. The man suggested to the general manager of the underground casino not to make a mountain out of a mountain, and the girl felt confused. She tried to say something, but Mr. Q angrily ordered her to stop any attempts to bring up the topic. Wanshan told Du Litan that he did not want to interfere in order not to get hit again and asked the girl not to be surprised when he ditched her. Miss Du was still standing at the front of the office when the old man warned that he would disown her one day. The girl objectively assessed her position. Therefore, despite her dissatisfaction, she only nodded humbly. However, an evil glint appeared in her gaze when she looked up at her new enemy. Litan slowly walked deeper into the huge hall, promising her boss that she would remember this mistake and this would not happen again. F-Datter answered instead of Q, explaining to Sister Leighton that their master was very lenient as long as she did not interfere in his affairs. Miss Du stopped behind Faye's chair just then and put her hand on her shoulder. The girl said that she would learn from her sister and serve Shanhei Group, and at that time she squeezed her wound hidden under her clothes in warning. Flutter sensed the hidden threat and felt a wave of pain and rage, but stopped herself in time. Faye carefully pushed off the other person's hand, without showing Mr. Q what actually happened between them. Flutter looked at Li Tan and said that she was simply doing her duty, but the hostility between them was almost physically palpable. The general manager of the underground casino promised that she would remember the instructions of such a dedicated employee. Kyo Wan-shan watched their interaction, but did not notice the hidden meaning in the girl's words. Thanks to this, he stated that he was glad when they were friendly, because a difficult battle could await them. At this time, Fang Zichen was in the hospital in the intensive care unit. The young lady and all her bodyguards sat in the waiting room and tremblingly hoped for good news. Uncle Dai was disappointed in himself because he was supposed to protect almost his sister, but in the end he turned out to be useless. In the silence that followed, Tiana and daughter Hitai sat next to each other, each succumbing to the influence of sad thoughts. The sound of approaching footsteps was heard along the hospital corridor, which the pink-haired girl recognized as her mother. The girl jumped up from her seat and was determined to get Hitai's support. The young lady ran to her mother and with tears in her eyes told her that brother Jichen had been seriously injured. The little girl begged her mother to do everything possible to cure him, no matter how much it costs. The woman smiled softly at her daughter and told her not to worry about it. Boss Chow also dared to get up from her seat and made a very important decision for herself. She informed Hitai that from now on, they would not be able to protect young Miss He. The woman was amazed by this fact and was indignant that when the enemy came so close, Pippi's security was going to retreat. Tiana gloomily reminded that Jichen was severely beaten, and they only had the third brother and Uncle Dai left. The former police officers listened carefully as the girl said that she did not want any of them to suffer in the same way. The third brother stepped forward and said that he completely agreed with his boss. The alarmed man shouted that their friend had no relatives, and during this time he became his younger brother. The former policeman was determined to find out who beat up Jichen and take revenge. Boss Chow was touched by third brother's words. Their colleague remained silent, so the man tapped Uncle Dai on the shoulder and ordered him to say something. The old man continued to be silent, and his thoughts raced in doubt, trying to decide what the right thing to do was. Finally, his gaze caught on the worried young mistress and the decision was made. Dai plucked up his courage and expressed the opinion that they should not leave Miss He at such a dangerous time. The third brother could not cope with the shock caused by his friend's words when he realized that Dai was not on their side. Boss Chow was also unsettled by this, so she shouted that she didn't want to see the man again if that was all he worried about. Just at this moment, Miss Du appeared behind Miss Hitai's guards. Leighton aptly noted that the guys don't even know who their enemy is, which makes their revenge impossible. The girl's voice attracted attention, and Mrs. Hitai recognized the guest at first sight. Everyone present tensed, and Tiana assumed that Miss Du had come to declare war. Litan began by asking how Jichen was feeling since his injury was serious. Su Yutu rushed forward and reminded the girl that she was the one who sent those who attacked them. Boss Su couldn't believe that after everything that had happened, this woman dared to come alone. Miss Du admitted that she sent a group of people to warn them, but the people who injured the guy are not related to her. Mrs. Hitai believed her, but wanted to know why she came to them now. If the goal was fulfilled, Leighton understood this interest and admitted that the entrepreneur might be surprised. However, the general manager of the underground casino said that she wants to team up with her rival. Miss Hitai was intrigued by these words, so she elaborated on why they should join forces. The third brother thought that this was some kind of bad joke, because a person from Shanhei Group cannot unite with enemies. Tiana remembered Sha Chen Tian and wondered if the fact that they forced him to run away had anything to do with what was happening. Leighton confirmed that little Sha was in league with her, but also admitted that everything is not as they think. Miss Du admitted that Cheng Tian was most likely already killed, and it was done by the same person who wounded Fawn. Pippi's security were shocked by this news because they knew that the president of the Great White Sharks had escaped. At this point, Hitai decided to have a one-on-one conversation with Litan and ordered her guards to move aside. The woman slowly approached one of those who serve her main enemy, Q Wanshan. Finally, Hitai asked how Litan would benefit from resolving the conflict between her and Shanhei Group. Miss Du answered honestly, recalling that some of them had seen what the masked man was capable of. The general manager of the underground casino revealed the identity of the stranger, stating that she was Flutter Fay. She also said that the old man had recently divided the territory between them, promising to give his place to the one who earned the most money. Although in fact Mr. Q wants his irreparable son to inherit his place, while Flutter Fay wanted to help Q Zhenliu, Li Tan appeared and became a stone against the flow, which prevents the guy from rising higher. The girl said that the worst thing about Fay is that she is not only a martial arts master, but also runs a business in an organized manner. Flutter's case brings Shanhei Group a lot of money, which allows her to stay close to the old man. Miss Du explained that if the guys were dealing with Flutter Fay, then their worst enemy was Qiu Zhenliu. Tiana did not believe the girl because since she betrays her boss, who is kind to her, she will also betray them. When Li Tan heard what Boss Chow thought about the old man, she was speechless for a second, but she soon pulled herself together and laughingly dispelled Tiana's assumption, saying that Wanshan was just doing her a favor. At this point, Du Litan decided to end the conversation because Heitai had already told everything she wanted. The girl was going to leave and give the entrepreneur time to think about whether they should decide to cooperate. However, Miss Heitai stopped Li Tan before she even left the hospital corridor. The general manager of the underground casino stopped, although she was a little surprised at how quickly the decision was made. Lady Heitai easily replied that the enemy of her enemy is my friend, and that was enough. The entrepreneur agreed to cooperate with Lutton if the girl had complete trust in them. Su Yutu was surprised by Heitai's decision and suggested that she think a little more before agreeing. Tiana generally believed that they should not trust someone who was so close to the enemy, which she told the woman. Ms. Heitai sharply reminded that Boss Chow was about to leave, which meant it was no longer her concern. Of course, Nana knew there was a point to this, but she still didn't want the He family to get hurt. The young lady couldn't believe that her mother was really going to fire Tiana, but the woman simply respected someone else's choice. Finally, Miss Heitai announced that she would be responsible for all of Jichen's medical expenses, and immediately after this, the entrepreneur fired Nana, allowing her to remain aloof from their conflict. Miss Hate asked the girl to stay close to the guy and take good care of him. Pippi Security was suspended from work, but at the same time the entrepreneur took care of Q Shichen's health. Tiana was a little confused at first, but soon pulled herself together, bowed, and thanked the woman for her understanding. Ms. Heitai understood that her daughter was upset about this, but she knew it was best for everyone. The He family turned around and prepared to leave the hospital, leaving all the Pippi security workers behind. Uncle Dai suddenly broke the heavy silence, turning to Tiana and preparing to make his own choice. The girl turned to the man, who said that he wanted to follow Heitai on his own. Dai understood that Nana should worry about him, but it was his life and therefore his decision. The third brother reacted very violently because his colleague was about to go to certain death. Tiana was calmer and reminded that her uncle himself did not allow them to interfere, and now he is leaving them to stay with Heitai. However, Dai convinced Boss Chow that he had been in worse situations before, so he would be fine. In fact, the man had reasons why he could not help but go, so he asked Nana to understand him. Uncle Dai followed the He family, leaving close people behind, no matter how difficult it was. The third brother's heart was breaking because he wanted to be close to his friend, but he didn't want to leave his boss. In the end, the former policeman decided that he should go after the old man in order to help in the fight if anything happened. And Tiana did not wait for the third brother to talk about this, but she herself sent a colleague to fetch the old man. The girl asked them to be careful, and the former policeman responded by asking Nana to look after Jingchen. Thus, Boss Chow watched as her loyal friends left to help Miss Heitai, and she herself was the only person who was waiting for news from the intensive care unit. After all, at the moment everything depended on the doctors and Fang Zichen himself, and the girl could only wait. The young man lay on the operating table, and his entire body was covered with deep wounds and abrasions. The doctors recognized the amazing guy, but were forced to admit that this time he was much worse. The medical workers did their best, but they didn't know whether Jichen's physical abilities would help him this time. Fan was under anesthesia and had no idea what had recently happened in the corridor. His consciousness played a cruel joke on him, so when the guy opened his eyes, he was not in the best place. The super soldier stood in the middle of the battlefield. His comrades were next to him, but they lost sight of their father. The boys were desperately looking for the priest when one of them shouted that he had found him at the yellow car. Everything around was on fire, and the soldiers hurried to the man to take him away from this place. Jiken passed second, and his heart froze in disbelief when he saw his father's condition. The priest was lying on the floor and was seriously injured, and Moni was sobbing next to him, supporting the priest. The father looked at the brunette and said with difficulty that he could no longer be with him. Jikin refused to believe what was happening, because they were supposed to participate in peace negotiations. Moni explained through tears that they were ambushed, and his father had to throw a grenade to fight off the mercenaries. After that, tears began to flow down Fan's cheeks and he became furious. The guy wanted the mercenaries to pay for what they had done. The rest of the soldiers could hardly contain their emotions and remembered that the leader of the other group had been recalled back to the camp. The father suddenly said that he felt like the merciful father was already following him and asked the guys not to be sad. Of course, the guys could not fulfill this request because the priest saved them and has always been nearby since then. Before his departure, the father asked them not to use force in peacekeeping until the last minute. Reinforcements arrived just as the man was saying goodbye to his heirs and wanted to talk about his last wish. The father closed his eyes and asked that this world would soon be free from hatred and war. It started to rain when a group of guys heard the others calling them and still hoping to save their father. The man looked at Zikin and called him closer, hoping to help the guy overcome this loss. The priest reached out his hand to Fan's face to wipe away the young man's tears. His father's hand trembled, and the young man extended his own to help, although he still refused to believe that this was the end. But halfway through the journey, the priest completely weakened, and his hand, not reaching the target, flew to the ground. The rest of the soldiers watched this from the side and desperately called for their father, but it was too late. The rain only got heavier, but none of the guys paid attention to it, allowing the cold drops to mix with the tears on their faces. Grief consumed everyone who was close to their father, because on that rainy day the priest left them forever. Suddenly, the feelings became too much, and the young man opened his eyes, feeling an oxygen mask on his face. Fan was still under the influence of the wave of memories and jumped up in hopes of finding his father. Quickly looking around, Jichin realized that he was in a hospital and not on a battlefield. This calmed the super soldier a little, and he took off his mask to start breathing without its help. The guy was about to get up when he saw Boss Chow, who was sleeping leaning on his hospital bed. Tiana looked peaceful, so the young man decided not to wake the girl and let her rest. The brunette realized that Nana had been by his side while he was unconscious, making sure he was okay. Jichin carefully crawled to the free side of the bed and got out from under the blanket. The super soldier wanted to get up, but suddenly felt a strong pain running through his entire body. The guy stopped and put his hand to his chest, focusing on the sensations. In the past, injuries to the skin and flesh could quickly recover, but this time the internal organs were damaged. The image of his last opponent appeared in Jichin's mind, and he wondered who that girl was. Dissatisfaction accompanied this thought, because many years had passed since Fan had lost so easily. Based on her techniques, the guy guessed that she was a martial arts master. Moreover, the stranger broke not only his arm but also his sternum with her bare hands. This was unusual, and the brunette realized that for the first time in his life he was faced with such a strong opponent. But the worst thing for Jichin was the realization that he was not sure that he could protect others if they met again. At this time, the culprit of the worries, Fauna, was in her nightclub. Music was playing loudly in the main hall, and the crowd was having fun, not even knowing who owned the place. In the center of the dance floor were two men dressed all in black, and they were the only ones who didn't look cheerful. They waited for the right time and, looking at each other one last time, decided that it was time to begin the plan. A strange bag appeared in the hands of one of them, and the atmosphere between them became somehow ominous. The guy threw a small bag on the floor and let the contents do the dirty work. The club also had an area where various offices were located, and there was complete silence. One of them was the office of the general director of this club, in which something unusual was happening. The bloody bullet fell onto the napkin with a quiet clang, and the most difficult part of the operation was left behind. Flutter's subordinate pulled out the bullet and quickly bandaged the shoulder of that same dangerous stranger. When it was all over, Faye felt sad and admitted how sad she was that people like them couldn't go to the hospital. Her subordinates were outraged by Miss Du's behavior and wanted to find her and take revenge. However, Flutter curbed their ardor, reminding them that Latan was too cunning and they should act carefully. One of the girls did not understand why they should wait if Faye had removed Shaw, who was afraid that Du Litan would deal with him. The martial artist was not in the mood for such conversations, and she explicitly suggested closing the topic. The subordinate immediately apologized for her impudence and hoped that the girl would allow her to leave. Flutter rose from her seat and reminded her that she was ready to do anything for Chu Wanshan, because he gave her this life. And then, in a voice filled with rage, she reminded her subordinates to never forget about it. Soon, another of Faye's subordinates received a call from people in the main hall, and she had to tell Flutter that someone had planted a snake in the club, which scared away all the guests. The girl became gloomy and wondered who dared to go against her in this way. In the middle of the dance floor, there was indeed a huge snake that hissed at the club workers. The guys tried to grab her, but they were too afraid because in front of them was a king cobra. It was all over in an instant when Flutter came into the room and grabbed the snake under her head. The king cobra wriggled but failed to bite, and Faye irritably noticed that she was holding a small snake in her hands. The girl scolded the workers for the fact that they were not capable of even a basic capture of the animal. Flutter put the cobra back in the bag just as her companion noticed that something was wrong. The girl listened and realized that the police nearby were discussing some kind of clue. The officers asked to cooperate with the investigation, but the employees still insisted that there was nothing illegal at their club. Faye intervened in the conversation and invited the police to communicate with her directly, since she was in charge of this place. The police officer held out a bag of white powder and asked to explain why it was found under one of the tables. Flutter stared in shock at the illegal substance and realized that someone was deliberately trying to set her up. The girl reminded them that they had been given a snake, so it was not surprising that the bag did not belong to them. Flutter assured the officer that she was a legitimate businessman, so the man should be fair to her. However, the officer still asked Faye to come with him to give a statement at the station. Flutter was forced to leave the club, but ordered her closest subordinates to immediately contact Wanshan. After that, the girl went outside, accompanied by police officers, and briefly looked around the street. Her gaze caught on a parked car on the opposite side of the road. Flutter had not seen him before, and automatically she looked closer to see who was inside. Miss Hetai was thinking about her own thoughts, and next to her was Dulitan, who lowered the window, allowing Faye to see her. The entertainment executive couldn't believe her eyes when she saw the girls together. Miss Du enjoyed her little revenge and looked forward to how Faye would act after the rest of the plan. Miss Hetai saw their opponent being put into a police car and asked if this was the chance Lighton was talking about. The manager of the underground casino admitted that they did not have much time, but promised that it would be enough. It turned out that Miss Du had mobilized most of the people around Q Wanshan, who was left without Flutter's protection. Miss Hetai smiled contentedly and praised her partner for a job well done. At this time, events at the Xianhe Group headquarters were going according to plan, bringing Mr. Q's downfall closer. The old man sat in his office, surrounded by statues and a huge table, without even realizing what was happening. Wanshan was enjoying the tea ceremony alone and was in the middle of pouring green tea into cups. When there was a knock at the door and the man put the small kettle aside, he invited an unexpected guest to come into his office so that they could drink tea together. But a minute after the invitation, no one appeared, and behind closed doors it was quiet. Mr. Q tensed up and decided to go out and check for himself what it was. The man found himself in a spacious corridor and did not see a single living soul. Wanshan went further, but to his surprise, after crossing the corridor, he still did not meet his subordinates. Intuition suggested that something was clearly wrong in this situation when the old man heard footsteps behind him. At first, he thought that these were his people, but decided not to turn around and just move on. But if Mr. Q had looked back, he would have seen two armed men who were dressed in motorcycle gear. Wanshan stood in the corridor with a clear feeling that something was happening that he should know about. At this moment, one of the guests raises his pistol and aims at Old Man Q. The man manages to notice the weapon pointed at himself before the shot is fired. And thanks to this, when the strangers start shooting, Wanshan is already running around the corner. The mercenaries immediately rush after him, and Mr. Q hears them begin to pursue. The old man runs with all his might to his bodyguards so that they can protect him from the bandits. However, he soon discovers that all his people who were in the building have already been neutralized. For a few seconds, Wanshan looks at the bodies of the men and tries to come up with a new plan for his salvation. The voices of the pursuers are becoming louder, and Mr. Q decides to think as he retreats. First of all, the man runs out onto the stairs in the hope of moving to another floor, and in the best case, leaving the building altogether. Wanshan is about to run down, while at the same time listening to the voices of his pursuers. He hears that they were ordered not only to catch him, but to cut him into small pieces. This makes his heart race and his sticky fear intensify as he sees two more mercenaries walking up the stairwell. Mr. Q decides not to even try to break through them and rushes up before the men see him. At some point, Wanshan has to leave the stairs and he breaks into the corridor. The sound of the door opening attracts the attention of the mercenaries, who turn around and see their target. There is a whole crowd of armed people on the floor, who are immediately informed of the old man's arrival on the floor. The man tries to run away again, but this time there are many more people chasing him. Suddenly, Mr. Q notices the elevator at the end of the corridor and decides that this is his only chance of salvation. This thought calms him down a little and he becomes confident that he will escape thanks to the elevator. The old man waits patiently for the elevator car to reach his floor, and it finally does. However, when the doors slide open, the man sees another mercenary inside. Confused, Mr. Q steps back and wants to run back, but the stomping of a crowd of mercenaries behind him reminds him that he is surrounded without any chance of salvation. However, Wanshan does not have time to lose hope, because the body of the mercenary from the elevator suddenly falls and a stranger appears in front of him. The man is sure that he has never seen this girl before. She has long hair with a red tint, and her eyes are covered with glasses. Mr. Q's gaze catches on her hands, and he notes that the girl brought a katana with her. The stranger draws her blade and rushes forward, rushing past at amazing speed. She asks the man to go downstairs to the rest of the allies, while she rushes off to deal with the mercenaries. The girl flies into the armed crowd, which momentarily discourages her opponents. Soon, they still try to hit the enemy with their knives, but the stranger is faster. The next moment, the corridor is filled with splashes and puddles of blood, and the owner of the katana emerges from the battle unharmed. Kyo Wanshan can watch what is happening as the elevator doors slowly close, and he feels happy that this person was on his side. The man decides that the unexpected ally may be one of Flutter Fei's subordinates. Finally, the old man reaches the first floor and his fear slowly disappears. The elevator doors open, allowing Mr. Q to see who has come to his aid. Wanshan looks around the first floor and cannot believe his eyes. The bodies of mercenaries are scattered everywhere on the floor, and their blood stains the floors. But what is more surprising is the man who stands in the middle of all this chaos. Surrounded by his subordinates, Q Zhenliu notices his father's surprise. The guy chuckles slightly at his reaction and says that if he had not received the message a little earlier, his father would have died today. Miss Du's goal was to cause Flutter Fei as much trouble as possible. This is why her people who are not busy with Qiu Wansheng visit establishments that belong to Fei. The billiard room waiter tries to stop the robbers by saying that they are Shan A Group territory. But his attempt ends in failure, since Du's people still kick out all the guests and destroy the establishment. In the meantime, girls can afford to go home in a great mood. They are driving in the car when Leighton admits that Ms. Hetai is actually an amazing person. After all, everything that happened was accomplished so quickly only thanks to the influence of the entrepreneur. However, with Miss Heitai's support, it only took them one night to devastate all of Flutter's industries. Absolutely every establishment owned by Shanhe Group, under the management of Fei, suffered huge losses. And if you count how many losses Flate suffered that night, the amount could reach tens of millions. With a pure soul, Du Litian admits that she is incredibly glad that she turned out to be Miss Heitai's ally. The businesswoman accepts the praise, but adds that it was expected, because she had been planning revenge for 10 years. Despite the late hour, the lights are still on in the He family's mansion, and the residents cannot find a seat. The young lady is relaxing in her room waiting for her mother, and worry creeps into her thoughts. All this time, the girl was trying to entertain herself, but now she was tired of everything and became bored. Miss, he would like to contact Sister Nana and Jichin to see how they are doing, but this is impossible. The little girl is distracted from her sad thoughts by a knock on the door, and she looks interestedly in her direction. The girl quickly opens the door and sees Uncle Dai in front of her, but his presence is not very surprising. The man smiles happily and shakes the bags of treats in his hands, offering them to Miss He. The young lady lets Uncle Dai into the room so they can enjoy her favorite snacks together. The third brother watches his friend disappear in Miss Heite's daughter's room, and the shocked ex-cop remains in the hallway, wondering if he should intervene. At this time, Uncle Dai opens a can of soda for the young lady and hands her a drink. The man adds that he cooled the sweet water in the refrigerator before coming. Miss. He accepts the sweets and asks if Dai has something important to tell her. The former policeman laughs awkwardly and pretends that nothing interesting has ever happened to him in his life. However, the young lady declares that she already knows everything, so the man will not be able to bribe her. Uncle Dai is saddened by this fact and thinks that even though Miss He is still a child, she is not so easy to fool. However, the girl lays out her theory and the man relaxes, realizing that his secret has not been revealed. At the same time, the pink-haired girl notices Dai's strange reaction and laughs at the fact that her joke was able to scare the guard. After this, the young lady admits that her mother told her that her uncle used to be friends with her father. Miss? He also knows that Uncle Dai was actually a secret agent assigned by the police to capture Hee-jun. The ex-cop exhales dejectedly and asks if the young miss blames him for what happened. The girl sincerely does not understand why she should blame her uncle if she knows that her father was not a good person. In addition, Hee-jun broke off contact with his mother before the birth of his daughter, so she did not have any feelings for him. Dai notes in his thoughts that it was the same with his father, so he did not have much affection for him. The man is silent, so the young miss decides to ask how he is doing, since adults usually have more problems. The former policeman chuckles at her statement and confidentially tells her that he recently learned that he has a daughter. There are several bodyguards on duty at the gates of the mansion, who closely monitor the situation around them. Su Yutu and Big Bear are also at the gate. Boss Su orders his subordinates not to be lazy tonight and remain vigilant. The night shift started out quite calmly, with the guards remaining as attentive as possible. The first line of bodyguards noticed a bright light that was quickly approaching the gate of the mansion. In the next moment, the men realized that a truck was rushing towards them, which clearly had no intention of stopping. The bodyguards did not have time to do anything when the car knocked down the gate and threw the first row of guards aside. Su Yutu and Big Bear ran to the noise to check what was happening and if anything happened, to provide assistance. At this moment, the doors of the trailer opened, and a crowd of armed people began to fill the courtyard of the He mansion. The guards tried to stop these people but were shot before they could reach the criminals. Uncle Dai heard the gunshots and young miss was seriously scared, so they went to check if everything was okay. At that moment, the robbers knocked down the front door, and an order was given to find the target as quickly as possible. The guys saw the silhouette of a girl on the second floor, and Uncle Dai realized that he would have to protect the young mistress. He covered Miss Hai with his body and ordered the child to run away as quickly as possible. 3 burglars followed them after the leader warned that the girl was needed alive. Thanks to this, the bandits tried not to shoot in a poorly visible space and followed the target deeper into the house. Miss Hete's daughter and uncle managed to hide around the bend, but a second later, the robbers caught up with them. Fortunately, the third brother was already ready to greet the uninvited guests with his iron club. Both burglars suffered a concussion and lost consciousness from such an inhospitable greeting. The third brother wasted no time in picking up the firearm from the floor to use it to protect the child. The former policeman now looked like a real gangster himself, earning Miss He's admiration. Uncle Dai supported the girl and told her that the younger man used to be a good shooter in the police. The third brother looked back at his friend and said that although he had not shot for many years, he could get them out of here. Meanwhile, the shooting in the street continued, and the 2 robbers were focused on the last survivors. The couple was hiding behind a fountain, which was precisely holding back enemy bullets. Big Bear was shot in the chest and had to apply pressure to the wound himself. Su Yutu, sitting next to her, took a breath and saw that her faithful ally was in trouble. The girl was very worried, but Big Bear promised that everything would be fine because he couldn't die here. The robbers enjoyed the suffering of others, and one of them began to mock the fact that they thought they could survive. Just at that moment, the voice of the third brother was heard behind them, who forced the bandits to stop shooting. The shocked mercenaries turned around, not understanding how someone not from their squad could get so close to them. But the former policeman did not hesitate and dealt with the remaining robbers. Big Bear and Boss Su left their hideout and teamed up with the surviving trio. Third brother asked everyone to stay behind and let him get them out of this situation. However, the group did not even have time to take a step when a grenade landed right in front of them. The former policeman realized that he would not have time to get rid of her and began to retreat back. At the same time, he shouted to the others to also go back, but there was too little time. And the next second, there was a strong explosion next to them, which stunned everyone present. In addition, the guards and Miss He were thrown back by the shockwave, and they were scattered on the asphalt. The bandits approached the young lady and said with satisfaction that there was nothing that a grenade could not solve. After that, they quickly lifted the girl who was unconscious and dragged her body behind them. The bandit felt that something was preventing him from leaving and looked back in surprise. It turns out that Uncle Dai could still move, so he grabbed the mercenary's leg with a trembling hand. The man received severe bruises but still held the robbers and begged them not to take the baby. Uncle Dai suggested that they take him hostage but leave Miss He, hoping that this would somehow help. The mercenary was infuriated by the fact that a half-dead old man dared to hold him, so he ordered his release. The third brother came to his senses and hardly realized what was happening when he found his old friend with his eyes. Uncle Dai did not listen to the thug and he pointed the gun at him, threatening to kill him. The old man continued to hold the mercenary, despite the barrel, which was only a few centimeters from his head. The next moment, the sound of a shot was heard, followed by the anguished cry of the third brother. The grip on the robber's leg began to weaken, and Dai made a last effort to try to save Miss He. But his life was interrupted, and his hand fell limply to the floor, and the robber continued on his way. The mercenaries dragged the girl away from the mansion, not paying attention to the remaining witnesses. The third brother overcame the pain and crawled to his old friend, hoping that everything would be fine with him. But it soon became clear to him that Dai would never be able to look at him again. At the same time, under the light of the street lamps, Jichin and Tiana were approaching the He mansion. Boss Kiao was pushing the maximum speed her motorcycle was capable of. Fan felt uneasy about this, and he persuaded Nana to drive at least a little slower. The young man's hands tightly squeezed the girl's waist, and he tried not to look around. Tiana was unhappy that the brunette was squeezing her sides tightly and irritably ordered him to loosen his grip. Nana had not seen her friends for a long time and had no intention of slowing down, because it was already beginning to dawn around her. Ultimately, the couple reached the mansion only at dawn, and they looked in horror at the scene that opened up. Their faces were frozen in shock until Boss Chow was able to speak. She called out to her third brother, hoping that her eyes were deceiving her. The former policeman held Dai's absolutely motionless body in his arms, and his gaze was blank. The third brother was silent, and his face expressed deep despair and anger. Tiana began to approach her friends, trying to find out from them what happened to her uncle. Su Yutu said with tears in her eyes that the man was killed because the third brother was unable to talk. Her tears flowed down Qiao's cheeks, and she refused to believe that all this was really happening. Jichin was also upset, but concentrated on his rage and demanded to know who did it. Big Bear said that they do not know whose people came to them that night, and Fan looked at his student. The youth's hand was stained with blood, and he was covered in bruises when he said that the fight between Hetai and Fei had already begun. The super soldier made a reasonable assumption that all this was at the hands of Fei's people. Just at that moment, Mrs. Hetai appeared on the territory of the mansion and said that she had received a message from Flutter about the kidnapping. The woman shouted that if her daughter was hurt, everyone present would be held responsible for it. This statement caused a new wave of rage from Jichin, and he announced that everything was happening precisely because of Heitai's actions. Tiana at first also wanted to answer the woman, but in her case it was a quiet voice full of despair. Boss Cow didn't care about the entrepreneur, but she repeated that they couldn't work for her anymore. That was all Tiana could do, because then her body began to shake with sobs and she reached out to Dai. The girl wanted to quickly leave the mansion and return to their small office. The third brother pulled his friend's body closer to him and told him in an empty voice that they were going home. No one dared to stop the Pippi security team, which was carrying their dead comrade home. The third brother threw his friend over his shoulder, and Tiana supported the cold back of her comrade. Lady Hetai watched them leave, but what worried her more about Dai's death was the kidnapping of her daughter. On this day, Pippi security went to the cemetery, and Boss Cow was waiting for her colleagues to return. The first to return was Jichin, who bought some food in case they still wanted to eat. Tiana admitted with bitterness in her voice that she would not be able to eat in the near future. Fan understood her grief, because even though he himself had known Uncle Dai not long ago, the pain of the loss was palpable, and the brunette knew that it was even harder for Chow and third brother, who was still saying goodbye to his old friend. So the couple stood in front of the cemetery together when Nana admitted that there was one thing she didn't understand. Jichin guessed that the girl was worried about why Uncle Dai was so devoted to Hetai. The young man suggested that this was due to the fact that his uncle felt guilty and was trying to somehow compensate for it. In addition, Tiana expressed her intention to save the young mistress even if they do not work for her family. The guy couldn't help but smile affectionately and admitted that he supported this decision. Finally, the third brother appeared behind them and said that they could now say goodbye to Dai. In the man's hands was a small urn with ashes, on which was a photograph of their colleague. In it, Uncle Dai smiled widely, making him remember that they would never see this smile in person again. Tiana looked at the urn and all words left her. She only partially blamed herself for allowing this to happen. The former policeman decided to express his guess as to why their friend was involved with Miss. Boss Chow heard about the relationship between them and asked in surprise whether the young lady was not just the daughter of an old friend. The third brother lowered his gaze and began to tell how everything really happened. That evening, Flutterfay finally left the police station, At the exit, she was met by devoted subordinates who were worried about their mistress. Flutterfay asked if everything had gone smoothly that night, hoping that her absence had not ended in disaster. The subordinate looked away in confusion and answered evasively that Chu Wanshan was already waiting. Flutter was surprised that her boss would come for her over such a trifle and hurried to the car. She stopped nearby, and the man rolled down the window to talk to his faithful subordinate. Fay's entire business was destroyed, and the old man understood that it would not be easy for the girl to accept this. However, Flutter wanted to quickly say that yesterday she personally saw Du Litun sitting in the same car with Hetai. At this moment, Qiu Zhenliu spoke, who remembered that the girl did not know that they were trying to kill Wanshan. Flutterfay's heart sank when she heard about such impudence of the pitiful Lighten. Anger filled her, and she told her boss that she would immediately go and kill the impudent girl. Then Zhengliu ruined all the fun for her because he said that he had sent someone to deal with Miss Du. Qiu Wanshan loved Litan in his own way, so he was wondering why such a smart girl would act so stupidly. Meanwhile, a contented Miss Du rested in her home, unaware of the impending troubles. The girl was enjoying a hot bath, allowing herself to relax after a hard day at work. The bathroom filled with hot steam, and Litan decided it was time to go out. She sauntered out of the bathroom and reached for her large cotton towel. Litan wrapped it around her hot body and headed to the kitchen to continue her relaxing evening. The girl took out a bottle of good alcohol and poured herself a small glass, diluting the drink with ice. Miss Du took a sip and felt the lightness that came with the realization that it was all over. She was standing at the bar, wondering what she should do next, when she felt something was wrong. The girl turned her head back slightly, thinking that this strange premonition meant nothing. But behind her was an armed stranger, who had already raised her katana to strike. I heard a noise from the side. She noticed a stranger running up to her with a ball. The girl dodged in time. The mercenary was unable to hit her with a weapon. Du decided to attack back. She swung her fist to hit the stranger. The mercenary sharply waved her sword in front of her to protect herself from the attack of her victim. I was very scared. She looked displeased at the mark from the mercenary's sword. The mistress of the house got scared and began to retreat. She realized that the stranger was very dangerous. Du looked at the mercenary carefully. She decided that she needed to keep her distance. The hostess came to her senses and asked the killer sternly, "Who sent her?" The stranger told her interlocutor that she had gone against Chu Wanshanya and should realize her sin. I was scared, she thought to herself, that her mission had failed. At this time, another killer appeared behind the mistress to attack her from behind. The stranger swung her axe with all her might and caught the girl for nothing. The owner felt severe pain from the blow. She screamed very loudly. The mercenary held the sword in her hands and she rushed to attack her victim. Another stranger swung an axe to quickly kill the mistress of the house. The wounded woman stood in the center of the room. She even closed her eyes out of fear. At this time, someone suddenly ran up to the girl from behind and grabbed her with his hand. The mercenary swung and mistakenly hit her accomplice's axe with her sword. The mercenaries got angry. They could not understand who prevented them from finishing off their victim. The fan stood and looked at the mercenaries. He put his shirt on, girlfriend. The girlfriend looked at the guy and asked how he ended up here. The guy said that Miss He was kidnapped. They assumed that Du might know where she might be. The girl with a smile told the main character that she thought as if he had come to save her. The girl with the sword told her accomplice that there was now another goal for them. The mercenary with an axe said with a smile that she would take on the guy. The killer ran with her weapon to hit the main character as quickly as possible. The girl decided to attack the fan from above. For this purpose, she jumped after acceleration. The stranger swung her axe to hit the main character from above. The fan very calmly jumped back with a quick movement and defended himself from the blow of the weapon. The mercenary continued to swing her axe in different directions. The fan dodged very cleverly. The guy got worried. He realized that the stranger wanted to launch her weapon at him. The mercenary swung and launched the blade in the direction of the main character. The fan didn't have time to dodge in time. The axe slightly scratched his shoulder in flight. The weapon crashed into the wall after the flight. The mercenary found herself without an axe. The main character decided to finish off his opponent with a punch in flight. The girl looked at him angrily. She remembered that she still had a weapon. The stranger reached out with her hand to get another blade from behind. Du scaredly shouted to the main character that the mercenary had another axe. The main character rushed at his rival with all his might. She was holding an axe in her hands at that time. The fan extended his hand to hit his frightened rival on the head. The fan prepared to crush his opponent with a powerful punch. The guy angrily shouted to the woman that he didn't want to hit her, but she forced him. The main character hit the mercenary's head on the floor with all his might. The fan looked at his opponent. She was lying on the floor unconscious after being hit. At this time, a stranger with a sword wanted to attack the main character from the side. The fan dodged the girl's attack with a very quick and deft movement. The guy jumped back very quickly. He noticed a wound appear on his body. The mercenary angrily shouted at the main character to stay put. The fan stood and did not move. He looked at the weapon in front of him with great attention. The main character very quickly jumped to the side to defend himself. The attacker was scared. She couldn't understand how the guy was able to dodge. The main character abruptly grabbed the hand of the surprised mercenary with his own hand. The fan looked at the girl and told her seriously that he could even avoid bullets. The main character sharply twisted his opponent's hand to the side to throw her to the ground. The stranger was scared. She decided that the guy was going to break her arm. The fan, with a sharp movement, grabbed the mercenary from behind with his hand to take her with him. The main character put the surprised attacker on his shoulder and carried her. The fan walked along the corridor and carried the girl on his shoulder. She tried to resist. The stranger angrily shouted at the main character to let her go. She was unhappy. The fan turned and explained to the girl that he could not point the knife at her. The fan slapped the girl with his hand from behind. He shouted that he would just punish her. The stranger was surprised. She didn't expect the guard to treat her like that. The main character asked his interlocutor displeasedly, "Why doesn't she want to be a simple and gentle girl?" The fan, irritated with strong blows of his palm, continued to knock on the girl's back. Du slyly looked at the main character and asked, "Is he really teasing her?" The main character with a sharp movement threw the mercenary to the floor from his hands. The stranger lay frightened on the floor. The main character demanded that she no longer appear in his sight. The fan calmly explained to his interlocutor that he did not want to hit women. Another mercenary appeared with an umbrella. She said that another person appeared here. The stranger was wearing a blue dress. She studied the main character. The fan looked at the mercenary with displeasure. He said that another one had appeared. The killer opened her umbrella in front of her. She prepared to use it for an attack. The mercenary pointed her umbrella in front of her and took aim to shoot. The fan got scared and worried. He realized that he needed to hide as quickly as possible. The main character grabbed his girlfriend by the arm and quickly ran away with her. The mercenary held an umbrella in front of her. She opened fire furiously. The fan ran away at high speed and held the girl under his arm. Bullets whistled around him. While running, the protagonist's hand touched his girlfriend's chest. Du displeasedly asked the guy in a menacing voice, "Where is he pulling his hands?" The guy got angry. He didn't like the girl worrying about such things at a dangerous moment. The fan ran away with his girlfriend. He bent it down to protect it from shots. The mercenary continued to fire. She shouted to the guy with a laugh that he wouldn't leave her. The main character and his girlfriend noticed how there was a huge window in the corridor in front of them. She looked ahead in fear and shouted to the guy that there was a dead end ahead of them. The fan shouted to his interlocutor as he walked that there was a road ahead of them. The girl was scared. She shouted to the guy as she walked so that he wouldn't do that. Du scaredly screamed to the main character that she was not going to die. The fan answered joyfully to the girl so that she would trust him. He prepared to jump. The main character and his girlfriend broke out a window and flew down from the building. The fan and the girl fell screaming from a great height from the window of the building. The main character, accompanied by his companion, fell onto a parked car. The mercenary was amazed. She couldn't believe that her targets had actually jumped out. The stranger looked in front of her and said thoughtfully that this was a deadly height. The fan, accompanied by his companion, fell onto the car and broke it. The main character stood up and helped his girlfriend get up. There were clouds of dust all around. The guy told his frightened girlfriend that everything was not scary at all. At this time, a huge military vehicle drove up. It was the main character's girlfriend. The driver strictly demanded that the guy get into the car. The fan carefully and slowly carried the Du in his arms to load it into the car. She was unconscious. She felt a very strong weakness in her body. The main character looked at his companion with excitement and asked what was wrong with her. Du explained in a weak voice that the axe was poisonous. There were traces of blood on her back. The fan was very amazed and frightened because the weapon was poisonous. The main character said, very dissatisfied to himself, that he had screwed up in such a situation. Hayao asked with excitement what happened to Du. The main character said that his girlfriend was poisoned and demanded to go to the hospital. The driver explained that it was dangerous to go to the hospital. She knew a good private doctor. The woman turned around and told the guy that they could first go back to Pippy Cat. Kiao brought the main character and his companion to a huge high-rise building. The fan and the girl were inside a small cat clinic. The doctor looked at the girl's wounded back with great attention. Du lay unconscious. The woman was carefully using a cotton swab to remove blood from the patient's wound. The doctor carefully examined the girl. She became very wary. The doctor came out of the door and looked carefully at the main character and his companion. Kayao asked the doctor what condition their companion was in. The doctor answered in a very sad voice that the prognosis was not optimistic. The doctor explained that the patient had lost a lot of blood and received snake venom. The fan realized that the snake's venom was on the axe. The doctor looked at the guy and asked why he was on his feet. He was also hit with an axe. The doctor noticed that the wound on the main character's body was healing very quickly. The fan explained to the doctor that he had been given an injection. The medicine quickly heals wounds and prevents poisoning. The doctor asked the main character what kind of serum was injected into him. The fan smiled and explained in response to the woman that he himself did not know this. The driver asked the doctor if she could go with them. She must help them find the missing person. The doctor explained that the patient had lost a lot of blood and needed a transfusion. She asked the interlocutors if there was a person among them with blood type AB. The driver said excitedly in response to the doctor that she had type A blood. The main character answered his interlocutor that he has type O blood. The doctor told the guy that he should lose some blood for the sake of his girlfriend, the fan agreed. Medic pulled the guy along with her. She said they didn't have to waste time. An important meeting was taking place in a large building. Many people were invited there. The guests gathered in the large hall. There was rich decoration inside. A girl arrived accompanied by men. The servant asked the guests who they were. The interlocutor replied that they did not come to have fun and demanded that the guy call their boss. Faye came up from the side. She told the guests that they were disturbing the rest of the people, although they did not come to have fun. Faye was holding a fan in her hands. She told the guests to follow her. Q Wanshan was already waiting for them. The woman led the guest into the office. She opened doors for her. Hetai entered the large hall. Several people were sitting at a large round table. The woman looked and greeted the man named Q Wanshan. Q told Miss Hetai that he was very glad to meet them. He asked her to sit down. A guy with long hair at the table greeted the guest in an angry voice. Hetai told Q to quickly get down to business. The guest asked the owner where her daughter was and if she was okay. The owner explained that the girl was fine. She is his niece. He can't treat her badly. Faye was pouring tea. Hetai told the man that he was the enemy of the girl's father. The guest sternly asked the owner how she could free the girl. Q explained to the woman that she should not have gotten involved in disagreements in trade matters. The owner explained that he acted rudely because the Hetai had conspired with his ward. The man explained that he wanted all the newly opened Hetai establishments to be under his banner. Kyo looked angrily at the woman and demanded that she leave China forever. The owner explained to the woman that if she fulfilled his conditions, their disagreements would come to an end. Late in the evening, the windows in the warehouse were lit. The entrance was blocked by a metal fence. A large truck with a trailer drove up to the fence and stopped. The guard came up and shined a flashlight into the cabin. He asked the driver if he had permission to enter. The fan sat with the girls. He showed the guard the required document. The gates opened. The truck entered the warehouse. Inside was the main character with his companions. The car stopped. The driver and passengers prepared to get out. The girl told her companions that the prisoner had been brought to this warehouse. The friend looked at her companions and said that they could split up and start searching. Then they will meet here. Fanya liked the idea. He agreed with his interlocutor's proposal. The guy walked away. The girls remained standing near the car. My friend said that she had just had a blood transfusion. She suggested that she wait in the car. Du joyfully looked at her interlocutor and said that she felt great. A friend warned her that she was still very weak after the blood transfusion. She may face an enemy. Du smiled and told her interlocutor that she felt better now than before the transfusion. Du looked at her hand. She had the feeling that there was a fire burning in her body that would not come out. She explained that she needed to save the girl. So don't worry about her. The friend watched with great attention as she gradually moved away from her. The girl said her opinion that her friend became as strong as the main character after she received his blood. The hostage was inside the warehouse. She was guarded by several mercenaries. The frightened girl sat with her mouth gagged. She couldn't make a sound. The security guard was sitting on a chair. She said dissatisfiedly that this was a boring task for her. The mercenary with the sword reminded them that they must carry out the master's tasks no matter what. The mercenary told herself that if that guy appeared, she could take it out on him. The girl turned and asked her accomplice, how did she manage to cheat the Fanya? The security guard adjusted her glasses and told her friend that she had been careless. The mercenary asked her accomplice why she blushed. The guard replied dissatisfiedly that she did not blush at all. The windows in the warehouse were boarded up. Someone approached them on the street. The girl came up and watched everything that was happening with great attention through a hole in the boards. The girl noticed inside the warehouse 2 strong women that a fan had told her about earlier. The girlfriend thought about it and decided to tell the main character everything about herself. The girl heard a noise from the side. She turned around and noticed how a deadly umbrella was pointed at her. The mercenary pointed an umbrella at her rival and told her not to move. The attacker pointed an umbrella at the girl and said that she would make holes in her. The guards inside the warehouse turned around. They realized that someone had come to them. The mercenary took the girl into the warehouse and said that someone was watching them. The captive was frightened and worried. She immediately recognized the girl in front of her. The security guard ran up to the girl and asked if that guy had come with her. The guest told the guards to free the girl. She added that Heitai would pay them a lot. One of the guards said that they were not hired killers but faithful servants of the master. The mercenary reported that the master told them not to kill the hostage yet. The guard looked angrily at her interlocutor and demanded that she answer her question. The guest with a smile told the mercenaries that they were not even suitable for Jichin. The guard became very angry after the words she heard. The mercenary reached back and pulled out a weapon to hit her rival. The security guard prepared to finish off the girl and shouted that she was going to die. At this time, a bullet whistled from the side. It hit the axe handle exactly. The mercenary and the girl were amazed. They turned around in surprise and looked to the side. Stood on the side and fired pistols. She shouted to her friend to run away quickly. One of the mercenaries covered herself with an umbrella. He protected her from flying bullets. I was very worried and scared. She realized that her rival's umbrella was bulletproof. The mercenary looked at the guest very angrily and with interest. She prepared to shoot back. The girl opened fire from her umbrella in the direction of her opponent. The mercenary stood and fired from her umbrella in the direction of her rival. She fired back with a pistol. A whole hail of bullets was flying at her at full speed. The girl was scared. She realized that she could not protect herself from the deadly ammunition. She leaned to the side. One of the bullets flew past her head and pierced her hair. The girl dodged with a deft movement, and the bullet flew under her hand. The mercenaries were surprised. They could not understand how their rival moved so quickly and dodged bullets. The friend realized to herself that she became just as fast and agile after she was transfused with the blood of the main character. She looked in front of her and said thoughtfully that the gun would be useless to her. The girl said in a sly voice that now she doesn't need the gun at all. The mercenary spilled heavily. She launched the axe with all her might in the direction of her opponent. With a very quick and deft movement of her hand, she was able to master the blade flying towards her. The girl abruptly threw the pistol aside and ran forward with the axe. She ran quickly in the direction of her rivals. The mercenary continued to shoot at her from her umbrella. The guard shouted to her accomplice to retreat. The umbrella is already useless. Du ran up and decided to hit her opponent with an axe. The mercenary, with the help of her blade, managed to block a dangerous blow from above. A girl with a sword jumped out from the side. She swung it to hit her. The girl looked slyly at her rival and said that she was acting very slowly. Du swung and kicked her opponent in the stomach with all her might. The mercenary with an umbrella silently looked at the battle between the girls next to her. She swung her hand in order to quickly destroy her opponent with a blow. The girl hit and neutralized the mercenary with a powerful blow to the chest. Du swung her axe from above to finish off her opponent. At this time, a mercenary with an axe was sneaking up on her from behind. The girl heard her rival from behind. She immediately turned to her. Du swung and hit the mercenary in the stomach with a very powerful blow. The blow for the mercenary turned out to be fatal. Blood gushed from her mouth. A guard with a sword was rushing from the side to hit her rival with a swing. She turned around and with a sharp movement of the blade decided to finish off the guard. The mercenary was frightened and amazed. She saw a sharp axe in front of her. At this time, someone ran up to the guard with a sword from behind and grabbed her by the collar. The fan decided to throw his opponent aside with a very powerful movement of his hand. The mercenary with the sword landed on the ground. She didn't expect the guy to show up. The guard looked at the main character and was very angry that he was in front of her again. The fan, without turning around, reminded the security guard that he had already told her once not to let her see him. The main character looked angrily at the girl and said that she did not understand when to retreat. The fan took a closer look and noticed that his opponent was wearing torn clothes. The mercenary angrily told the main character that she did not need his help. The guard lowered her gaze and looked down at her clothes and became worried. The girl turned to the side and shouted at the guy to turn away. At this time, an angry dude with an axe was rushing towards the main character from behind. The fan noticed in surprise how his girlfriend, with a crazy look, attacked him with an axe. The guy quickly dodged the dangerous blow and prepared to hit the girl. The fan swung and hit his opponent in the stomach with a very strong blow. Du remained on her feet with a dangerous blade in her hand. The fan was ready to hit her again. The girlfriend explained to the main character that she was fine just a couple of minutes ago. Kiao reported excitedly that Du had gained Fan's abilities and became very aggressive. The main character thoughtfully answered his girlfriend that he himself doesn't understand much here. She looked at the guy with a crazy look and ran towards him at full speed. The main character shouted to his girlfriend to save the hostage. He himself will fight against the Du. The girl ran at full speed to free the bound young miss. The mercenary swung her sword and stood in the way of her rival. The guard angrily threatened the girl that she would use force against her. The girl stopped. She studied her rival for a very long time and silently, the guard with the sword suddenly noticed how the guest began to take off her outer cape. The girl decided to throw her outerwear to her rival and told her to get dressed. The mercenary was surprised. She did not understand what her rival was doing. The security guard remembered that the fan saved her. She decided that she was now divided between two sides. The mercenary decided to leave. Before that, she walked up and grabbed the clothes from her rival's hands with her hand. The security guard turned around sharply and said goodbye to the girls that she was leaving. The main character at this moment continued to fight against his enraged girlfriend. The main character grabbed his opponent's hand with his hand to stop her. The fan very threateningly demanded that she calm down and come to her senses. The girl was still very angry. Du contrived and suddenly hit Fanya in the groin with a very strong kick. The fan felt very strong pain. He did not expect such a blow from Du. The girl swung her hand to hit the hero's head with her hand. The fan got angry. He shouted to his rival that she asked for it first. The main character rushed forward and bumped heads with his girlfriend. He shouted to her that she had left him no other choice. After a strong blow to her head, the girl began to lose consciousness and fall. The fan picked up his girlfriend in his arms. He told her happily that she had finally calmed down. The freed captive ran up from the side. She excitedly called out to the main character. The fan replied that he missed her. The girl shouted to the guy that she knew that he would come to save her. The guy pulled her close and said that he wouldn't let her get hurt. Girlfriend got angry. She didn't like the fact that the guy was hugging several girls at once. One of the mercenaries was lying unconscious on the floor. At this time, the phone rang in her pocket. The girl put her hand into her outerwear pocket and took out her phone. The girl looked into the device and said that its owner was already close to them. The fan excitedly told his interlocutor to pick up the phone. The friend carefully turned on the phone and told the interlocutor that she was listening to him. The guy was driving in a car. He told the girl that the woman agreed to their terms. The old man ordered nothing to be done for now. In parting, the guy added that they were expected at the factory. They were racing in an expensive car. Hitai sat silently in the car. The guy next to me said that they were almost there. Several cars with their headlights on drove up to the warehouse doors. Kyo got out of the car, accompanied by his companions. They headed inside the warehouse. The guy with long hair looked in front of him in surprise. He noticed that there was no one around. The guy saw that the captive had disappeared. The guards also disappeared somewhere. Keitai asked her interlocutor angrily what was happening and where did her daughter go. The main character stood on top of the balcony. He watched with great interest what was happening from below. The fan silently followed the actions of the guests in the warehouse. He prepared to intervene. The guy said in fear that everything was fine a couple of minutes ago. The man angrily demanded from his subordinate that he contact his people and find out what was going on. At this time, the main character jumped from above. The people around him were surprised. The fan turned his gaze to the side and looked displeased at the man. Faye, with a fan in her hands, rushed to defend Q. She shouted at him to be careful. The fighter was scared. He turned his head to the side and recognized the main character. The main character rushed to the side to grab the guy with his hand. He got scared. The guy angrily extended his hand forward and demanded that the old man save him. Q told the main character to let the fighter go. He suggested discussing what the fan wanted. Came the voice of a young girl. She saw her mother and ran to her. Hitai joyfully hugged her daughter. She asked the girl if she was okay. The frightened fighter looked in front of him and angrily shouted, "Where did his people go?" The girl explained with a smile that one guard had escaped, and the other two were tied up. The mercenary was sitting tied up near the wall. Her accomplice was next to her. The main character told the guests that they just want to get out of here safely. The bandits don't dare follow them. Kyo, without thinking twice, answered the guy that he agreed with his proposal. The girlfriend told the main character that he needed to leave. The fan replied that he was leaving. The main character said that when they move to a safe distance, he will release the prisoner. The guy shouted to the old man to save him. Kyo stood with Faye. They silently watched as the main character prepared to leave. The fan held his hand by the throat and took the prisoner with him. Hettai stood in front of him. The guy felt that the main character pressed him hard with his hand. He prepared to try to free himself. The fighter freed his hand to try to grab the fan with it. The guy grabbed the main character's hand with all his strength to throw it away from him. The fan felt a very strong pain in his hand. He screamed shrilly. The fighter very quickly and deftly ducked down and freed himself from the protagonist's hand. The guy very quickly positioned himself to catch up with the leaving woman and her daughter from behind. The fighter angrily shouted that the girl and her mother would say goodbye to life today. The friend frightenedly shouted to the woman to be more careful. Keitai and his daughter were scared. They saw a dark aura coming from the guy. The fighter grabbed the woman by the throat with his hand. A black aura began to cover her. Hetai's body began to crack and disintegrate after she was grabbed by the fighter. The guy angrily told the woman that she was good and he would kill her first. The main character ran up from behind and swung his fist. He shouted for the fighter to let go of the Hettai. The girl was scared. She called her mother in fear. Cracks appeared in the woman's body near her throat. The fan swung with all his might and knocked his opponent down with a powerful blow. At this time, Faye sharply launched her fan in the direction of the main character. The fan quickly stepped aside for protection. The fan flew past him. The woman caught the fan with her hand. The main character and the fighter stood at a distance. Faye looked sternly at the main character and said that they had met again. The fan was amazed and surprised. He recognized his rival. He had already seen her before. The main character excitedly realized that he was seeing in front of him the master whom he had met last time. The girl ran up and grabbed her mother. She asked in fear, "What happened to her?" The daughter told her mother in a frightened voice that they would take her to the hospital. Chow looked at the woman and said that the guy's nails were poisonous. Tai wanted to say a dying message for Miss Chow Tiana. The girl looked at the woman with excitement and said that everything would be fine. The daughter cried in fear. The woman told the girl that she was telling her this just in case. Tai, in a weakening voice, asked the girl to take care of her daughter for Uncle Dai's sake. Kiao was very surprised when she heard about Uncle Dai. She realized that the third brother had assumed everything correctly. The girl looked at her tear-stained daughter. She didn't understand how the girl could be connected with Uncle Dai. Hettai looked at Jiajia's daughter and in a weakening voice asked her to forgive her. The girl grabbed her mother's hand and shouted that everything would be fine with her. Jiajia felt the woman's hand weaken. She was very scared. The daughter called her mother in a frightened voice. Hettai no longer answered her. The fan called out to the woman in fear. At that time, a fighter rushed at him from the side and shouted that he didn't have time to look from the side. The guy swung to hit the main character. The fan dodged it with a very deft movement. The fighter fell to the ground after an unsuccessful attack. The main character remained standing. Soldiers ran up from the side of the warehouse. They called Mr. Q in fear. Faye ordered her subordinates to quickly get Mr. Q out of here. The main character looked angrily at the bandits and asked, "Did he really allow them to leave?" The fan pointed to his opponent and said that last time he lost to her, but this time he will definitely win. Faye looked very angrily at the guy and suggested that he try to defeat her. The main character stood in a fighting pose. He prepared to run in the direction of his rival. Faye swung her fan to hit her opponent. The guy was rushing towards her at that time. The woman turned away. The main character swung his hand to hit her. Before the blow, the fan angrily shouted to the woman what she was about to get from him. The main character hit his opponent in the back with all his might. Faye felt a very strong blow from behind. The fan used maximum force. The woman turned to the main character and said that his blow was good. Faye used her damage return skill to attack the guy back. The fan felt the bones in his hand begin to crack from the retaliatory blow. The main character angrily shouted to his rival that the same trick twice would not work. The woman turned around with great excitement and looked at the main character. The fan swung his arm as far as possible to hit his opponent. The main character hit the fairy in the back with a very powerful blow of his fist. The fan hit his opponent in the back with a very powerful blow of his hand. The blow for the woman was very powerful. Blood sprayed from her mouth. At this time, a fighter ran up to the main character at full speed from behind. The The fan turned around and looked at the guy. He noticed that he was preparing to use a magical skill against him. The opponent rushed past the main character. The fan managed to turn to the side in time. The fighter turned around angrily. He decided to try to grab his opponent. The fan leaned back very quickly. His opponent's hand almost grabbed him by the chest. The main character clenched his hand into a fist. He prepared to attack his attacker. The fan saw a dot light up on his opponent's body. He prepared to hit it. The main character hit his opponent in the chest with all his fist. The blow from the fan was very powerful. His opponent started bleeding from his mouth. At this time, a mercenary with an axe ran up to Fanyu from behind. She wanted to hit him in flight. The fan turned around and noticed how his rival was flying at him from above with a weapon. The main character reached out and grabbed the axe by the handle to defend himself. The mercenary was scared. She couldn't use her axe against the guy anymore. The fan grabbed the girl with all his strength and threw her to the ground. The mercenary loaded her umbrella with a live grenade to launch it. The girl took aim and pointed her umbrella straight at the main character. The mercenary shouted to the guy that he wouldn't run away from her. She took him at gunpoint. The girl pointed her umbrella at the main character and prepared to shoot. 21 fans watched with great fear as a projectile flew in their direction. At this time, a very strong explosion was heard in the warehouse. A bright fire appeared around. Kayao stood in the warehouse in a cloud of smoke. She looked around to find the guy. The girl looked around carefully. She called out to Fanya in fear. The warehouse building began to give way. The roof was forbidden, and beams fell from above. Kayao stood in the center. At this time, dangerous debris began to fall on her from above. The girl was scared. She heard the main character run up to her from the side. The fan covered his head with his hands to protect himself from the debris and protect the girl. The main character, very cheerfully and with a smile, asked Chow if she was offended. The girlfriend looked at the guy with excitement and explained that she was fine. At this time, a huge, heavy concrete beam fell from the roof to the floor. Fan saw Chow Chow in front of him. He shouted to the girl that Heitai needed to be taken to the hospital. The girl held her mother's body in her arms. She said it would all be useless. The daughter cried very upset and said that her mother was already dead. The fan stood silently next to his girlfriend. They still decided to go to the hospital. The main character, after an explosion in a warehouse, took his companions to the city to the hospital. The fan was sitting on a chair inside the hospital. His girlfriend was next to him. A guy came up. He said excitedly that he had just found out the DNA results. The girl excitedly asked, "What is the connection between Hei Jiajia and Uncle Dai?" The guy excitedly answered his interlocutor that everything turned out just as he expected. "I was in the gym. Around her, there were punching bags suspended from the ceiling. The girl stood with her eyes closed. She prepared herself for a strenuous workout. Du abruptly opened her eyes and looked very carefully in front of her. The girl swung and kicked the bag with all her might. I concentratedly hit the bag with very strong blows with my hands. The girl noticed how the pear shattered into pieces from her powerful blow. A maid approached from behind. She told the lady that people had come to see her. Du told her subordinate to use harder sand in the pears next time. The maid thought to herself that her mistress had changed a lot since she returned. The subordinate could not understand where her mistress got her destructive power. There were damaged punching bags lying around in the hall. The main character was in the hall with his companions. Some of the guests were sitting on the sofas. Du approached from the side. She asked the interlocutors if everything was already assembled. The girl explained that she was ready and they could start acting now. Kiao, with excitement, I asked my friend if she could control herself now. Du said in a confident voice that she had never been as confident in her condition as she was now. The fan asked his friend if she had any side effects after she received his abilities. The main character told the girl that some parts of her body could become different. She closed her eyes and thoughtfully answered the guy that something had become different in her. The girl smiled and said slyly that her skin had become much softer than before. The fan got angry at these words. Kayao walked over and called her blue-robed subordinate named Su Yutu. Kiao told her subordinate that they had already lost 2 people. Following them further would be very risky. Su looked at her interlocutor and asked why she continues to fight the Shanhe group. Kiao shouted excitedly that she was fighting because the enemies wanted to kill Hei Jiajia. The girl explained that they had no way of sending Jiajia back to the United States, so they can continue to fight. Kiao explained that protecting the girl is the only thing she can do for Uncle Dai. Su looked at her interlocutor and said that she was not as good as her. Su said that she had already taken money from Hetai for her protection, so she must continue to protect her. The subordinate explained that if she failed in this task, she would not be able to run the business in the future. The guy said in a joyful voice that they could not afford to fall on their faces in the dirt. The guy put his hand on the main character's shoulder and said that he was his student. The fan responded dissatisfied to the fighter that he had never become his master. Jia approached the people from the side. She called the girl in a frightened voice. The girl told her interlocutors that they were not obliged to do this. She hugged the girl and asked, "Is she really worried about their safety?" Jia said in a scared voice that she didn't want anyone to get hurt because of her. The main character told the girl that for her sake he would give his all. He also promised that everyone would be able to return safely. A man approached from the side. He told the girl that her mother and Uncle Dai both died while protecting her. The man explained to the girl that if something happened to her, it would mean that all the sacrifices were in vain. She told the girl that this place was safe. She must wait until they return. Jia, with tears in her eyes, answered her interlocutor that she agreed. The main character excitedly told his interlocutors that it was time to start. The mercenary came to her boss. His office was in a tall building. The girl went into the guy's office and informed him of her arrival. The boss was sitting at the table. He asked his subordinate why she ran away last time. There were several girls around the guy. He demanded from his subordinate that she give him a good explanation. The girl with glasses said that she was tired of killing. She asked the boss to transfer her to another job. The man looked angrily at his subordinate. He didn't like her request for another job. The boss said that he bought the girls on the black market and raised them as killing machines. The guy asked his subordinate sternly what she would have done if he hadn't saved her. The boss asked the girl sternly, "Has she really decided that she has the right to choose and now she wants to leave him?" The girl calmly answered the guy that she wanted to stop living like a killing machine. The mercenary looked at her interlocutor and said that her life belonged only to the master. The boss looked at the subordinate and said that she had become useless to him. The guy said menacingly that he doesn't need a dog that doesn't bite. The guy turned to his mercenaries and asked, "Do they want to get more?" The girls looked at their boss with great attention and desire. The guy told the mercenaries that if they kill the girl, he will give them more. The subordinate asked the master to give her one more chance. She reminded him that she had served him faithfully for many years. The guy explained to his subordinate that she could only go to one place from here. Two mercenaries with weapons were already walking in the direction of the girl. The boss told the mercenary angrily that she could now go to hell. Late in the evening, a large party was planned in a high-rise building. A banquet was planned for the evening in a restaurant. A limousine pulled up to the building. Subordinates stood around the path. People with a status higher than managers were planned to attend the banquet. Q arrived accompanied by his subordinates. The guards checked everyone at the entrance in great detail and carefully using metal detectors. The cooks were led into the party from the back entrance. They were cooking in the kitchen. The third brother was the first to enter the kitchen before the banquet and brought a bug there. The guy will take advantage of the moment and be able to pass the bug to the next person. The third brother passed the bug into the girl's hand. She was pushing a cart in front of her. Cao Tiana pretended to be a waitress at a party so that no one would notice her. There were a lot of guards in the banquet hall. Numerous guests were walking everywhere. Kiao was pushing a cart of food in front of her. She was met by guards. One of the guards opened the lid to make sure the food was safe. Kiao successfully carried the bug to the designated place. She had a further meeting there. Another girl approached Chao standing near the food from behind and stopped for a moment. Kiao, with an imperceptible and careful movement, handed the bug to her accomplice. The waitress with a bottle on a tray headed towards the guests. Kiao calmly drove the cart to the side. Her accomplice moved on. One of the guests turned and examined the waitress with great attention. The girl carefully approached the wooden furniture and touched it with her hand. The waitress was able to leave a small bug on the tree with an imperceptible movement. One of the guests approached from the side. He angrily demanded that the girl serve the customers. The waitress turned to the stranger and asked if he was addressing her or was he. The guy angrily replied to the girl that he had addressed her. "Only she walks around here with a tray of champagne." The guest was holding a glass in his hands. He said that there are stupid people walking around who can't even do the work of waiters. The girl smiled politely for the stranger and asked him for forgiveness. One guy shouted joyfully that Mr. Q had already arrived. The girl listened to him carefully. Kyo Wanshan arrived accompanied by his subordinates. The people around him joyfully greeted him. The waitress looked angrily at the old man and thought that he would die today. There was a military vehicle on the street. Chao was sitting inside with her subordinate. The guy was sitting in the front seat. He turned around and asked the woman, "Can they really only eavesdrop here?" Kiao sat with headphones in her hands. She said that intellectual work is also important. At this time, some noise was heard in the kitchen in the utility room. The cooks were wary. Two cooks came and opened the back room door. One of them asked in fear what happened. There was a guy sitting inside the closet with a girl. They were connected. The guy shouted in fear that their chef was sitting in front of him along with Xiao Mei. He didn't understand how they could be connected here. One of the workers noticed the third brother. He angrily shouted at him that he had never seen him here before. The Chow girl walked down the corridor. She was carrying a cart of food in front of her. The girl stopped. She noticed something suspicious in front of her. Kiao was frightened and saw the third brother running down the corridor in front of her. The cooks rushed after the guy. They shouted that he must be captured. Kiao was surprised and amazed. She couldn't understand how her friend could anger all the people from the kitchen. The girl turned around and pushed the cart in front of her. A man was catching up with her from behind. The workers fled in a whole group. They shouted to the girl and the man to stop. Kiao was scared and quickly walked forward. She turned to the main character. The girl slowly pushed the cart in front of her. There was a main character inside. Kiao pushed the cart away and shouted in a loud voice that it was time for Fan to come out. The main character lifted the tablecloth from below the cart. He prepared to attack the guards. Two fighters in black suits were surprised when they saw the guy in front of them. The main character swung his hand to hit his opponent with all his might. Fan's blow to the fighter's chest was very strong. Blood began to flow from the guard's mouth. After the blow, the fighter flew to the side in the direction of his accomplices. The main character angrily shouted to his rivals that they could approach. The third brother and Xiao covered him from behind. The Fan glared angrily at the guards and shouted to them that he was not going to hold back. At this time, Kia was performing on the stage near the map. The hall was full of spectators. The old man was saying something from the stage. People listened to him very carefully. Kaya was very happy and satisfied. During the speech, he smiled to himself. The old man stood confidently behind the podium. There was a whole crowd of listeners in front of him. The guy listened carefully to the old man. The people around were in admiration. Faye stood in the hall and looked with great attention in the direction of Chia. The girl slyly thought to herself that the old man was enjoying his last evening. The girl remembered that over the years, she had collected a lot of incriminating evidence on Chia. This is enough to put him in prison for life. A very excited guy came up from behind the ferry and addressed her. The woman listened with great attention to what her subordinate had just told her. After hearing the news, Faye turned around and, together with the guy, headed towards the exit. The waitress watched with great attention as the woman left with her subordinate. The girl looked closely and realized that something had happened to the fairies. The main character at this time in the corridor continued to beat his rivals with all his might. The Fan looked to the side and noticed how a whole group of new fighters approached him. The main character was displeasedly amazed. He was surprised by the number of guards. The fighters shouted that the main character was running out of strength. They decided to attack all together. The guards rushed towards the guy from all sides. He fought back with all his might. One of the guards rushed to the main character and grabbed him from behind. The other fighter was lying on the floor. He grabbed the guy's leg with all his strength. The Fan very soon found himself surrounded and engulfed by rivals on all sides. The girlfriend looked at the main character with excitement and called him by name. The third brother at this time continued to beat his rivals with all his might. The man shouted to the girl, "Not to be distracted. The Fan can handle it himself." Kiao answered the man in a submissive and calm voice that she understood him. One of the guards very viciously rushed at the main character with a knife. The Fan was very scared. He realized that he was now in mortal danger. The main character began to make attempts to free himself. He punched one of the guards. The Fan knocked out another fighter next to him with a very powerful kick. The Fan swung and hit one of the opponents with a powerful elbow blow. The main character continued to fight off the guards around him with his hands and feet. The Fan looked at his rivals angrily and dissatisfiedly. He asked, why did they get up? The main character angrily shouted to the guards that they could all attack him at once. At this time, a woman ran up from behind and hit the main character with all her might. The Fan felt a very strong blow on his back. His whole body was very chilled. The main character turned around and saw a fairy standing behind him. She swung for another blow. The woman angrily shouted that she would use her fierce palm against her opponent. Faye began to hit the main character very quickly on the back with all her might. The main character felt severe pain. He realized that his opponent's blows were just as strong. The Fan realized that if the woman continued to hit him on the back, his bones would be crushed. The main character turned around and looked at his rival very angrily. Faye extended her palm forward to hit the main character. The fan swung his fist to quickly demolish his rival. The main character hit the woman in the palm with all his might. Faye, after receiving the blow, could not stay on her feet and flew far to the side. Subordinates ran up to the woman from the side. One guy asked Faye if she was okay. The woman angrily shouted at her subordinates to leave her alone. Faye was very surprised. She thought that this was the first time that she had been thrown back so strongly by the blow. The woman looked at the guy with displeasure. She thought that this was the first time she had been thrown back so much. Faye decided to herself confidently that she must deal with Fanem today. The main character looked at his rival. He realized that he had to give it his all to deal with it. The woman very quickly pushed herself off the floor and ran in the direction of her opponent. Fan pushed away and ran with all his might to defeat the woman. Faye ran and swung her arms to immediately hit the main character. The main character dodged the blow to the side with a sharp and quick movement. The fan bent down sharply during the attack so that the woman would not knock him down with her hand. Faye swung her hand and hit her opponent with all her might. The guy managed to defend himself. The fan thought to himself excitedly that he needed to be faster than his opponent. The main character swung his leg with all his might to hit his opponent. The fan hit the woman with his foot. She raised her hand and managed to block the blow. Faye reached out with her hand and grabbed her opponent's leg with her nails. The main character felt pain. He looked at the woman with displeasure. The fan swung his left hand to immediately hit his opponent. The main character hit the woman in the chest with his left fist with all his might. The guy's hand flew away from the woman's body. She activated a skill called damage return. The fan felt his hand shaking. He felt severe pain. The rival stood opposite the guy. She prepared to hit him with her hand. Faye decided to hit her opponent with a blow to the head. The fan concentrated. He looked at his opponent's blow with great attention. The main character deftly dodged the woman's blow and hit her in the face with his hand. The fan angrily told his rival that her head could not return the damage to him. Faye became worried. She thought that everything that was happening was very bad. The main character threatened his rival that he would hit her on the head until she gave up. The fan swung and hit the woman in the face with a very powerful blow. The subordinates looked at the woman in fear. The guy called her by name. The main character accelerated to deliver another strong blow to his opponent. The fan swung and hit Faye in the face with a very strong blow of his hand. The woman's face was very broken. She could no longer resist. The fan got angry. He decided to strike his opponent a few more blows. The main character finished off his opponent with all his might with a powerful blow from below. The fan swung his hand very wide to strike the fairies again. After another blow, the woman flew up and hit the ceiling. The exhausted protagonist watched as the woman fell to the floor. Faye fell unconscious. She could no longer fight any longer. The subordinates excitedly ran up to the fairy to try to help her. At this time, a noose whistled over the protagonist's head. He didn't notice her. One of the fighters grabbed Fan by the neck with a loop and pulled him towards him. The Fan grabbed the loop with his hand. The guard shouted to his accomplices to quickly grab the guy. The main character stood and could not move. He had a noose around his neck. Faye found the strength to stand on her feet. Her beaten and mangled body trembled. The subordinates looked at the woman in surprise. They were very worried about her. The guy scaredly shouted to his interlocutor that she had a very beaten face. Faye was amazed. She couldn't understand what the guys had just told her. The woman reached out and grabbed the guy by the throat. She asked angrily what was wrong with her face. The subordinate handed the woman a mirror and told her to look for herself. Faye looked displeasedly at her reflection in the mirror. Her face was broken. The woman was very angry because of her appearance. She screamed loudly and displeasedly. Faye pointed an angry finger at the main character and shouted that she would kill him. The fan fearlessly shouted to his rival that she could come and he was not afraid of her. Faye took a closer look and noticed how the Chow girl stood next to her and fought off the guards. Faye slyly shouted to the main character that she understood how to fight him. The fan shouted to the evil woman that he would kill all her comrades in front of her eyes. Faye ran at a run to get to the protagonist's girlfriend. The woman ran up close to Chow from behind. The girl did not suspect anything. The main character loudly shouted to his girlfriend to run away. Hayao heard some noise from the side. She turned her head to the side with excitement. At the last moment, the girl saw the woman stretch out her palm to attack her. Faye hit her opponent in the back with all her might. The man swung his fist. He ran up to the woman from behind and shouted that she should not dare touch Nana. The woman hit the running man's chest with all her might. The fan screamed in a very frightened voice and called the third brother. The main character began to try with all his might to break the noose on his neck with his hands. The fan strained with all his might and was able to tear the rope into pieces with a strong movement. The main character noticed with excitement how the woman was approaching Chow from behind. Faye swung her hand to finally hit the girl on the back. The main character scaredly shouted to the woman to stop. The fan decided to activate a magic skill. A glow appeared near his hand. The main character launched an energetic lightning bolt at the woman. Powerful energy hit the fairy with all its might and passed through her entire body. The woman felt her strength begin to disappear. She could no longer run any further. Faye, before falling, said in a weakening voice something about Qigong energy. Hayao heard some noise from the side. She turned around and saw a woman falling. Faye fell exhausted to the floor. She could no longer rise. The guy sped up and ran up to the woman with great excitement to help her. The main character looked at his hand with excitement. He realized that he had succeeded. In the dimly lit room, there was a glass bottle on the chest of drawers. There was silence all around. In complete silence, the bottle began to crack little by little for unknown reasons. The cracks in the glass of the bottle were getting larger. It was all covered with chips. The fighter turned around angrily and asked the main character how he dared to knock out their fairies. Another guy shouted that he needed to kill all his rivals to avenge the woman. The main character hugged his girlfriend and asked if she was okay. Qiao answered him that she would live. The man told the guy that he needed to leave quickly. The freight elevator provides quick access to the lobby. The main character, accompanied by his companions, entered the elevator cabin. They were going down. The cabin arrived at the desired floor. The bell rang. Passengers prepared to leave. There were a huge number of fighters in the lobby. They prepared to kill the main character and his companions. Suddenly, a huge car drove into the lobby from the side and scattered people around. The car stopped on the floor. The main character looked at this with excitement. The door opened. Sue, in a frightened voice, shouted to her friends to jump in. The guards rushed to the car. One of them shouted that people should not be allowed to leave. Sue watched with great excitement as her friends ran to the door to escape. When everyone entered the salon, the girl slammed the door to continue driving. The car abruptly pulled away to escape as quickly as possible. The fighters around could not stop him. The driver sharply turned the roll to the side in order to escape quickly. The car drove out of the building through a broken window and sped down the street. The fighters were unhappy. One guy shouted that they were almost hit by a car. The girl looked to the side and thought slyly that there was no point in staying here for her anymore. The waitress decided to take advantage of the chaos to sneak out of the building. At this time, someone approached the girl from behind and put his hand on her shoulder. The guy told the waitress that every person has a unique smell. He could smell it. The fighter slyly told the waitress that he knew about the guest's presence from the moment they entered the building. The guy angrily told the girl that he didn't expect her to boldly walk right in front of him. Dude displeasedly shouted to the guy so that he wouldn't talk. She decided to fight him off. The girl swung and hit her opponent with her elbow with all her might. The fighter felt the serious consequences of the blow. His hand hurt very badly. The guy was amazed. He couldn't understand when the girl managed to become so strong. Kyo told his subordinate to back off and let the people deal with the girl. The fighter looked at the waitress and said that he wanted to try a new drug on her. The guy took a syringe out of his pocket. There was a green liquid inside it. The girl looked at the fighter with excitement. She didn't understand what he was holding in his hands. The guy abruptly took off his outerwear and threw it aside on the floor. The fighter swung the green syringe to plunge it into the body with a flourish. The warrior injected himself with a syringe and squeezed the medicine out of it into his hand. The waitress became agitated. She realized that she must now take the lead. The girl was surprised to notice how her opponent began to grow bigger. Du ran forward to try and knock down her opponent. The guy's eyes lit up with red fire. He prepared to fight off the girl. The girl swung her leg to attack her opponent. The guy defended himself from her with his hand. The waitress felt to herself that the unfortunate blow was very painful for her. The guy's body began to get bigger. Because of his large muscles, his clothes began to tear. The fighter's body became larger and larger. His muscles continued to swell. The guy's legs got bigger. His feet became like animal paws. The waitress became worried and scared. She realized that her opponent had become stronger thanks to the drug. The girl could not understand what kind of medicine made the fighter so bloated. In a few minutes, the guy became much taller and heavier than he was before. The fighter looked at the girl and said angrily that the effect was even stronger than he expected. Kyo-jin Liu swung his huge arm to hit his opponent. The girl dodged in time. The opponent's blow missed her. Subordinates supported their boss and shouted for him to show the girl. Old man Kyo thought about it. He could not understand what the boy was developing. Zhen Liu, with burning eyes, prepared to attack the girl again. The guy tried to hit his opponent with his left hand. She barely had time to defend herself. The girl felt a strong blow. Her opponent almost knocked her off her feet. The waitress jumped back to a safe distance. She prepared to fight further. Zhen Liu accelerated in order to once again hit the girl with all his might in flight. The waitress was surprised to notice how the guy's body began to change backwards. Zhen Liu fell to his feet. His strength began to disappear very sharply. The guy, on his knees, shouted to himself in fear that he was back to normal. The waitress looked away with great excitement. She realized that this would be her chance. The girl accelerated at full speed and ran towards the guards. The fighters prepared to attack the waitress. One of them shouted for her to stop. The girl looked angrily at her rivals. She decided to demolish them with one blow. I ran away at full speed and took out the guards along with the doors. The girl ran away. One of the guards shouted to his subordinates not to let her escape. Old man approached the guy and asked with excitement if everything was okay with him. Zhen Liu said in an exhausted voice that the side effect from the drug was stronger than he expected. Guards ran along the corridors of the building. They continued to look for the girl. She hid behind the door of the room. She listened carefully to everything that was happening. The girl stood quietly near the door. She heard the chase continue down the corridor. I waited until the noise of footsteps outside the door died down. She decided to go to the window. The girl opened the curtains and looked carefully at the street from the window. The waitress looked at everything happening outside the window. She was silent. Suddenly, a quiet voice came from the side. The stranger asked the girl for help. She turned around in fear and asked who was here next to her now. The waitress took a closer look and saw a tied-up captive. She recognized her. Du told the exhausted captive that she was Qiu Zhenliu's person. The girl asked the stranger why she looked so bad. I decided to take the girl home. She took her to an apartment in a large building. The stranger was lying on the bed unconscious. The girl adjusted the blanket on her. She looked at the patient and asked the doctor, "What is her condition?" The doctor told the girl that she had just checked the wounds on the patient's body. The doctor said that the mercenary had serious injuries. She was raped by several people at the same time. Du said very angry that Qiu's father and son were both bastards. Man was talking on the phone. He told his interlocutor that they would discuss the rest when they met. Next to him was the main character and Chao. The man looked at his phone. He was pleased with the conversation. The girl asked the third brother if he had spoken to a reliable person. The man said that he communicated with his former reliable comrade in arms. The fan suggested that the girl provide the police with evidence of violations. Qiao answered the guy that the police would not help them. The girl explained that the Shanhei group has great connections with the police, and therefore they need to act very carefully. The main character thought. He told his girlfriend that she was completely right. Du came into the room. She asked the interlocutors if they had found a reliable person. Du answered her friend that if everything goes according to plan, they will definitely finish off the enemies. Du told her friends that if they needed anything, they could ask her servant for it. There was a girl standing behind her. The main character asked what happened to the unfamiliar girl. Du explained that the violation of the stranger's body would leave her with severe psychological trauma. The man said the stranger was a gang member. Chao said thoughtfully that everything somehow turned out like this in the end. The main character said very angrily that these were not people, but some kind of animals. Du looked with interest at the main character and said that they must finish off the enemies. The girl kept her hand on the main character's shoulder. She thought. Du looked at her friend with excitement. She felt shy. Qiao told the main character to stay here. She will leave with the third brother. The maid asked the mistress what happened to her. Du demanded that the girl prepare 20 punching bags with hard sand for her. The brother said that there was only one person who could help them. They will meet him halfway. Qiao explained that they were going to meet a reliable person. The main character doesn't have to necessarily go with them. The fan looked at the interlocutor and said that he would expect good news from them. Late in the evening, the girl was lying in an apartment in a huge high-rise building. Jia was lying on the bed. She was in a very delirious state. The girl was tormented by severe nightmares. She lay there and was sweating. The fan was sitting on the bed and looking at the phone with great attention. He was himself. The main character saw a message from a girl. She showed him her new outfit. The fan replied with a smile to his friend that her new outfit suited her very well. The main character smiled at the girl and invited her to chat all night today. The guy heard some noise from the side. He realized that it was a girl who had shouted. The fan became wary. He heard Jiajia's voice and decided to run to help her. The excited main character and the girl ran into the next room. The frightened Jiajia ran to the main character to hug him. The girl told the main character that she dreamed that her mother was being tortured in hell. The fan explained to his interlocutor that it was a bad dream. Sue said to herself that she was superfluous here. The main character said with a smile to the girl, not to think that her mother was in hell. The fan advised his interlocutor to calm down and get a good night's sleep. Jiajia told the main character that she was still very scared. She asked him to sleep with her today. I was in the gym. She continued to hit the punching bag as hard as she could. The girl was completely absorbed in training. There were bandages wrapped around her hands. Du swung her arm to deliver another powerful blow to the sports equipment. The girl hit the bag with all her might. She pierced right through it. Sue stood and looked at her mistress with great excitement. She became worried. The maid asked the mistress to stop hitting the bag. Her hand is already completely bruised. Du excitedly said that no matter how hard she hits the bag, she does not feel pain in her hands. The girl excitedly said that her whole body was burning, as if there was a burst of energy. The mistress told her maid that her heart was beating very wildly. Sue looked at her interlocutor and invited her to take a break. I was very angry. Her eyes lit up brightly. The girl rushed at the maid. The mistress grabbed her maid by the throat with her hand. Sue was very scared. The girl threw her servant to the floor. She was very excited. Sue began to lose consciousness. The mistress squeezed her throat very hard. The girl's eyes were very bright. She felt a strong hatred for Sue. Suddenly, she calmed down. Her eyes became normal and she looked ahead with excitement. The girl took a closer look and noticed that her maid was lying motionless. Du told herself with worry that her maid was lying unconscious. The girl jumped to her feet. She could not understand why she lost consciousness and attacked the maid. I heard the voice of the main character. The guy told her that some parts of her body had become different. Du thought to herself excitedly that the guy should know how she can control herself. The main character was resting in the room on the bed. Jiajia lay next to him. The guy couldn't sleep for a very long time. He looked at the girl and thought about something of his own. The fan noted to himself that Jiajia smelled very nice. He looked carefully at his sleeping girlfriend. The main character said angrily to himself that Jiajia treats him like his own brother. At this time, there was a very strong knock on the door from outside. The fan was scared. The main character asked in fear, "Who came?" The girl rubbed her eyes and asked displeasedly, "Who stays up so late?" The door swung open. An angry Du stood on the threshold. She came from the gym. The girl angrily asked the guy why she was in such a state. The main character explained to his interlocutor that she turned all red because of a side effect from his blood. Late that evening, third brother and Wu Chao had an appointment. They arrived at the bridge. A man and a girl drove up to the embankment in a car. There was no one around. Qiao got out of the car. She asked her interlocutor excitedly if this was their meeting place. The man lit a cigarette. He said his friend was reliable. They worked together with him. A car pulled up. The third brother said happily that his friend was already here. The car doors opened and a man got out. He went to his friend. The man greeted the third brother and told him joyfully that they had not seen each other for a long time. The third brother excitedly greeted his friend and called him an old devil. Friends hugged. The friend told the third brother that it took him a long time to find him. The girl watched everything silently. A man came up and asked the girl if she was the daughter of a Chao officer. Qiao looked at the man with a smile and greeted him joyfully. The interlocutor said that after he graduated from the police academy, he worked together with Officer Chao. The team members were encouraged by Officer Chao's sense of justice. The man said that in the face of criminals, they never retreated and were merciless. The third brother hugged his friend and told him with a smile that he couldn't even hold a gun normally in his hands. The man said with a smile to his comrade not to lean on him so suddenly. The man asked the third brother if he had a Shanhe Group financial book. The guy handed the man a sealed envelope. He said there was a book inside. The man opened the package and carefully studied the papers. He asked if everything needed was inside. The third brother sternly told his interlocutor that all the necessary information was inside. The man said that he would return to the Central Bureau along with the documents. After that, they will begin an immediate investigation. The man explained that the evidence could be enough for the top of the group to get a life sentence. Qiao told her interlocutor that they would expect good news from him. The third brother told his friend that if he was promoted for this matter, he should thank him with dinner. The man answered his friend that he would do it without any problems. The guy and his girlfriend stood and watched the car drive away. Qiao asked her friend if the security forces could definitely put an end to Shanhe. The third brother assured the girl that his friend would definitely help them. He said that we need to go back. Suddenly, the lights of a car flashed brightly to the side. The man was scared. Kayao and his friend found themselves surrounded by unfamiliar cars. The third brother, in a frightened voice, shouted to the girl to run away. A shot rang out and a bullet flew at high speed in the direction of the man. A bullet wounded the third brother. He did not have time to defend or dodge in time. The frightened girl excitedly ran to her wounded friend and called him. The guy threatened his opponents with a pistol. He said that he would shoot them if they ran. The man pressed his hand over his wound. He said displeasedly that the old bastard had betrayed them. The car doors opened and an old man came out. He said that the policeman did not betray the third brother. Q said with a smile that the man had not worked as a police officer for a long time. He was the head of security for his company. The third brother was amazed. He couldn't believe that his longtime friend could betray him. The subordinate asked Mr. Q what should they do with the people. The old man asked the fighters if they wanted to avenge the fairies. The fighters were angry. They shouted together that they wanted revenge. The axe fighters shouted that they would turn their opponents into mincemeat. Kiao asked the bandits angrily, did they really take them for fools? The girl said that all the documents they gave to the old man turned out to be fakes. Kiao was very dissatisfied with the girl's words. At this time, his subordinate phoned someone. The subordinate told Mr. Q that the girl told him the truth. The old man became very angry. He said that the girl was even able to deceive him. The third brother shouted to the bandits to let the girl go. At this time, one of the guys was holding Chow at gunpoint. The man shouted to the bandits that they could take him as a hostage. At this time, a batsman appeared behind him. The bandit behind swung with all his might and hit the man from behind with a bat. After a very strong blow, the third brother could no longer stand. He fell to his knees. The fighter grabbed the man by the hair. He demanded that he return to his people and bring them documents. The guy threatened the man that if he did not fulfill the demands, the girl would die. The wounded man placed his hand on the ground. Blood was dripping from it. He no longer had the strength. The third brother glanced after the departing cars. He called out exhaustedly to his girlfriend. The man fell exhausted to the ground. He told himself that he should have taken Fanya with him. Late in the evening, the main character was in an apartment in a high-rise building. Fan stood in the room next to the girl. He looked with excitement at his girlfriend in the doorway. In an angry voice, I asked the main character what was happening to her. The guy stretched his hands forward and shouted in fear to the girl not to come near him. Du accelerated and rushed at full speed towards the main character. The girl looked at the guy furiously and continued calling him by name. The main character, with a very quick and deft movement, caught his girlfriend by the hand. The fan twisted the girl's hand to the side with all his might. He was very worried about her. The main character asked his girlfriend what happened to her. I gradually came to my senses. She explained to her interlocutor that for some reason she really wanted to. The girl felt exhausted. She told the main character that she wants him. Du fell to her knees in front of the guy. She could no longer stand. The fan got very excited. He asked his girlfriend what was the matter. Jiaja silently watched everything from the side. The girl slyly said that she could have taken her maid's aphrodisiac. The main character turned around displeasedly and asked the girl what product she was talking about. Jia shouted to her friend to be careful. The girlfriend looked at the guy with a predatory look in order to bite him as quickly as possible. The fan with a deft movement grabbed the girl and turned her back to him. The fan held his girlfriend. He told her angrily that she almost bit him. In a broken voice, she explained to her friend that she now wanted his blood. The girl jerked her hand sharply to free herself from the grip. Du angrily opened her mouth to grab the main character's body with her fangs. The main character felt a very strong bite. He screamed in fear. Du bit her friend's hand with her fangs. The guy started bleeding. Jia said in a frightened voice that the girl had turned into a zombie. The fan prepared to hit his girlfriend. The girl said that you can't just turn it off. We need to find another way to help her. The main character thought sharply. He agreed with the girl's words. The fan picked up his girlfriend with his arms and carried her to the exit of the room. The main character was running at full speed. He was holding a dew in his hands. Jiaja looked after him in surprise. The girl asked her friend where he was taking his girlfriend now. The main character shouted to the girl that he had figured out how to calm her soul. The guy and his girlfriend rushed towards the pool. The main character ran up and kicked the door in order to quickly get to the water. The fan rushed and carried his girlfriend in his arms to quickly immerse her. I got scared and came to my senses. She told her friend that she didn't want to go into the water. The main character grabbed the girl's hand. He didn't let her run away. The main character looked slyly at the girl and said that it was already very late. The fan grabbed his surprised girlfriend with his arms and rushed into the water of the pool with her. The main character and his girlfriend plopped into the pool in an embrace. The guy carefully supported his girlfriend in the water so that she would not drown. I began to gradually move into myself. She couldn't understand what she had just done. The main character looked joyfully at his girlfriend. He realized that she was getting better. Du opened her eyes and looked at the guy with very great attention. The girl put her hand on the protagonist's face. The fan got excited. Unexpectedly, Du reached out to her friend and kissed him. The guy was very surprised. The guy got excited from the kiss. He very sharply pushed his girlfriend away from him with his hands. The main character swam abruptly to the side of the pool and very quickly emerged. The fan got out of the pool. Water was dripping from it. He decided to take a breath. The main character turned with surprise and excitement at his girlfriend in the water. Du surfaced to the surface of the pool. She looked at the guy with excitement. The girl swam and was silent. She smiled very slyly at the main character. The fan asked the girl with great excitement whether she was in control of herself now. The friend replied that she controlled herself. The fan asked the girl if she took control of herself before or after the kiss. Du smiled slyly and answered the guy that she began to control herself before the kiss. The fan shouted to the girl in fear that she was under the influence of side effects. Du told her friend thoughtfully that the kiss was very pleasant for her. The main character was surprised by these words from the girl. He suddenly sat down on the floor near the pool. The fan sat and looked at his girlfriend with great excitement. She climbed out of the pool water. A maid entered the pool. She sternly asked the guy and the girl, "What are they doing here?" Sue said in a very stern voice that Tiana had problems. The main character was amazed. He decided to quickly run to the aid of his girlfriend. The wounded third brother was lying on the sofa. His friends stood around him. The fan was holding a document in his hands. The man said that Xiao was able to foresee such an outcome. Otherwise, they would already be corpses. The main character asked his interlocutor with excitement, "What should they do now?" Sue said that they can give the bandits what they ask. The man responded that the girl's safety was much more important. "I was very angry," she shouted loudly that she did not agree. The girl said that she studied the financial book and collected a lot of evidence of the illegal actions of criminals. She worked on this for several years. Jiajia and Sue stood next to her and listened to her carefully. The girl asked in a frightened voice, "Doesn't she really care what happens to her sister Nana?" She demanded from her friends that her documents be returned to her. She said in a confident voice that she would find a way to deal with the bandits. The main character grabbed his girlfriend's hands. He said that they now need to find a way to calm everyone down. The fan looked calmly at the girl and said that we need to find a way to get out of this situation. I calmed down. She told her friends that she could listen to their options. Jiajia and Sue were amused. They looked at the girl with great interest. At this time, the phone in the third brother's pocket rang. He had a bandage on his shoulder. The man became very angry. He shouted dissatisfied to his interlocutor that he still had the audacity to call him. The old man calmly told the third brother on the phone not to worry so much. The interlocutor on the phone invited the man to talk calmly.